Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Reaper Flame Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Shizuoka, Mizudafa City. A loud explosion echoed through the streets, sending a wave of panic among the citizens. It's the Reaper! He's here! A terrified woman shouted from a distance. The scene unfolded in Mizudafu, where chaos erupted as a large fire blazed, its flames glowing an unnatural green. From the heart of the flames emerged a figure, unscathed and dressed in black with emerald accents. He wielded a large silver scythe, a weapon that hinted at danger. The figure landed gracefully on the pavement, revealing himself as Exodius. Exodius! A voice called out, and he was soon joined by more figures who appeared to be heroes. Among them was a red-haired man in a crimson cape and a spiky mask, Crimson Riot. Once again we meet, Riot, Exodius said politely, his demeanor calm despite the tension in the air. This time, I'm taking you in, Exodius. You won't escape. Riot declared, determination etched on his face as his allies prepared for confrontation. Exodius sighed, his expression unfazed. When will you ever learn to find peace, Riot? I'm not in the mood for a fight, and neither are you. I want to end this without violence, Riot replied, his tone serious yet respectful. Surrender peacefully, and we can avoid any unpleasantness. Exodius, known as the Grim Reaper, was a vigilante feared by both villains and heroes alike. His quirk, Judgment Flames, was notorious for its destructive power, leaving a trail of casualties in its wake. Many heroes had given up the pursuit of him, fearing for their lives. I'm afraid I'm busy with a personal task, Riot. I'd recommend not stopping me if you don't want to get hurt, Exodius said, attempting to walk away. You're not going anywhere, one of Riot's partners shouted, rushing toward Exodius, ignoring Riot's warning to halt. With a swift motion, Exodius deflected the hero's attack, sending him crashing back into his allies. You heroes and your laws. It frustrates me to see such loyalty to a false cause. The hero who had been knocked back groaned as he stood up, rubbing his cheek in pain. Riot remained resolute, knowing the kind of opponent they faced. His other partner looked uneasy after witnessing Exodius's power. Undeterred, the second hero charged at Exodius, attempting to restrain him with his quirk. But Exodius effortlessly dismantled the attack with his scythe, countering with a swift blow that sent the hero reeling. Trust me, I'm not in the mood to judge you right now, Exodius said, maintaining his composure as he faced them. I do trust you, Exodius, Riot replied, his voice steady. But as a man of honor, I must insist you surrender peacefully. Can you do that, Reaper? A moment of silence hung in the air, the tension palpable as they awaited Exodius's response. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying echoed in the distance. Forgive me, Riot, Exodius said, gesturing elegantly. As honorable as I am, I must decline your request for now. With a swift motion, he conjured a wall of green flames, blocking the hero's approach and allowing him to escape. Unbeknownst to him, one hero had managed to withstand the heat and slipped through the flames. What are you really hiding? The hero whispered, watching as Exodius disappeared into the chaos. Hisashi! Riot murmured to himself as he silently pursued the vigilante from behind, careful to remain unseen. Mizudafu's main hospital echoed with the sounds of life, screams of pain mingled with the cries of a newborn. A young woman with green hair had just given Bourghdent to her son, marking the beginning of her journey as a mother after a few years of marriage. Inko was breathing, exhausted from the ordeal, yet filled with joy as she heard her baby's cries. The nurse attending to her smiled warmly. Congratulations, Miss Midoriya. You've given Bourghdent to an adorable boy. She gently placed the newborn, wrapped in a soft blanket, into Inko's waiting arms. Without hesitation, Inko embraced her son, the little Midoriya, feeling the overwhelming love that came with motherhood. Just then, a man in casual clothes burst through the door, his face etched with worry. Inko, he called breathless. But as he caught sight of her cradling their baby, relief washed over him. Hisashi knelt beside the bed, his hands hovering just above his son's cheek, which he tenderly caressed. The nurses remained quiet, allowing the father to absorb the moment. Hisashi's cold exterior softened as he gazed at his newborn son, a new reason for him to live. "Welcome to the world, Izuku," he whispered. From a distance, Riot observed the scene, surprised to discover Hisashi's hidden life. "So that's what you've been keeping from me. Your family?" he thought, realizing the urgency behind the vigilante's actions. A son should never bear the weight of his parents' past. Back with the Midoriya family, Hisashi felt a familiar presence nearby. He held Inko close, their newborn son being tended to by the nurses. "What's wrong, dear?" Inko asked, sensing his tension. "Sharid. He's nearby," Hisashi replied quietly. Inko's expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you going to confront him, Hisashi? I don't want Izuku to lose his father." "Not everyone will be kind if my past is revealed," he said, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "As long as I'm pursued by the law, our lives won't be what we hoped. In spite of everything, I love you for who you are, Hisashi. That won't change. Our son needs his father." The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken fears. Inko understood the risks of Hisashi's past, but she also knew the world could be cruel if Exodius's identity was exposed, especially for their innocent son. "Are you going to talk to him?" she asked, worry lacing her voice. "I have to. But I hope he shows mercy after what he's seen. It's not easy to convince a pro-hero, especially now that Izuku is just born. He won't remember this later." "I know. But it's a risk I'm willing to take. Just be careful." "I will." They shared a tender kiss before Hisashi stepped out of the room to face the pro-hero, leaving Inko with their newborn, who smiled up at her. "Don't worry, my sweet child. Your father is a strong man." Outside the hospital, Crimson Riot sat at the edge of the building's roof, waiting. A familiar silhouette soon landed beside him. "Took you long enough, Hisashi," Riot said calmly, standing to face him. "So, no formalities now, huh, Sharid?" Hisashi replied, intrigued as he approached, maintaining a respectful distance. "You never mentioned you had a wife or that you were going to be a father." Their shared history was evident. Once friends in junior high, they had become rivals due to their differing paths. They had never hated each other, but fate had led them to confront one another as adversaries. They were almost like brothers, bonded by Hisashi's life as an orphan. "You have connections with the police because you're a pro-Sharid. I can't risk giving you this information formally," Hisashi said seriously. Riot nodded in agreement. If they weren't enemies, it wouldn't be an issue. "What's his name?" Riot asked. "Izuku." "Izuku Midoriya," Hisashi replied, the name lingering in Riot's mind. But his next question was more complicated. "Will you tell him about your bloodline once he gains his memories?" "Only when the time is right. I don't want him to boast about something that shouldn't be known openly, especially with All for One around," Hisashi explained. He was well aware of the villain's threat and the danger posed to his newborn son, particularly because of a shared trait between him and Izuku that Riot seemed to understand. "You've kept that secret for decades. Something tells me he will be very important." Intrigued, Riot asked, "What makes you think that?" Hisashi gazed at the sky. "I don't know. Just a hunch that he might meet the pro in America who has been talked about a lot lately. Tashinori, right? He's already busy, especially after the death of Shimura-senpai at the hands of that monster." "You could have helped back then, Hisashi. You're not just some pushover, you're the #1 vigilante." "I only deal with villains who deserve it, Riot. It's not my destiny to take down All for One. My only concern is him. Isn't that the one Redgrave and his family defeated centuries ago? He can't be killed that easily, Riot. If the heroes and that monster find out about him coming here, it would be a massacre." Both men wore concerned expressions, as their conversation had turned serious. "What would you do if your son got involved in the rivalry between AFO and All Might, Hisashi? From the rumors I've heard, it seems more serious than the Revolutionary Army." "I won't interfere if it happens. By then, All Might might be the star of the new generation. New generation? Riot asked, confused by Hisashi's words. The look on the vigilante's face revealed the truth to Riot, and he understood what Hisashi meant. I have to prepare my son for the future. For that, the world won't need me anymore. Inside a room decorated with All Might posters and memorabilia of Exodius, the former #1 vigilante, a young voice broke the silence. So that explains things better, said a 3-year-old boy whose appearance resembled Inko's. His messy hair and 4 freckles on each cheek resembled little gems, and his emerald eyes sparkled with innocence, though his demeanor seemed a bit cold. So you were a vigilante, huh, Dad? No wonder you were so secretive with Oba-san and Aji-san. And Mom knew too. This was Izuku Midoriya, now a 3-year-old, who had watched a video Hisashi left for him when he was old enough to start forming memories. Along with it, he had books on martial arts, gunsmithing, and sword mastery. A better reason to not make mistakes about us then, he said, glancing at a poster. Your era has come to an end, but I assume this one will be interesting. Father. And prologue. Chapter End. Shizuoka's Prefecture. POV Izuku. One night, in a baby room of Shizuoka's hospital, a glowing baby entered the world, causing a stir with his very existence. This was just the beginning of what was to come. In the following years, more people began to develop unique powers, and in the blink of an eye, the entire population had their own special abilities. This led to significant advancements in technology, medicine, and the emergence of a new profession, heroes. However, this also gave rise to a new breed of criminals, the villains. Now, 80% of society had developed these powers, known as quirks, while the remaining 20% faced disrespect due to their lack of abilities. Yet, there was a forgotten legend from long ago, a truth hidden from humanity to prevent panic. In the days before Christ, the Son of God, was born, igniting a conflict between 2 worlds, humans and demons. The battle favored the demons, led by Mundus. However, one demon defied him, Sparda, the Dark Knight. With his power, Sparda sealed Mundus and his followers away. Over the years, Sparda had 2 descendants with a human, known as Dante and Virgil Sparda, who later had a descendant named Nero, a knight of the Order of the Sword. This was centuries after the events in Redgrave City, the only time the existence of demons was revealed to the world, causing quite a stir. But as time passed, people forgot, especially with the rise of quirks. The world had changed more than anyone could have imagined. End Izuku's POV. Computer screen. Are you serious? He saved 500 people in less than 10 minutes. How is that possible? A television flickered in a characteristic room, where 2 figures stood before it. One was a woman with silk skin, dark green hair, and jade-like eyes. The other child shared the same features as his mother, but unlike her, he had freckles on both cheeks. He sat at the front of the television, amusement lighting up his face as he held an action figure of a bulky blonde man in a cape. The boy bore a slight resemblance to one of the figures in the posters that adorned the walls, which featured text about the last era, the era of the Reaper. A family photo rested beside the computer, showing the boy, a younger version of his mother with a warm smile, and a man with slim yet muscular features, distinguished by his white-silver hair and striking emerald eyes that seemed to peer into one's soul. A powerful laugh echoed in the room, drawing the attention of the cameraman and some onlookers who were puzzled by the behavior of the apparent savior of the moment. The boy's amusement grew as the figure on the screen began to appear, the same bulky man he held in his hand. Everything is all right. You know why, the bulky man shouted with a wide smile, prompting the boy to grin even wider. His mother, however, seemed unfazed, her curiosity piqued by the man's antics. Because I am here, he declared, and the boy's excitement surged as he tightened his grip on the action figure, his eyes glued to the screen. The woman sighed, seemingly resigned, as if she knew the man well enough to understand his approach. He's cool. At least not as much as Papa, the boy exclaimed, raising the figure triumphantly, which made his mother chuckle softly. Well, I have to admit that All Might is a one-of-a-kind hero, but enough of that. How about we have dinner before tomorrow, dear? She suggested. Yeah, the boy replied enthusiastically. He was none other than Izuku Midoriya, the 4-year-old son of Hisashi and Inko Midoriya, a little boy who was already a big fan of heroes. However, Inko had her worries about what tomorrow would bring, knowing that Izuku, thanks to his father's genes, would soon develop a power similar to Hisashi's. He had already shown signs of the natural strength his father possessed without needing a quirk, something unique to their family. The next day, a man dressed like a doctor spoke coldly, "Give up, kid." Despite the shock, Izuku didn't seem fazed as he let go of the action figure, clutching it as a lucky charm. Inko, however, acted shocked, wanting to understand the situation. "May you explain why, doctor?" she asked, her focus on the doctor's demeanor rather than the confirmation she sought. "Miss Midoriya, you're a 4th-generation quirk user, right?" the doctor inquired. Inko nodded, picking up the figure from the ground to hand it back to her son. "Yes, my quirk allows me to attract small objects, as you've seen. My husband can manipulate fire on a larger scale than Endeavor, but he isn't a brawler type," Inko explained, omitting details about Hisashi's past. Hisashi Midoriya, known as Exodius, the Reaper, had retired from vigilantism when Izuku turned 3. He now worked as a personal guard for a wealthy family, having taken on a new identity to avoid trouble. Inko wanted to keep Hisashi's past under wraps. To put it simply, the doctor continued, holding up an X-ray of Izuku's foot, pointing to the pinky toe. Studies show that quirk variations develop through evolutionary changes in the joints of the pinky toe. Your son possesses 2 joints, indicating he was unfortunately born quirkless. The doctor explained this with a detachment that left Inko feeling disgusted. He seemed to view the situation as mere business. Izuku felt a twinge of sadness, realizing he hadn't developed a unique ability like his mother or friends, yet he shrugged it off, accepting that some things were beyond his control. "I understand, doctor. Have a nice day," Inko said respectfully, masking her feelings as she took Izuku's hand and led him out of the room. Meanwhile, the doctor examined his notes with a malicious grin, a thought crossing his mind: "I found the Reaper." Later that day, in the park of Mizudafu, a young boy with ashy blonde hair exclaimed, "Huh? Quirkless." He was with Izuku, whose mother stood nearby alongside the other boy's mother, both women surprised by the news. "Yeah, Kaken. It seems I won't be a hero like we always wanted," Izuku admitted, feeling disheartened as he recounted the doctor's words. "Bullshit, Deku," the blonde boy retorted, unconvinced. "I know you have something more than just overall strength. Maybe even Uncle's quirk. It might show up later." "Are you sure? You've been praised this entire time since you got yours," Izuku replied, uncertainty creeping in. "Those losers can think whatever they want," Kaken declared, determined to support his friend. "We're friends, and that's all that matters now." Kaken reassured Izuku with a confident smile. "And if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, they'll regret it." Izuku chuckled in agreement. "I think we can both agree on that." In another part of the park, Inko frowned, feeling frustrated. "I hate when the doctors are so cold. Why didn't you stand up for yourself?" she said, irritated by the doctor's unprofessional demeanor. Mitsuki, her childhood friend, replied with a hint of nervousness, "Relax, Inko. It was just a simple visit, and besides, I won't be seeing that doctor again." Inko sighed, relieved to see her son playing with Katsuki. "At least that means he won't have it too hard. You know how people can be about quirks." "Exactly," Mitsuki said, watching the boys with a critical eye. Katsuki and Izuku seemed to maintain their friendship despite all the nonsense people say about him. As the 2 women chatted, a familiar figure with white hair observed them from behind a tree. Hisashi, Izuku's father, was keeping an eye on his family. Nearby, a little girl with onyx hair played happily with 2 other girls, while Hisashi watched over Izuku, wanting to ensure their safety and happiness. He sighed, reflecting on his choice to be a butler. "It might not have been the best decision, but now that I know about my son's potential, I can finally begin training him to be strong. He must learn to control his power before it consumes him." Hisashi caught a glance from Inko, acknowledging the situation. He moved closer to the onyx-haired girl, aware that their time together was limited. Something tells me they will meet again in the future. But for now, I must keep them safe. Izuku may need to say goodbye to Katsuki sooner or later, especially with All for One lurking nearby. Izuku's perspective shifted as events unfolded. 2 days later, his father informed him and his mother that they would be moving for their safety. Unfortunately, he couldn't say goodbye to Kaken that day. That night, a villain raid targeted their home, and they barely escaped. Their blood was special. While his mother was human, Izuku and his father were different. Hisashi, born from a powerful lineage, had escaped the chaos of the Quirk War and had been on the run ever since. He had witnessed many battles against All for One but had chosen to avoid confrontation, knowing it wasn't his destiny. When Hisashi married Inko, it was a strategic decision to protect their family. However, due to Izuku's exposure to Tsubasa, the doctor who was secretly allied with All for One, their location was compromised. They moved to Hosu, where Inko opened a cafe under the alias Maria Green Valley, allowing them to remain hidden from the government. Hisashi worked as a butler for the Yaoyorozu family, providing them with a stable income. As Izuku started school, he faced the challenges of being quirkless. Many kids bullied him, but he tried not to let it bother him. At 6 years old, his powers emerged, green flames that he could manipulate, a gift from his father. Over the next 5 years, under Hisashi's guidance, Izuku trained diligently. He learned to absorb fire from his surroundings, summon his abilities at will, and even create weapons from his flames. His first weapon was a dagger he named Yandu, followed by shields inspired by a comic book hero, which he called Aegis Duo. Hisashi pushed him physically, helping him build resilience and strength. The 4th year of training took a different turn, focusing not just on combat skills but on understanding his powers and the responsibility that came with them. Cooking, ironing, smithing, and other skills outside of battle were part of my training. At first, I was confused, but I perfected their teachings, especially in smithing as my father had taught me. I crafted 3 weapons that I carry with me, 2 pistols named Wyvern and Ivory. Wyvern was a heavy bullet pistol that dealt devastating damage to the dummies my father used for practice, while Ivory was lighter, faster, and more precise, allowing me to fire many rounds in quick succession. One day, I fired so many bullets that my mother scolded me for what she called overkill. The 3rd weapon I forged was a powerful shotgun I named Chrono, capable of causing severe damage with just 1 shot. My father never explained why I needed these weapons, especially since they were created using my powers and those of Gilgamesh. I could only hope that I would never have to use them in a dire situation. The remaining months of the year were spent learning how to aim these weapons, with my father emphasizing that I should only use them for killing when necessary and never against humans. This warning frightened me, making me wonder if I would face such a choice in the future. The 5th year of my training was particularly grueling, focusing on martial arts and sword mastery. I trained in karate, judo, capoeira, taijutsu, boxing, and even breakdancing for some reason. I discovered that I could regenerate using my powers, but the process felt excruciating, as if my body were on fire every time I healed, from the slightest scratch to the deepest wound. My father's scythe, ACI, was a powerful weapon he possessed, a devil arm inherited through blood due to his role as a reaper. I had read about it in my research, learning that it was capable of changing sizes and cutting through even the toughest foes. I longed to wield such a weapon, but my father insisted I wait until I was stronger. Thanks to my help in my mother's cafe, it became one of the most acclaimed restaurants in Hosu, even attracting visits from pro heroes like Manuel and Ingenium. The Devil's Cove, my father's private bar and restaurant, was not open to everyone. It also served as a smithing place and a garage for vehicle repairs. I often saw my father chatting with the hero killer, who turned out to be a fan of my father's pursuit of justice, despite his unconventional methods. My life until I turned 13 was filled with both good and bad experiences. However, everything changed on my 13th birthday, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Outskirts of Hosu nighttime. Come on, son. Hurry, my father called out. Coming. I replied, excited for the camping trip my parents had planned for my birthday. Thanks to my training, we could easily explore the forest while my mother followed us closely. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal calls filled the air, giving me a slight chill. But as night fell, my father, who was tending to the campfire, suddenly stopped, and I felt an unsettling presence. "Izuk, take care of your mother and stay behind," he ordered, his stern tone sending a shiver down my spine. He grasped his scythe, readying himself for something ominous. My heart raced as I realized what was happening. Demons, real demons, swarmed around us, encircling us in a deadly formation. My father took a defensive stance, wielding his scythe as a means of intimidation. They were hideous creatures, unlike anything I had ever seen. Muzudafu City. 3 years had passed since the death of my parents, 3 years dedicated to my goal of stopping the darkness that was Mundus. During this time, I learned that my father's warnings were true. Demons had returned, preying on the unfortunate souls wandering the streets like hungry wolves. Thanks to my father's training, I had managed to eliminate many of them over the years. However, some were particularly difficult to defeat, especially those with tough armor like the Assaults or Scudo Angelos. I had to be careful not to draw attention while fighting, as pro-heroes and criminals were often nearby. One hero, known as Eraserhead, had been pursuing me relentlessly. I understood his caution. Stealth was essential for an underground hero. During one of my missions, I stumbled upon a scene in a dimly lit alleyway. What I saw was disturbing enough to unsettle anyone with a weak constitution. I spotted a girl, and my heart sank at the sight. The girl was fiercely attacking a man who had tried to harm her, wielding her knives with a precision that was both captivating and terrifying. She was undeniably appealing, but the way she handled the blades was deadly. It was as if a striking red rose had blossomed in the darkest corners of the city. Thanks to the training I received from my father, I had learned to approach quietly. However, as I got closer, she threw a large knife at me with incredible speed. I barely managed to dodge it, my heightened senses kicking in just in time. But this was merely a distraction. She lunged at me, knives in hand, aiming for my chest and neck with a ferocity that suggested she was driven by a thirst for blood. In a struggle of strength, I managed to pin her to the cold ground of the alleyway. A few of her knives grazed my skin, one even piercing my shoulder, but I had endured worse injuries before. With a playful giggle, she looked at me, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "So you're a tough one, huh? Before you say anything, let me clarify, I'm not a hero. Why are you doing this?" I asked, wanting to understand her motives. Such beauty couldn't possibly be driven by mere amusement, though I suspected that was part of it. "But you're worried about me, aren't you handsome? I love blood. I adore it. I wish I could be surrounded by it," she exclaimed, her grin wide and unsettling. Her obsession with blood was clear, bordering on madness. Suddenly, I sensed demonic energy nearby. My instincts kicked in, and I could hear the faint sounds of movement around us. They had picked up on the chaos she had created. "What's wrong?" she asked, her playful demeanor shifting as she sensed the change in the atmosphere. I didn't respond. I was too focused on the creeping presence of demons drawn to the scene. Then, a rustling sound caught our attention. One of the demons had arrived, drawn by the scent of blood. "What is that?" she asked, a hint of fear in her voice. It was understandable. Encountering a demon was not an everyday occurrence. I turned to see more demons approaching, their intentions clear. "If you want to live, stay out of their way," I warned her, preparing for battle. The Hell Antinora charged at us, weapons raised. The girl reacted quickly, throwing a couple of knives at its weak points. They pierced its skin but wouldn't be enough to defeat it. I pinned her to the ground to keep her safe as I swung my weapon, slicing the demon in two. The fight had begun. The Impuzas joined the fray, and I moved with a grace that allowed me to dispatch them easily, their blood splattering the walls. I could see the girl watching me, her expression shifting from madness to amusement as I fought. Once the chaos subsided, I noticed her looking at me differently, no longer psychotic but intrigued. I carefully tucked my weapon away and approached her. "What were those?" she asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I placed a finger to my lips, signaling her to be quiet. "A simple thank you will suffice," I replied, handing her a card I had designed for the Devil's Cove. If you want answers, reach me here. Otherwise, forget this ever happened. With that, I left her standing in the alley, confusion on her face, but I could tell I had piqued her interest. A couple of weeks later, while cleaning the Devil's Cove, I was surprised to see her again. She was dressed casually, her cat-like grin still present. It seems you took my advice, I began. Toga Himiko, she interrupted, approaching the bar. So, are you the owner of this place, or is your boss hiding somewhere? I'm my own boss and the same gentleman who saved you from those demons, I replied as I prepared a drink for her. After some conversation, she expressed her surprise at the existence of demons, her curiosity evident. So, does this make you a demon hunter? She asked, and I flinched. She had guessed my secret. Clever girl, I admitted, unable to deny it. But now that you know, you must keep this information private. Demons are not to be taken lightly. She pouted playfully. I know. Then, to my astonishment, she climbed on top of me, pinning me down with a mischievous grin. May I join you? Her boldness caught me off guard, and I could only stare at her, surprised by the turn of events. This looks to be fun. She blinked twice, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. You know this isn't just a typical hunt in the night for blood like when we first met, right? I knew she was unpredictable, but asking me to join her was surprising. I know. But I doubt you'd want me to spread this to every villain I cross paths with after this, right? I thought to myself, girls can be alluring yet so tricky. She had just threatened me with a perfect technique that could easily fool many, but I felt her youthful energy pressing against my waist. Sighs, are you sure you want this? Getting involved with me means you'll also have to help out, and I don't think you. It doesn't matter. As long as I get to be in action, I'm all in. She interrupted, nuzzling closer to me, her golden eyes locking onto my emerald ones. Was she doing this on purpose or just trying to tease me? Well, things came to an accord, and I ended up letting her join me as my partner in hunting. I never thought this would happen, but she opened up about her past. Her parents had never accepted her because of her quirk, transform, which required blood from someone to change into that person. At first glance, that quirk seemed unsettling, but for stealth purposes, it was perfect for me. I trained her in the art of hunting demons, using the skills my father had taught me. She learned quickly, and within months, I crafted weapons she appreciated. Sero Swarm, a set of 8 knives made from demonic metal, became her tools for taking down demons. I warned her to keep her sadistic tendencies in check, only targeting demons, as blood from people could easily be collected with some specialized gear. During our time together, we grew closer, becoming a formidable team known as the Golden Fallen. We hunted demons in both Mizudafu and Hosu, cleansing the streets of their existence. But of course, our luck would run out eventually. Mizudafu City, Police Station. It was morning, and we found ourselves in an office belonging to the Mizudafu Police. A meeting was underway with several police chiefs and officers, one of whom was a detective quietly taking notes. For the reports of Mizudafu, crime has only decreased by 0.5%. There have been sightings of new vigilantes causing quite a stir, particularly in the male-dominated areas, reported one police chief. Emilady, right? It seems Midnight has some competition in the beauty department, chimed in another officer. Don't be fooled. There are other female heroes who are just as capable, another officer added. But aside from that, there are rumors that the #1 hero is in Mizudafu, said one chief, capturing everyone's attention. What? All Might's here in Mizudafu? The officers exclaimed in shock. Hold on, those are just rumors, cautioned another officer. But have you heard about the new couple of vigilantes? One chief interjected, sparking interest among the group. They say it's a pair of youngsters around 15 who have been causing a ruckus. They've been dubbed the Jewel Duo because of their eye colors. I think the girl's called Golden Fallen, according to a burglar we caught. Golden Fallen? Interesting name for such a young girl, mused one chief. Right? But the other one seems to be the leader, and the criminals they've captured have only mentioned a name. I think it was Urizen, another chief said. Urizen? That sounds a bit too self-important, doesn't it? Chuckled one officer. That's what many think, but I've heard he's quite well-mannered, while the girl can be a bit creepy but is also considered cute, replied another officer. Are you sure you're not making things up? Vigilantes aren't something to take lightly, one officer warned. Well, that's what I've heard. But there have been reports about the weapon the boy uses, said another officer. What's so special about it? Asked the chief. See for yourself, the officer replied, handing over some photos taken from a distance. The officers examined them closely, and one officer paled at what he saw. Sent that? He stammered. No doubt about it, another officer confirmed, fear creeping into his voice. The Reaper's scythe, the mention of it sent chills through the room, drawing the attention of the detective and one of the chiefs. How? There haven't been any reports of the Reaper since All Might rose to prominence, one officer exclaimed. You're right. The Reaper hasn't been seen for over 13 years, and it's clear he has somehow returned to his youth, as no quirk has been reported capable of that, the chief explained. Do you think this could be his successor? This idea sent a wave of fear through the officers. I'm not sure yet, but whoever it is, they must be captured at all costs, one chief declared. Even if he hasn't committed murder? A detective interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Detective, are you hearing yourself? The chief responded. I am, and based on my investigation, neither of them has committed murder in the 3 years they've been active, aside from the unauthorized use of violence, the detective stated. But, sir, one officer began, but the meeting continued, the tension thick in the air. Detective glanced at the gathered documents, noting the absence of any reports regarding the illegal use of quirks by the two individuals in question. I agree they must be stopped, but without sufficient evidence and witnesses, we can't simply throw them in jail. The police chief interjected, You're being a bit too passive, detective. Vigilantes need to be dealt with according to the law. Another detective spoke up, If you manage to capture them, please allow me to interview them first. I don't want to send a couple of kids into the depths of crime without understanding their situation. Chief 3 finally stood up, his expression serious as he addressed the room. While they may be vigilantes, we can't imprison them alongside hardened criminals for minor infractions. We will interrogate them first, and then we can decide the next steps according to the law. The other chiefs and officers nodded in agreement. You're dismissed. You may leave, Chief 3 concluded, signaling the end of the meeting. As the others exited, the detective remained behind. In a hushed tone, the chief continued, I know about your connection with All Might. Reach out to him and inform him about the kids. He might guide them onto a better path. Understood, Chief. I'll do my best to avoid any violence, the detective replied. Urizen and Golden Fallen could provide insights into the recent sightings of strange creatures and the mysterious corpses around Mizudafu. I've heard they are hunters of these beings. Perfect. Contact me with any positive developments, Chief 3 instructed. Understood, Chief. Achoo! A young voice sneezed, drawing attention to a couple in civilian clothes walking through Mizudafu, gathering CRPs. It seems they're talking about us again, Izuku-en. Toga giggled, her smile bright as Izuku wiped his nose. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if they didn't. Our customers at the Devil's Cove might think I'm sick, Izuku replied, trying to maintain his composure as Toga hopped alongside him. The two had been busy at the Devil's Cove, dealing with the increased activity of demons in Mizudafu and Hosu, leaving little time for rest. For Izuku, the situation was even more challenging. Toga had been particularly clingy, often teasing him playfully. There had been moments where she had playfully crossed boundaries, but he had managed to keep things professional, knowing they had a mission to focus on. Despite the playful tension, their relationship had grown into something resembling a sibling bond. Izuku had taken on a mature role, guiding Toga and helping her navigate various situations. They enjoyed outings together, whether it was to game stations or shopping for clothes, although Toga had a habit of showing off her outfits in a teasing manner. Izuku had matured significantly, running the Devil's Cove and managing the Green Valley Cafe, responsibilities that had required him to forego school. However, they were both on high alert due to recent rumors. You're worried about him, aren't you? Toga asked, her tone serious as she held his hand, sensing his unease. Not so much about him, but I'm concerned about the increase in demon activity lately, Izuku admitted, tightening his grip on her hand. Toga appreciated the gesture, leaning closer to him, her concern genuine. Their closeness might have appeared romantic to onlookers, but to them, it was a bond forged through shared experiences and challenges. Izuku was aware of the attention they attracted, but he focused on the streets of Mizudafu, the city of his childhood. Memories of his past and his once close friendship with Katsuki Bakugo surfaced. He knew that Bakugo had become a prominent figure, and while he felt pride for his friend, he also hoped that Bakugo would not become someone he would have to judge harshly. Achoo! A sneeze echoed in a classroom, causing the students to tense up, unsure of how to react. "Why you okay, Bakugo?" the teacher asked, a hint of intimidation in their voice as they recognized the source of the sneeze. Now 14, Katsuki Bakugo stood with his wild spiky hair and fierce red eyes, exuding an intimidating presence. He was known as the star of Aldra Junior High and a childhood friend of Izuku. Tihis. Bakugo grumbled, brushing off the concern as he returned to his usual demeanor. Katsuki glared at his teacher, his usual fiery demeanor silencing the room. The other students, eager to avoid any confrontation, quickly returned to their studies. Mizudafu City, near Aldera Junior High. "Hey, Katsuki," a voice called out, breaking the tension. Outside the school grounds, Katsuki, the ash-blonde boy known for his explosive temper, was walking briskly, followed by two classmates who were trying to catch up with him. One of them was the one who had called out to him, though Katsuki was not known for his sociability. "What do you want?" Katsuki snapped, his irritation evident. "You've always been so defensive, you know? You're one of the best in school, and your quirk is amazing, but what's the deal?" his classmate asked, trying to understand. "First of all, don't call me that. Second, we're not friends. And third, it's none of your business." Katsuki shot back, his focus returning to his path home, eager to escape the frustrations of the day. Whispers floated around him. "It must be about that useless Deku," one of his classmates muttered. Suddenly, Katsuki kicked a bottle that had rolled into his path, a clear sign of his displeasure. "I dare you to say that again," he warned, turning to face his companions with a fierce glare. "Bakugo, don't tell me you're still looking for that loser?" one of them stammered, clearly misjudging the situation. "That loser you're talking about is more than just someone who clings to me. He's not just some pathetic person, he's someone who matters," Katsuki retorted, his voice rising as he expressed his frustration. "You have no idea what you're talking about." The mention of Izuku, who had left school after announcing he was quirkless, always ignited Katsuki's anger. Many mocked Izuku for his perceived weakness, and it infuriated Katsuki to see his brother figure treated that way. He had defended Izuku more times than he could count, even if Izuku wasn't there to stand up for himself. "I won't say it again. If you dare to insult him, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. I have bigger plans, and I won't let anyone get in my way," Katsuki warned, his reputation as the demon spawn preceding him. His mother's fierce nature had shaped him into someone both intimidating and powerful. As Katsuki turned back to continue his walk, he noticed his companions shifting nervously. They were clearly frightened, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction from their fear. Suddenly, a strange sound caught their attention. "It seems my day isn't over yet. A perfect opportunity with a splendid quirk? How delightful!" A voice echoed, revealing a criminal who had recently escaped capture. Minutes earlier, on top of a building in Mizudafu City. "Who are you, and what did you do to All Might?" a young girl shouted, her voice filled with disbelief and shock. She wore a primary school uniform, and her resemblance to Katsuki was unmistakable. This was Katsumi Bakugo, his younger sister and a devoted fan of All Might. Like every day, she had rushed home from school, hoping to meet her older brother. Their mother, Mitsuki, often mentioned how Katsuki could spend hours after classes searching for his hero, which worried Katsumi. She had seen how isolated he had become, with no real friendships to speak of. Izuku Midoriya, once Katsuki's best friend, had been a significant figure in their lives. Katsumi remembered her mother telling her stories about him, and how he had been like an older brother to her, despite being younger than Katsuki. She hoped that one day, things would change for her brother. Katsumi was curious to meet All Might, but she worried about the pain and energy it was costing her brother, who clung to a photo of them with all his might. Today, however, was an unusual day. As she passed by a tunnel bridge, a sudden powerful gust of wind nearly swept her off her feet. Once it subsided, she was awestruck by the sight before her. All Might, the #1 hero in the world, was there, finishing a match against a villain. But what caught her attention were two civilians nearby. The girl was unfamiliar, but the boy with her bore a striking resemblance to her brother's friend, Izuku Midoriya, freckles and green hair that piqued her curiosity. Before she could think, she saw All Might preparing to leave with a mighty leap. Instinctively, she rushed toward him and managed to grab onto one of his legs just as he took off. The pro hero noticed her midair, causing him to land on a nearby building. Katsumi clung to him, relieved to be safe from a potentially dangerous fall. Once on the rooftop, All Might reprimanded her for her reckless action. Yet, she felt compelled to ask, "Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you?" Her voice was filled with hope and curiosity, especially since her brother was quirkless. All Might paused, seemingly about to answer, when suddenly he was enveloped in a cloud of steam. Katsumi watched in shock as the steam cleared, revealing not the muscular hero she admired, but a scrawny man with long blonde hair. His expression was far from the confident smile she expected. "I am All Might," he exclaimed, coughing up blood. Katsumi was taken aback. "You can't be serious. All Might is an unstoppable hero who never shows fear." "Fear, you say?" All Might interrupted, his gaze serious. "Believe it or not, that smile hides more fear than you can imagine." He leaned against the edge of the building, looking out over the city. "What you've seen today must remain a secret, even from your family. Understood?" Though doubtful, Katsumi agreed, realizing it was likely for the hero's image. But her shock deepened when All Might lifted his shirt to reveal a horrific scar, large and disturbing. "This injury was inflicted 5 years ago in battle," he explained. "I've lost half of my respiratory system and most of my liver and stomach. Countless surgeries have been performed, but the damage is irreversible." He turned his serious gaze back to her. "My time as a hero is limited to 3 hours a day. After that, I look like this." Katsumi was stunned. All Might could only be a hero for a few hours each day? What kind of danger had he faced to sustain such injuries? "And to answer your question, it's nearly impossible for someone quirkless to become a hero," he continued, sensing her disappointment. "But tell me, where did your question come from? Surely you have a quirk of your own." Katsumi hesitated, thinking of her brother's friend. "Well, my brother had a friend who was quirkless. He was determined to give him a chance, but then something terrible happened." "What happened?" All Might asked, intrigued. "The day after he was diagnosed as quirkless, his apartment caught fire. No one knows what happened to him or his family. Many believe they perished, but my brother thinks he might still be alive and has been searching for him ever since." Katsumi looked up at All Might, her eyes pleading. "I know he might not be able to be a hero, but if you ever have the chance to find him, will you help bring him back to my brother?" All Might understood the sincerity in her request. Though he hadn't expected such a plea, the determination in her eyes was something he couldn't ignore. He stood tall, looking at her with a serious expression. "What is your name, young girl? And what is the name of this boy you spoke about?" Coughing slightly, she replied, "My name is Katsumi Bakugu. My brother and I are alike." The girl explained with a smile, "The boy I just talked to, if I remember correctly, is Izuku Midoriya, and he has been missing for 10 years. "Midoriya? I think I've heard that name before," the pro hero replied. "I'll do what I can to fulfill your noble request, young Bakugu, but for now." He was interrupted as a loud explosion echoed from afar. Both of them turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a large dark cloud rising from one of the alleyways in the city. Concern washed over All Might as he checked his pockets, feeling nothing. "Don't tell me that?" "The explosion," he began, but the girl's expression shifted to one of great concern. "Katsuki!" she exclaimed, horrified, and rushed away, taking the emergency stairs 2 at a time. She knew who was in danger. All Might followed her, equally worried. If his hunch was correct, the villain he had been dealing with must have escaped while they were talking. The thought of innocent people getting caught in trouble fueled his urgency. Unbeknownst to them, a teen and Himiko had been watching the entire conversation from the shadows. Himiko was shocked to see the symbol of peace in such a frail state. The teen, however, understood the reason behind it. All for one. He must be behind this, he thought as they detected the explosion in the distance. Although it wasn't their business to intervene, Izuku felt compelled to act. He sensed something following Katsumi, an invisible silhouette leaping across the rooftops. "Himiko," he said, catching her attention. "Get that girl and whoever is in that mess to safety. I'll be right behind you." "Another one right now?" Himiko whispered, alarmed. She recognized the tone in his voice. It meant a powerful threat was nearby. "Let me help you, Izuku-an." "Izuku-an," he interrupted, raising a hand to stop her as his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. "This isn't a demon you can easily defeat. It's not like the lesser ones we've encountered, and it's clearly out of your league. It's drawn to the chaos." "Izuku-an, is it one of them? The King of Sparda?" she asked, now grasping the gravity of the situation. Izuku nodded, confirming her fears. He had shared with her the story of the demon that had taken his parents, a creature linked to the legendary demon hunter, Dante Sparda. Himiko knew she had struggled against a group of ordinary demons due to her human heritage, and the King of Sparda were far more powerful. Reluctantly, she obeyed his command, beginning to change into her hunter costume. She retrieved her mask and the Sero swarm blades from her bag, preparing for action in daylight for the first time in years. "You'll owe me a special meal after this, Izuku-an," Toga said with a playful glint in her eyes as she got ready to follow him. She recognized Izuku's strength, knowing he was the only one capable of facing the Sparda King for now. "That's a deal I can agree to," Izuku replied, a hint of sarcasm in his voice as he donned his own hunter costume. They set off in pursuit, Toga using the Sero swarm to leap across the rooftops, following Katsumi and All Might. Izuku trailed the demon from behind, ensuring it didn't detect his presence. He summoned a weapon into his right hand, contemplating his choices. Bringing out ACI right now wouldn't be wise with All Might and other heroes around. Better to use this for its very first hunt, he thought as a katana with a demonic green hue appeared in his grasp. It was a devil arm he had forged not long ago, and now it was ready for action. "Time to show me what you can do." Damascus. At the sight of the explosion, chaos reigned in a narrow alleyway where a certain ash-blonde boy was trapped, held captive by the now-free sludge villain. The villain struggled to control Katsuki, who was fighting back fiercely, causing explosions that hindered the pro-heroes from assisting him. Death Arms desperately tried to punch the sludge, but the villain's slimy form rendered his efforts useless. Backdraft worked to clear the area of bystanders, but the situation was spiraling out of control. Kamui Woods was also present, but as he noted aloud, wood and fire did not mix well, leaving him unable to help much beyond evacuating the injured. Empty Lady, the rookie hero who had just made her debut, found herself at a disadvantage due to her quirk, gigantification, which was ineffective in tight spaces. The heroes were struggling, wishing for a more prepared ally to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Katsumi and All Might arrived at the scene, Katsumi's eyes locking onto her brother, who was valiantly fighting back against the villain. "Katsuki!" Katsumi called out, her determination evident as she navigated through the crowd of citizens, only to be halted by Backdraft. "Sorry, but this is a very dangerous place to be," he warned. "Dangerous my butt. Don't you see my brother right now?" Katsumi exclaimed, a mix of anger and worry in her voice. Backdraft understood her urgency as he glanced at the sludge villain. Katsuki was trapped inside. "We're doing everything we can to get him out, but right now, the villain is beyond our capabilities." Backdraft replied. "You're just being a coward. Do something instead of standing there." Katsumi shot back, her frustration boiling over. She had always been skeptical of hero society, feeling that many heroes were ineffective, and her brother's situation only fueled her doubt. All Might watched from a distance, feeling powerless. He cursed himself for being unable to intervene. He knew that Katsumi lacked the experience her brother had with his quirk, and the situation was clearly out of her league. "Stop whining, kid. Just a couple of seconds and it will be over," the sludge villain grunted, annoyed by Katsuki's struggles. But he was abruptly interrupted as a knife pierced his eye, causing him to shout in pain. Katsuki was freed from the villain's grasp, and the crowd witnessed the scene unfold. "Who the hell did that? Show yourself," the sludge yelled, furious and in pain, blood dripping from his eye. A feminine voice echoed through the crowd. "Fufufu, never thought a slime had blood like any normal person, huh?" A blonde girl appeared, kneeling on the ground before standing up, her honey-colored eyes locking onto the sludge. The pros on the scene tensed, recognizing her. "You've got to be Golden Fallen?" Death Arms exclaimed, alerting the other heroes as they prepared for action. Himiko stood confidently, blades in hand. "Who in the hell are you?" the sludge demanded, not recognizing her. I feel offended that only these brutes know me and not you." "What a shame indeed," Himiko replied, feigning offense. She then turned her gaze to the sludge, noticing the irritation on its forehead. "Too bad. I won't say it twice, slime. Get your disgusting substance off the boy if you don't mind. Daytime isn't really my service time, you know." The crowd was taken aback by her boldness, but her intentions were clear. "I don't care who you are. Not in a million years am I letting this go," the sludge retorted, covering Katsuki's face with slime once more. "Dare to call me slime again, and I will make you suffer." "Okay, slime," Himiko taunted, provoking the villain further. Enraged, the sludge charged at her, but she was ready. With swift movements, she zigzagged through the air, catching both the crowd and the villain off guard. In a flurry of slashes, she freed Katsuki from the sludge's grasp and tossed him to safety, striking a poised stance as she faced the villain. "What was that again? Slime?" she mocked, clearly enjoying the confrontation. "You disrespectful brat," the sludge roared, attempting to attack her again. But just then, something large crashed onto the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Himiko's eyes widened as she recognized her partner, who had been launched back but quickly regained his footing. Izuku emerged from the dust cloud, his gaze fixed on the chaos around him. "First Golden Fallen. And now Urizen," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Two nighttime vigilantes in daylight? How is this happening?" another voice added. "This just got more complicated," someone else remarked. "Are the pros going to be okay?" a worried citizen asked. "The boy is safe, but now we have two nighttime vigilantes and this villain to deal with." The crowd was engulfed in chaos as Izuku and Himiko, now in their costumes, found themselves in a precarious situation, surrounded by heroes and the sludge villain, who was no longer the only threat. Death Arms attempted to attack Himiko from behind, but she dodged effortlessly, moving toward the wall of the building. Her focus was on the other heroes who were eager to engage her. Meanwhile, the sludge villain's attention was fixed on Katsuki, who was caught between two dangers, the sludge and another threat obscured by the dust cloud. Katsuki realized he had only one option. "Well, this is not good," he thought as Himiko understood his intentions, quickly climbing to the top of the building to witness what was about to unfold next. "Here goes nothing then," Izuku said as he and Damascus began to swirl the flames around them at high speeds. The fire that engulfed the hallway transformed into a massive fire tornado, encasing both the sludge and the demon within. Outside, the pros and onlookers shielded their eyes from the bright spectacle visible from afar. The sludge cried out in pain as the intense heat forced it to revert to its true form, a common street thug who quickly fell unconscious from the heat. But Izuku's focus remained on the demon before him. Unfazed by the flames, the demon that had once taken his parents' lives knelt before him, its lifeless metallic eyes fixed on Izuku. It was poised to strike with the drill on its arm, clearly designed for piercing. In a low voice, it uttered a phrase in a demonic language, "Bourghdent." "Bring it on. Gilgamesh," Izuku replied defiantly, readying himself as the demon charged at him in an instant. Izuku took that moment to prepare a powerful attack, one palm facing forward. "This is payback," he whispered, summoning a torrent of emerald flames directed at Gilgamesh just as it lunged. The force of the flames propelled the demon through the building behind it, severely damaging it and forcing it to retreat before anyone could see. "We will meet again. I'm sure of it," Izuku thought as he ceased the tornado and his movements, the flames dissipating to reveal the sludge, now an unconscious thug on the ground. Silence enveloped the area as everyone witnessed the victory of Urizen, Katsumi, and Katsuki, with All Might observing closely. Izuku turned to face Katsuki, their eyes locking in a moment of understanding. Katsuki noticed the striking similarities: green emerald eyes, green hair, and a resemblance to someone from his past. Mouth movements, Deku? Katsuki's lips formed the word, though no sound escaped. He stared at Izuku, who stood resolutely beside his female partner. "Both of you, on your knees and without weapons now," commanded Arms, Woods, and another pro as they approached the two youngsters. Himiko prepared to defend herself, but Izuku raised a hand to signal her to stay calm. All Might watched from a distance as Backdraft secured the fallen sludge villain. "First of all, heroes, there's no need for aggression. I don't plan to hurt anyone else, nor does my partner," Izuku stated, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the heroes for any signs of attack. "Regardless, your actions as a vigilante must be addressed, Urizen. I won't repeat myself." Death Arms warned, ready to act against Izuku. Sighing in resignation, Izuku realized he wouldn't escape without further conflict. "Why am I not surprised you don't trust me? The only one injured here is him," Izuku pointed at the sludge. "My partner saved that boy from harm. I would appreciate it if you lowered your fists and your partners as well. I'm not in the mood for a fight." He dropped Damascus to the ground, prompting Toga to do the same with her Saros, though she hesitated before letting only two fall, hiding the others within her clothes. Death Arms eyed the situation warily, as did many of the heroes present. All Might, aware of the complexities surrounding vigilantes, sensed that Izuku was sincere in his intentions, as the boy had surrendered any potential threat. "But as you say," Izuku began, catching the attention of the pros. "Mine and my partner's profession cannot be paused, unfortunately. Don't worry, we will ensure no one else is harmed like this," he confessed, prompting Toga to quickly retrieve her Saros as Izuku lifted Damascus in a swift motion. "Hey, hold on!" Death Arms and the other pros shouted, but before they could react, Izuku summoned an invisible demon magic circle, striking the ground with a powerful impact. An emerald pillar surrounded both him and Toga, consuming them in seconds and allowing them to escape. The citizens stood in shock, confusion, and fear as they witnessed a vigilante slip away from multiple heroes without a trace. All Might, however, found a card of unknown origin in his pocket, featuring a contact name and an address, Devil's Cove. He gazed at the card, contemplating its significance as he looked back to where Urizen and Jeed Fallen had vanished, pondering the implications of this encounter. And by its looks, something not human. With that thought, All Might left the scene as the heroes took care of the sludge, leaving the area to handle its own situation. He decided to make a little visit to the place mentioned, which did not get a positive reaction from Katsuki. She had her eye on him and was sure he had something to say. "I'm not going to ask why you're here, but why?" Katsuki asked coldly, her concern minimal, a common trait for her when it came to her brother. "Not your concern," he replied sharply. "What did you say?" Katsuki exclaimed, her irritation evident. "What you've heard." The two fell into their usual argument. For those outside, it might have seemed rare, but for the Bakugo siblings, it was just another normal way of communicating, two Pomeranians with anger issues. Devil's Cove hosts a city, a couple of hours later. "Are you sure it was the right choice to call him here?" Himiko asked, clearly concerned as she tidied up one of the tables in the bar. She was uneasy about bringing someone so dangerous to their establishment. "It was that or let ourselves get captured back there, Himiko," Izuku replied, finishing the preparations at the bar. He wore his Devil's Cove uniform, serious about the situation at hand. Himiko accepted this reluctantly, preparing herself for their guest's arrival. She was visibly nervous about talking to a pro, especially considering her past actions before meeting Izuku and becoming Golden Fallen. She was already on the law's wanted list for the lives she had taken. Despite her worries, she had grown accustomed to wearing her chosen uniform, even if Izuku had doubts about it. It suited her role as a waitress, though she had struggled initially and needed Izuku's help to learn the ropes. The sound of a knock on the door signaled that the moment was approaching. With a nod, Izuku signaled to Himiko to welcome the customer, both of them knowing who it was. Izuku's POV. I could sense how nervous Himiko was, and I felt the same. It wasn't every day you met the symbol of peace, especially when you knew that you and your partner were vigilantes, people that heroes had the authority to arrest. As Himiko opened the door, I couldn't help but chuckle internally. All Might seemed taken aback to be greeted by a waitress. His expression showed surprise as his eyes landed on Himiko. I knew what kind of man he was, so I understood his reaction. He was caught off guard. "Welcome to Devil's Cove, sir. What would you like?" I greeted him as I prepared a martini, noticing his calm expression as he focused on me, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Good evening, young man," he said, glancing around the bar before returning his attention to me. "Is your boss around?" "Sir," Himiko interjected, holding back a laugh, "you are in front of the owner." To our surprise, he took the news more calmly than expected, though Himiko pouted in disappointment at the missed opportunity for a laugh. "I'm quite surprised you two managed this place," he said, taking the card I had given him back in Mizudafu. "Are you two perhaps close to Urizen and Golden Fallen? Because I'm surprised you're not as foolish as I thought," I interrupted, catching him off guard. "All Might. How do you?" It might have been disrespectful, but we kind of overheard your conversation with that blonde girl back there, Himiko confessed, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. I could see All Might processing this information. "Are you two?" "Yes. Just as you hide your true identity, we hide ours as well," I explained. He now understood who we were and what our true profession entailed, and his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Despite knowing what you are and who I am, why did you invite me here, young man? And why are two youngsters like you in such a noble yet disrespected profession?" His question intrigued both me and Himiko, and he was right to ask. It was bold of me to invite the #1 hero into our home and headquarters. Sighs, I set down the mixer after serving a drink, glancing at him as Himiko stood beside me protectively. "You would be curious, All Might, but honestly, we weren't planning to follow you or meet you, mainly because of how busy you are with the media due to your popularity." I could tell he was connecting the dots about our previous encounter in Mizudafu before the sludge incident. "Is it about the girl or what I sensed you were really after?" he asked, and both Himiko and I were taken aback. "I'm a professional, young man. I clearly noticed what had happened before you reunited with your partner when she rescued that young man from danger. I must have anticipated that." Gilgamesh was somewhat visible, yet the sludge made it easy for people to focus on the main event. "You are absolutely correct, All Might. However, due to my professional matters, it's something confidential. Regardless, I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us, even knowing who we are and being kind enough not to imprison us," I said, hoping he would leave soon. It would be very risky if he discovered my true identity and my father's history. "Confidential, huh?" All Might replied. "I also appreciate your hospitality, young man. But next time I meet you as Urizen, I won't hesitate to take you down, along with your partner. And I'm sure you understand." I nodded in acknowledgement, aware that he meant it. Himiko instinctively nodded as well, knowing it wouldn't end well. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to us and asked, "Can I at least keep your contact information? In case we want to chat like this again?" I gestured for him to do so, and he smiled lightly before closing the door behind him, leaving me and Himiko alone. She peeked cutely from behind me. "We're not in danger anymore, are we?" she asked, visibly nervous. "Relax, Himiko. One thing is the law, another is the business of liquor and gastronomy," I replied, taking a sip from the cup I had left on the table. I knew he wouldn't take it, so I prepared it myself. Thank goodness. But speaking of business, I was caught off guard when she clung to me, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. How about you give me some service, Izuku-kun? I told you to calm down, Himiko, I exclaimed, feeling flustered as I heard her giggle in amusement. I couldn't help but feel frustrated with my demon heritage. Situations like this seemed to happen all too often. As I gathered my thoughts, I realized I would be meeting All Might again soon. It was the first time I had allowed myself to be seen in daylight as Urizen, just like Himiko. But that little girl, there was no doubt about it. Auntie Mitsuki didn't waste any time, and I was happy for Katsuki. Still, I had a feeling I would be encountering those two again. I feared this would somehow connect back to me, and knowing Mundus, he wouldn't make it easy. If Gilgamesh was out as a demon, it meant Dante was likely out of the mess too, since I was sure Gilgamesh had once been one of his devil arms. How many demons would he throw at me? And more importantly, where are you now, Nero? Muzutafu City. Izuku's POV. A couple of months had passed since my conversation with the #1 hero. Himiko and I had been busy with various activities at the Devil's Cove Smith and the bar restaurant. We had repaired over 300 machines and appliances during this time, leaving us exhausted and covered in tar from our work. I did my best while Himiko assisted me. We helped many people along the way, and at Green Valley, I became one of the main chefs in the kitchen, preparing meals that attracted a large crowd. Pros like Uwabami and the recent Woods, who had been causing some trouble, often praised my cooking. Even Woods, despite being a pain to deal with, enjoyed my meals as if they were the best thing in the world. Himiko was also praised for her ability to clean the place in a matter of minutes, making it look brand new. We both truly enjoyed our jobs. However, not everything was perfect. After our daylight appearance during the sludge event, many pros intensified their search for us, especially at night. Eraser and Midnight were particularly relentless, and other heroes like Fourth Kind and Tynema, who had a quirk that allowed him to see in the dark, were also becoming more active. Night patrols had turned into a real challenge. Indeed, it was a challenge. We encountered many Scudos, assaults, Impuzas, and even some basilisks, making our battles even more difficult. There was one instance where we had to fight an Impuza queen and several red Impuzas, along with a riot and a couple of chaos. During that fight, Himiko had to flee while I took the brunt of the attacks to defeat them, especially the Impuza queen. As a result of that day, Himiko insisted on a reward for her efforts, which I had initially resisted. But she was determined. In the end, I found myself in a situation I hadn't anticipated, and it only made her longing for me grow stronger. I had to try many times to keep her from bothering me while I slept. She wasn't happy with my decisions, yet she continued to tease me about it. Killing demons seemed to be my only solution, as she released most of her stress on them with a deadly dance of knives. I could admit that her skills could take down many seasoned fighters. Returning to the present, we were enjoying a break at the Devil's Cove. Himiko was playing with her Saros while I was testing a new combat style that combined ACI and Damascus in a duet. If I perfected it, it could make fighting demons easier for me. Our peaceful moment was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. I quickly unsummoned my devil arms and returned to my spot, while Himiko packed away her battle knives and tidied her hair before opening the door. To my surprise, standing there was All Might, though in his skeletal form, as Toga called it. "Hello there, youngsters," he greeted us. "Is something the matter, sir?" I asked, aware that revealing his hero identity outside could cause a stir. Himiko remained alert, watching his every move as he stepped inside with a neutral expression, clearly not his usual cheerful self. "Sorry to interrupt your work, but I have something to discuss with you both." This piqued our interest, and Himiko shared my curiosity. "You didn't interrupt anything, sir. We were actually quite unoccupied today. But may I ask what this something is?" I inquired, sensing it might be serious or private, given his status as a hero. "That's good to know. Now, have either of you heard about the upcoming admission exams?" he asked. "May I know why you're asking about that, All Might?" I replied, confused. Himiko and I were well aware of the exam PRD, as working in a cafe allowed us to overhear many conversations. This is something private, but I'll be teaching during this year's exams, he revealed. Both Himiko and I exchanged skeptical glances, our expressions betraying our disbelief. You, the symbol of peace. A teacher? Himiko echoed my thoughts, pointing at him with doubt. Is there something wrong with that? All Might asked, visibly offended by our reactions. Well, to be honest, you don't seem like the teaching type with how you usually act around people, I said candidly. While having him as a teacher would be an honor, I wasn't sure he had the skills to teach effectively. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, but I can't argue with you, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Himiko giggled at his reaction. But I actually came here with a message. And what is this message? I asked, already sensing it might not be good news, especially if it involved a lot of heroes. I managed to get a teaching position at UA thanks to a connection with the principal. And I may have mentioned your existence to him by accident, he confessed. Both Himiko and I face-bombed in annoyance. His carelessness was frustrating. What's the deal with that? I asked, knowing I had no choice but to face the principal of UA, which meant being in front of many heroes, including Eraserhead and Midnight. You and your partner are invited to a meeting with him at UA. This means you'll be entering hero territory, and I know you might not want to, but he insists on it. You need to be there by midday, he explained. I bumped my head against the bar in frustration. It felt like I was trapped in a difficult situation, and Himiko looked just as displeased. Sighs, what time is it, Himiko? It's almost 10 in the morning, Izuku-kun. We better get ready, I don't want to end up in trouble. Do I? No need to, All Might. I lived in Mizudafu before, so I know where you is, I replied, too frustrated to look at him. I started changing into more casual clothes, and Himiko did the same, making sure All Might was out of sight as we prepared to leave. This day was off to an ironic start. In Mizudafu City, we shifted our focus to the Bakuga household, home to the closest friends of Inko and Hisashi. Why were we here? Since the fire at the Midoriya's residence, Mitsuki had been deeply saddened. The loss of her longtime friends and their young child weighed heavily on her heart. However, not all was lost. Katsumi Bakugu, her daughter and younger sister to her son, was a source of hope for her. She represented a chance for redemption, fulfilling Inko's dream of having a sister for Izuku, especially since Inko had been unable to have another child after that. But of course, Mitsuki knew how stubborn her son was and how he was growing. Without an older figure to follow, Katsuki was often seen as the troublemaker of the family. He had a temper like hers and Katsumi's, but unlike them, he struggled to control it. She often thought of him as a little ball of energy, always ready to explode. However, her main concerns for him were deeper. She sensed that her son was troubled by the news of her friend's illness, primarily because he was convinced that his older brother was still alive somewhere in the city. This belief drove him to explore dangerous areas in search of his lost brother. Mitsuki could relate to his determination. Deep down, she harbored a small hope that perhaps one of the Midoriyas was still alive, even if her mind resisted that notion. Returning to the present, she was aware that both of her children were in the living room. She had given them a break from studying, and she was eager to hear their conversation, especially after the recent incident involving the sludge villain. Oniai-chan, stop bragging and focus on your homework, Katsumi exclaimed, clearly annoyed as she struggled with her assignments. Nonsense. You were there that day and you saw what I saw. There's no doubt I saw him. Katsuki shot back, his voice filled with conviction. Mitsuki perked up at the mention of him. Him? Don't you read the news, brother? Those two were Urizen and Golden Fallen, out in the open for the first time. They're vigilantes. Katsumi argued. I know what a vigilante is, little sister. But I am certain I saw Izuku behind that mask of Urizen. His eyes were enough for me to recognize him. Why else do you think Golden Fallen saved me? Katsuki insisted. Just because he saved you doesn't mean you should defend a vigilante. That's ridiculous, Katsuki. There's no way the Izuku you know would become a vigilante like Urizen, Especially not someone like him. Katsumi retorted. You say that, but everything we know about Urizen shows he hasn't taken a life or anything like that. He's not guilty of anything other than using his quirk without permission. But I know what I saw. Izuku was right there, and he knew it when we locked eyes. Katsuki concluded, slamming his fist on the table, signaling the end of the argument. Katsumi, knowing her brother's temper, decided to let it go as both siblings returned to their studies. Mitsuki listened to their exchange, shocked and astonished. Being Hisashi and Inko's best friend since high school, she understood better than anyone how skilled the two were and how they behaved. This included knowing Hisashi's past as Exodius, the Grim Reaper, the #1 vigilante, a fact unknown to anyone, including her husband. More importantly, she knew from Inko that Hisashi was someone extraordinary, someone whose abilities surpassed even the strongest heroes. Hearing Katsuki claim that Izuku was alive made her wonder if her hunch was more than just a coincidence. She could tell that Hisashi had trained Izuku in some way, but it didn't make sense, considering they had perished in the fire, right? Are you really out there, Izuku-in? Are you truly the Urizen people are talking about? Mitsuki pondered as she returned to her cooking, preparing a meal for her family. Mom, we're hungry, Katsuki called out. Speak to me with respect, brats. Mitsuki replied, her annoyance clear as she heard both Katsuki and Katsumi asking for food. It was evident that her daughter had picked up one of Katsuki's more irritating habits, insulting her while asking for things. Muzudafu City UA Academy. How much longer until we get there, Izuku-in? Himiko asked, her voice tinged with impatience. Be patient, Himiko. We're just a couple of miles away, Izuku replied, trying to reassure her. The two teens were on foot, making their way to UA. They had decided to walk instead of riding with the pro-hero who had invited them, wanting to avoid drawing attention to themselves. As the jewel duo of vigilantes, they were about to enter a territory filled with heroes, some of whom were actively pursuing them. Logically, it was a risky move for criminals to be surrounded by their enemies in a place that served as a headquarters for heroes. However, they had received a clear invitation, along with a warning that could jeopardize their careers. It wasn't that they were afraid, but with demons and followers of Mundus roaming freely, getting caught was not an option. While heroes like Endeavor and All Might were formidable, there were demons far more powerful, and Mundus himself was essentially a god. Izuku noticed that Himiko was nervous. She had tugged at his sleeve multiple times, seeking comfort. This gesture was endearing to him, a sign that she was uneasy about being in this place. He, on the other hand, felt more confident, knowing he could face challenges head-on. However, with All Might present, he understood that it would be unwise to provoke anyone, especially since heroes excelled at teamwork. Not wanting to take any chances, Izuku was aware that he needed to be cautious. His father had always been capable of handling himself, but Izuku preferred to stay on guard. As they walked a few miles, Himiko grew increasingly nervous. Eventually, they spotted the large barriers surrounding the facility. The building was already impressive from a distance, and Izuku felt a sense of unease. He prepared himself, knowing that the individuals inside could negate any abilities Himiko possessed, just as he had his own unique powers. After a bit more walking, they finally reached the main gate, where 3 figures awaited them. One was All Might in his civilian form, but the other 2 were more concerning. Izuku recognized Eraserhead and a small creature wrapped in a capture scarf. There was something about the creature that made Izuku even more cautious. Welcome to UA, youngsters, the small creature greeted them cheerfully, putting them slightly at ease. No need to be on guard, I'm the principal here. Principal? What exactly are you? Himiko asked, pointing at the creature, unsure if she had heard correctly. I'm a mouse? The bear? A rat? No one knows. But either way, follow us. I don't want our visitors to get lost here, the principal said, directing Eraserhead and All Might to move along. All Might cast a stern glare at the 2 teens, who returned the look, clearly not on friendly terms. They followed the adults through the facility, aware that many students were present, and knowing their arrival might spark curiosity. As they walked through the halls, they noticed students staring at them with intrigue. Izuku observed that Eraserhead's glare was effective in dispersing the curious onlookers. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they encountered Midnight, who initially appeared cheerful until she noticed them. Her expression shifted to one of clear disapproval, causing both teens to halt as the adults entered a room that Izuku recognized as the principal's lounge. He signaled to Himiko to follow him inside. Once inside, they took in their surroundings and the number of pro-heroes present. Hound Dog, Vlad King, Lunch Rush, Present Mike, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Snipe Shot, Number 13, Midnight, Eraserhead, All Might, Power Loader, and the principal. Izuku felt overwhelmed, realizing they were surrounded. He could sense Himiko's anxiety rising as she took in the scene. Before the principal could speak, Izuku noticed Midnight starting to rip the fabric around her wrist. Reacting quickly, he pointed his weapon at her, causing everyone in the room to tense up. "I'm not in the mood for a fight, so I recommend you don't provoke me, Midnight," Izuku warned, keeping his weapon steady. "Drop the gun, Urizen," Eraserhead commanded, his scarf at the ready, and the other heroes prepared to act. The principal, unfazed by the tension, cleared his throat to regain their attention. "Midnight, please take your seat. Our visitors are here without any bad intentions." "But principal, he's pointing a gun at me," Midnight protested. "It's an order," the principal replied firmly, disregarding her fear. Reluctantly, Midnight complied, taking her seat while Izuku kept his weapon ready. "Young Urizen, please lower your weapon. I apologize for the misunderstanding. They have little respect for vigilantes," the principal continued. "If you knew she might attack us, why let her enter after us?" Izuku questioned, holstering his weapon but remaining cautious. "My apologies, I forgot that you two don't have a good relationship with her or Eraser. Don't worry, they will be reprimanded if they attempt to harm you again," the principal assured, leaving the heroes in disbelief. "Please do. I don't want to take lives," Izuku replied, lowering his guard slightly and reassuring Himiko to do the same. "I know you aren't. Vigilantes aren't typically murderers like villains, and your record doesn't indicate any bloodshed, which tells me your hands are clean," the principal noted, piquing the interest of everyone present. Izuku began to connect the dots, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Who are you, and what is your reason for contacting us?" he asked, seeking clarity amidst the tension. "Chimera," Izuku said sternly, drawing the attention of the pros in the room. They exchanged glances between Izuku and their principal, who remained unfazed, especially with Izuku holding Wyvern as a sign of alert. "My manners then," the principal said, rising from his seat and moving to the center of the round table, approaching the young hero, who was ready to point Wyvern at him. "I'm Nedzu, and as you have deciphered, I am indeed a chimera. Not to say that you aren't entirely human as I see." The pros were now fully alert, and Izuku stood guard, signaling to Himiko to remain cautious. "How do you know about me?" "And again," he pointed Wyvern at him, "what are your intentions, Nedzu?" The pros were ready to spring into action, having seen their principal in what they perceived as danger. However, All Might stepped forward, signaling them to hold back, as the heroes were clearly eager to intervene. It seems your parents have forgotten to tell you about me and who I was. After all, your father, your grandfather, and I were once friends in our prime before I founded you," Nedzu said with a smile, causing Izuku to lower Wyvern slightly, curiosity peaking within him. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Flashback. "Odo-san." An 8-year-old Izuku rushed toward Hisashi, who was working on a small engine under repair. "In what can I help you now, my son?" Hisashi asked gently, setting aside his tools to lift Izuku off the ground, their eyes meeting. "Nate, did you have a friend like I do with Kaken?" "I'm very curious," young Izuku asked, surprising Hisashi with the question. "Oh well," Hisashi began, eager to share. Secrets were not an option between them, especially since he had revealed his demon heritage. "Once, when I was a kid, I had a friend who was also a fugitive from the demon realm like me." "Really?" Izuku gasped, excitement evident in his expression. "Yes. He was a warrior like me and had the ability to be reborn in other beings. He was friends with your grandpa in Sparda, and we had a great time together." But why aren't you two together then? If he was friends with Gramps and Sparda, he must be a powerful demon, Izuku asked, intrigued as he watched his father's expression shift to one of nostalgia. Well, like every adult, Galleon and I pursued our own paths. He wanted to found a school of some sort, while I stayed as Exodius and helped those in need. Events that led to your father and I meeting and falling for each other, dear. Inko chimed in, joining the conversation with a smile as she hugged both her husband and son. Wow. It would be cool to meet him, Dad. Izuku exclaimed, eager to know more about his father's friend. Well, the last time I saw him, he had already passed away. I have no idea where he might be, but perhaps destiny will allow us to meet again one day, my son. Flashbackins. Returning to the present, the pros looked confused, while All Might and Himiko shared Izuku's shock and disbelief. Izuku lowered his weapon, staring at Nedzu with a mix of emotions as the principal wore a warm smile. As I thought, you resemble your father quite a bit, young one. But your eyes and behavior. You are a combination of both your parents, Izuku, Nedzu revealed warmly, prompting Izuku to drop his gun in disbelief. Why, Galleon? Izuku stammered, and Nedzu's expression confirmed his suspicions, nearly causing him to stumble backward if not for Himiko, who was concerned for him. The pros were equally shocked. Their principal and the vigilante before them appeared to share a family connection, raising questions about Izuku's father. Meanwhile, All Might was taken aback, recalling what Nedzu had just said. The boy I just mentioned is Izuku Midoriya, and he has been missing for 10 years. All Might thought in shock, realizing that he was the boy that the girl and her brother were searching for. Have you had enough time to recover, young one? Nedzu asked, and Izuku, regaining his composure, stood up straight, clearly caught off guard. Yeah, sorry for my manners. I never expected this to happen, Izuku replied, his thoughts drifting to his father. If you were alive, you would have loved this. He returned his gaze to Nedzu, his expression serious once more. Even if I didn't expect this meeting, you haven't answered my question yet. It seems your father taught you to get straight to the point, huh, young one? Nedzu said with a hint of sarcasm, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. But you are right. I actually wanted to make an offer to you two specifically. The atmosphere shifted as everyone turned their attention to the principal, and Izuku's curiosity grew. What is it that you want to offer us, Nedzu? Izuku asked, intrigued, sensing the importance of the moment. Well, as you can see, we have started to bring in new members of the staff this year, All Might being one of them. I also did some research on your part-time jobs at your mother's cafe, Green Valley, and your father's bar, Smith and Restaurant Devil's Cove. So I thought to myself, if I had recruited the #1 hero in Japan for my installations, how about I bring in a young couple with potential as well? They should have skills in crafting, cooking, and even fighting, the principal said with a mischievous tone, glancing at the teens. Both Izuku and his companion paused for a moment, trying to grasp the meaning behind his words. Nedzu, you can't be serious. This better not be what I think it is. Izuku exclaimed, realizing that the principal was indeed serious. The other professionals shared the same silent suspense, slowly coming to the same conclusion. You must be joking, principal. There's no way I would agree to that. Midnight protested, clearly taken aback. I reluctantly accepted that this buffoon here works with us now, but these two. I don't care about your connection with this boy, I simply reject that idea, Eraserhead added, his tone firm as he expressed his disapproval. The other pros voiced their discomfort, ignoring the slight directed at the symbol of peace. This is my school and these are my rules. I have made my offer politely, and if anyone speaks negatively without my authorization, their salaries will be suspended for the upcoming semester, Nedzu declared in a stern tone, silencing the group. The pros exchanged uneasy glances, realizing they had no choice but to comply. However, Lunch Rush and Power Loader recalled part of the conversation. Wait a minute, Principal. Did you mention Green Valley Cafe and Devil's Cove? They asked, their excitement drawing the attention of everyone present. That is correct. May I ask why you are suddenly so intrigued? Nedzu inquired, genuinely curious. Green Valley and Devil's Cove are considered by the media to be among the top 5 restaurants in Japan, especially popular with the locals of Hosu and Mizudafu. Lunch Rush exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. Hey kid! Power Loader called out to Izuku, his tone filled with interest. Do you know how to craft things? Izuku proudly displayed his weapons, wyvern and ivory. Where do you think these came from? He said, a hint of pride in his voice. Power Loader's interest peaked as he realized the teen's capability in crafting usable weaponry. Anything bigger? Loader asked, eager to learn more. Well, Izuku hesitated, then revealed his shotgun, Chrono, ping it as he showcased it to Loader. This big fella is almost unused, but it's as deadly as one of your one-pointer's cannons. Midnight shivered at the thought of such firepower, while Loader's intrigue only grew. Meanwhile, Himiko felt a blush of pride, knowing that her own weapons were crafted by Izuku. Lunch Rush began to wonder when Izuku might show off his cooking skills, intrigued by the teen's talents. And with your skills as Urizen, you are clearly up for the task. So, what do you say, Izuku? Nedzu asked, observing the teen's hesitation. Izuku had already faced challenges with recent demon attacks, and the pressure was mounting. What happens if I decline? Izuku asked, sensing the tension in the room. One simple answer, you will have only 30 seconds before the alarms at UA are activated, and the pros here will have the authority to restrain you the moment you and your partner attempt to escape, Nedzu replied. I wouldn't mind taking you out of commission as well, Izuku said, summoning his weapons in a flash, causing the pros to feel a wave of intimidation. Aizawa attempted to use his quirk on him but quickly realized that Izuku was unaffected. Nedzu understood that only All Might could potentially restrain Izuku, given his heritage. He also recognized that Himiko was exceptionally skilled for a normal human, capable of handling demons and living to tell the tale. If your defensive stance is due to your business, I assure you that I won't interfere. You will have the freedom to move around UA as you please, as long as it doesn't disrupt school activities. However, your actions as a vigilante will be monitored closely by me, as I know. You have other responsibilities that require your skills, Nedzu explained, hinting at the teen's dual life. Izuku, aware of the scrutiny he would face, decided to lower his guard and unsummon his weapons, allowing the pros to relax, though their curiosity remained, especially All Might's regarding Izuku's abilities, given he was informed that the boy was quirkless. Any privileges for us working with you, Galleon? Izuku asked, emphasizing both himself and Himiko, causing the pros to flinch slightly at the implication that they didn't already have enough privileges. You will receive the benefits I mentioned, along with a standard salary, and you will assist any of the pros whenever they need it, particularly the first years in the hero courses, Nedzu replied, solidifying the arrangement. Although this meant that their identities as Urizen and Golden Fallen would remain a secret from everyone at UA, Nedzu explained that they would need to adopt more innocent and friendly names to be known by the students. Vlad and Eraser exchanged uneasy glances, concerned about having a vigilante as a partner. The same apprehension was felt by Izuku and Himiko, not because they were working with heroes, but because they had to change their alter ego names. Izuku particularly disliked this, as his name had been a blessing from his father. However, he couldn't think of a better solution. He wasn't in the mood for conflict and didn't want to involve innocent people in matters that weren't theirs. Money wasn't a concern for him, as he had earned enough from Green Valley and the Cove. His main worry was his smithing. Thanks to his father, he had access to pure Gilgamesh, a metal as strong as titanium and platinum combined, capable of transferring demonic energy through weapon crafting. He was reluctant to let such a precious resource go to waste. Still, he had a feeling that this situation might help him locate the Sparda demons more quickly. Despite his reservations, he decided to go along with it. With a sigh, he said, I just want to make sure that every day I come here, these clowns don't try to sneak up on me. Agreed. Nedzu chuckled at the pun, while the pros looked slightly annoyed by the term. Himiko stifled a giggle. Don't worry, they've been warned. If they try anything, they'll face the same consequences I mentioned, and that includes you if you decide to act up, Nedzu replied, sending shivers down their spines. The pros understood that this was not a suggestion but a requirement. Then you have my word, Galleon. Please at least set up a private office for me and her. We aren't exactly sociable around people who might catch on to our alter egos, Izuku requested. You don't need to worry about that. The students these days aren't very observant, as long as you don't act as Urizen, Nedzu assured them. Izuku nodded in agreement, feeling a bit safer. However, your work here at UA will begin in 8 months, similar to All Might's. You'll be present during the admission exams as witnesses in case anything goes wrong. I know my exams can be quite dangerous, Nedzu explained, and the teens understood. They turned toward the gate, ready to leave, but paused when they saw Eraser standing nearby. Just to clear the air, Eraser said, glaring at them, if you try anything with the students, I won't hesitate to take you both to jail, even if you aren't guilty. Izuku stepped forward, meeting Eraser's gaze. I understand, Eraserhead. But with all due respect, let's discuss our matters outside of school grounds. I wouldn't want to embarrass you in front of the students by showcasing our different power levels, Izuku replied firmly. Eraser simply observed as Izuku and Himiko left the lounge, ignoring the curious stares from the other students. Once they were gone, the pros began to argue. Principal, I can't believe you're allowing a vigilante on our grounds, 2 of them. Mike exclaimed, clearly unhappy. Not to mention they are heavily armed and experienced enough to pose a danger to our students if we're not careful. He is the feared Urizen. Snipe shot at it, sharing his concern. Plus, you've put them in a position where Eraser and I have to accept them as partners in our classes. This is a very risky idea. Vlad chimed in, expressing his doubts about having a criminal interact with the students, especially the incoming first years. All of you make valid points, but I wouldn't have made this offer if I didn't know who I was dealing with, Nedzu interrupted, as All Might remained silent. I understand he is a vigilante and that it's risky to have him in charge of inexperienced students. But as you've heard, he has no intentions of harming anyone. I know him and his father well, and they wouldn't act unless there was a very good reason. Who is his father then? One of the pros asked. His father was a noble man named Hisashi Midoriya. In behavior and attitude, they are quite alike. Young Izuku would never harm the students, no matter what happens, and he will only act if provoked, Nedzu explained as he took a seat at his desk, leaving the pros with many questions. What kind of power do they have for you to say they are dangerous? All Might finally spoke, seriousness in his tone. The other pros nodded in agreement, looking at Nedzu expectantly. The girl's quirk is called Transform. It allows her to change into anyone, regardless of gender or age, as long as she ingests a blood sample from them. The duration of the transformation depends on how much blood she consumes, Nedzu described, sending a chill through Midnight and the others. 13's revelation made it clear to the pros that she was compelled to injure someone to use her quirk. And about Izuku, he was born with the same powers as his father, but on a much larger scale. How so? Eraser asked, both he and Midnight curious about this new information, as they were 2 of the many pros pursuing the situation. His quirk, like his father's, is known as Reaper Flames. This revelation sent a chill through the room, as the pros recognized the name. He can generate lich flames with ease and can transform that intense heat into an unbearable cold that could freeze something to absolute zero. This power also allows him to heal his wounds and injuries. Not to mention, he possesses a natural superhuman strength that could rival Endeavor. Wait, you mentioned his father, but I only know of one person with that quirk, and that person is... Mike began, the atmosphere growing tense as dread settled over everyone. That's right, my fellow heroes. His father, Hisashi Midoriya, is none other than the retired #1 vigilante, Exodius, the Grim Reaper. The principal's statement sent a shiver down the spines of the pros, as they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Midnight felt a twinge of fear. All Might was the most shocked. Not only had he discovered the identity of the boy the Bakugas were searching for, but he also realized a truth that the teen might not be ready to share. Why you're telling me we've just met the #1 vigilante's child, and we didn't even know it? Ectoplasm asked, trying to maintain his composure as everyone present pondered the implications of Exodius's strength. Principal, why didn't you tell us sooner? Eraserhead pressed, eager for answers. Because if I had told you earlier, you would have started asking pointless questions about his father's whereabouts, Nezu replied, his tone both reasonable and intriguing. Pointless? Why pointless? Vlad King questioned, unconvinced by the response. The pros watched as Nedzu's expression turned sentimental. He gazed out the window, observing the horizon as he noticed the teen walking away. What I say must not be revealed to him, or you risk losing your positions, understood? He warned, leaving the others confused but ultimately agreeing to his directive. With a sigh, he continued, 3 years ago, the Midoriyas went on a nighttime trip, but they were ambushed by unknown assailants. Hisashi and Inko Midoriya were found deceased in the forest, victims of an unknown killer. Izuku was the only survivor. A somber expression spread across the pros' faces as they absorbed the weight of his words. Midnight felt particularly affected, understanding the profound impact of such a tragedy on a child. Izuku had witnessed the murder of his parents, the day Exodius and his wife had left the world. Himiko Toga, the girl beside him, is the only person left to keep him company now. As a family friend, it pains me to know this, but fate can be cruel to those who are born into unfortunate circumstances. He isn't a vigilante because his father forced him, he is one because he has no other choice. I'm not asking you to trust him, as I know he isn't exactly an ally, but I ask that you allow me to guide him onto a better path. He and young Toga have as much potential as all our students, but because of their circumstances, they have no other option. They need to learn to accept themselves within the society of their peers and rediscover what it means to be young, as their experiences have moved them into the harsh realities of adulthood. You are dismissed now. Return to your activities and classes, Nedzu instructed, his gaze still fixed on the window. The pros wanted to ask more, but they resigned themselves to their duties, leaving All Might and Nedzu alone in the room. Nedzu, is it really wise for him to go through this? There's a chance his past might catch up with him, All Might said, aware that one of the Bakugas was eager to enter UA, having learned that one of them sought the pinnacle of heroism. I'm well aware of that, Toshi, but if he avoids it for too long, it could worsen his mental health. The only way for a teen to succeed is to accept their past, their present, and define who they want to be in the future. Izuku is so focused on the future that he is forgetting his past and who he is, Nedzu explained. All Might stood from his seat, heading toward the door as he prepared to leave. Toshi, Nedzu called, prompting All Might to pause. It's not an offer, I know it's your choice, but perhaps he could be the one you are searching for. He is selfless enough to prioritize others' safety. But the decision is yours, a successor must be found beyond Mirio. Why are you telling me this, Nedzu? Or should I call you Galleon? All Might asked, genuinely curious. He couldn't leave such an important matter in someone else's hands without understanding its worth. When I first met you, the only darkness was him. But I have a feeling something darker is on the move, and the power of One for All alone may not be enough to overcome it as it did with All for One 5 years ago. Call me by either name, Toshi, we are friends, and I trust you with this. Nedzu's words lingered in the air as All Might absorbed the gravity of the situation. The thought of a looming darkness filled him with concern as he exited the room, leaving the principal alone, who then enveloped himself in a contemplative silence. But instead of the chimera rat shown, it was a large, muscular, and armored demon of strange appearance, indicating that it was as ancient as Bourghdent, a high-class demon. Izuku, the demon began, like you, I am aware that Mundus has awakened after centuries. I'm afraid that this time, without Sparda or his offspring, we won't be able to do much unless you unlock your full demon potential. Otherwise, you will be forced to rely on humanity for help. Demons have become stronger than before, and Mundus may have as well. You need to awaken your powers quickly, as powerful demons are approaching. Without your full awakening, it will be a difficult task. My promise stands clear upon your grandfather and Sparda. I will not rest until you and the last of the Spartans reach your full potential. Without either Dante or Virgil on our side, it will be a massacre for humanity, and the end of this world will come at Mundus' hands. End Chapter 4. Chapter End. Hosu City Devil's Cove, Nighttime. Izuku's POV. Another long couple of months had passed since Himiko and I were sent to UA to work part-time at various restaurants. I often wondered what All Might was thinking by revealing our existence to them in the first place. Yet I couldn't say I regretted it. During this time, I had the chance to meet my grandfather's friend, Galleon, who was disguised as the principal, Nedzu, from UA. It was quite a surprise to see him there, especially surrounded by 9 or 10 pro heroes ready to act at a moment's notice. Only All Might posed a real threat. The others were not much of a challenge, aside from ectoplasm and no. Being invited to work at UA meant being surrounded by heroes every day, including the fearsome Big Three. Himiko and I had already met them a few times. There was the brooding one with social issues at Green Valley, who was accompanied by Fat Gum, the girl with Ryukyu, who once approached us for meals at Devil's Cove, which I delivered, despite her barrage of questions, and the last encounter, which was far from pleasant. During our vigilante patrol, we found ourselves being pursued by Night Eye, the former partner of the number 1 hero. Escaping him was a challenge, especially since his quirk made him nearly untouchable for a PRD of time. I had to admit, he was a worthy opponent, one of the few who forced me to use my strength against him. Aside from our encounters with heroes, demons had become increasingly present. I faced scarecrows for the first time. They were hideous, and their blades could have easily inflicted serious harm if I hadn't trained properly. Then there were the Ravagers, which resembled robotic chainsaw-wielding demons. Himiko had sustained a minor injury from one of them, but thankfully, she was safe and healthy. I needed to keep a close eye on her, as these demons seemed desperate to hunt me down. I hadn't witnessed a public attack yet, which only confirmed my suspicions. Despite the dangers, I had begun to attract some rather curious customers in Green Valley. Lunch Rush visited our restaurant as a critic, creating quite a stir among the patrons. The pressure of serving a critic was immense, but I took charge and personally attended to him. He welcomed me like a friend, and I treated him with the utmost respect, preparing meals that delighted his taste buds. After that critical event, Lunch Rush left a glowing review and a generous payment, a portion of which my boss gave me for my efforts. We were also visited by Power Loader, who analyzed our smithing style. I had to hide some pieces of Gilgamesh, but he left with a positive impression and an invitation for us to visit the support section at UA, which Himiko and I noted for a future trip. At Devil's Cove, Galleon and Midnight visited us more than a few times. While Himiko struggled to contain her instincts around Midnight, Galleon and I engaged in several casual conversations. He shared stories from his past, recounting his time apart from my father, while I listened intently, knowing he was a powerful demon general, though not as strong as my grandfather or Sparda himself. Midnight, like many women I had met, was charmed by the cooking at Devil's Cove, even if she tried to act tough. Building a rapport with her was complicated due to our history with heroes, but Galleon praised my culinary skills, noting that, like my father, I had a knack for cooking that Sparda and his offspring lacked. These months had been challenging, 8 long months preparing to be present at UA once again, surrounded by pro heroes. Even though we had befriended 3 of them, it was still a precarious situation. But I have no choice now. Izuku had agreed to meet with All Might and Galleon at Dagoba the night before the event. What could they want now? Mizudafu City, Dagoba Beach, nighttime. At the appealing beach of Dagoba, a place where couples often came to enjoy the sea, All Might stood in confusion. I don't remember this place being this clean, he remarked, gazing at the beach that had been an illegal dump for years. Now, it sparkled like a vacation destination, leaving the number 1 pro hero utterly baffled. Beside him, Nedzu remained silent, already aware of the reason behind the transformation. It was the work of someone who had taken the initiative to clean up the area, likely as part of their physical training. "Pardon my tardiness, gentlemen," Izuku said as he approached them in casual clothing. "May I ask what the situation is?" "I appreciate you coming today, young Midoriya," All Might replied, using Izuku's surname. The teen felt a flicker of annoyance. He wasn't accustomed to being addressed so casually by a pro hero. "I realize you're not used to me using your surname, but as job partners, we need to start doing so." "Yeah," said by the number 1 hero, of course, Izuku replied sarcastically, turning to Nedzu. What's the meaning of this call, Galleon? If I remember correctly, the admission exams start in just a few hours. I'm aware of that, young Izuku, Nedzu explained. However, Toshinori and I are not part of the judging panel. That responsibility lies with the rest of the staff. I actually came here to tell you something important. And that is? Izuku asked, eager to get to the point as he glanced between the two adults, sensing another presence behind him. Lower your guard, Izuku. He's a friend, Nedzu said with a reassuring smile, aware that Izuku was ready to react defensively. The presence belonged to a man in his 40s with short black hair, dressed in a beige jacket that suggested he was a detective. Meet Naomasa Tsukachi, a respected detective in Japan. Naomasa, this is Izuku Midoriya, the kid I've told you about, All Might introduced, his serious gaze fixed on the detective. It's nice to finally meet the enigmatic Urizen, Tsukachi said, looking at Izuku closely. I must apologize for the protocol, but since you will be included in UA's school program as a tutor, we needed to ensure everything was in order regarding your background. Izuku felt a mix of emotions. He understood the necessity of the protocol, especially given his past and the complexities surrounding Toga's background. What kind of questions will you be asking me, detective? Izuku inquired, adopting a serious demeanor. Tsukachi mirrored his seriousness, ready to proceed. Some of the questions will pertain to your identity as Urizen. Would you mind if I ask them? Tsukachi asked, pulling out his notes. Izuku nodded, recognizing the importance of the moment. First question, who are you? Tsukachi began. The question caught Izuku off guard, but he understood its significance. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I used to live in Mizudafu before moving to Hosu due to an incident at my home. I adopted the name Izuku Mikumo for safety reasons, as my father has enemies. Izuku answered honestly, aware that Tsukachi would scrutinize every detail. Tsukachi noted the hesitation in Izuku's voice, sensing there was more beneath the surface. What led you to become a vigilante? He asked, his tone serious. Izuku hesitated, feeling uncomfortable but knowing he had to respond. My life as the vigilante Urizen began when an enemy of my father ambushed my family in the woods of Hosu 3 years ago. I survived, but my parents were not so fortunate. This isn't about revenge for me, it's about confronting a threat that has a history with my family. The weight of his words hung in the air, and Izuku knew this was just the beginning of a deeper conversation. Izuku spoke with a sense of urgency, aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Trust me, sending regular pro-heroes to hunt them down would be a disaster, especially him. He understood that the demonic realm and its inhabitants were merely myths to most people, and revealing their existence would likely be dismissed as a joke. But he knew the truth. Mundus had to be stopped, or the world would face dire consequences. Tsukachi's curiosity was piqued. His quirk allowed him to sense when someone was lying, and he could tell that Izuku was being honest about the threat they faced. The idea that normal heroes would be at risk if they confronted these unknown enemies intrigued him further. He made a mental note to seek more information from the young hero in the future. Why the name Urizen? Does it have a special meaning? Tsukachi inquired, genuinely interested. The name sounded unusual for a vigilante, and he wondered about its significance. Izuku shifted uncomfortably but knew he had to answer. Urizen is a name that my father used in his younger days. It typically means embodiment of conventional reason and law, but he repurposed it to mean king of justice and order in some questionable ways. I use it to instill fear in my enemies and offer hope to the innocent. Being known isn't really my specialty, especially with someone like the symbol of peace around. His words caught All Might's attention. It was clear that the name was meant to convey power, even if its origins were dubious. Tsukachi sensed the truth in Izuku's explanation. The way he wielded the name suggested a balance between order and justice, rather than mere intimidation. He had yet to take a life, but he was prepared to protect the innocent, despite his appearance resembling that of an assassin. The detective was intrigued by the young man who once went by Urizen and his connection to Exodius. Why did you recruit Himiko Toga as your partner? You know her history, right? Tsukachi asked, expecting a challenging response. Himiko's past was far from clean, and he knew accepting her would be controversial. "I know what she's done," Izuku replied, his voice steady. "She has blood on her hands, but I've spent enough time with her to understand her reasons. Society has a way of judging people based on their quirks, and it can push them to the edge. I offered her a chance to change her life, and she chose to pursue a more respectable path. I provided her with the support she desperately needed, despite how society views her." His tone held a hint of bitterness, reflecting the prejudice that often surrounded those with villainous quirks. The adults exchanged glances, feeling a mix of discomfort and respect. They couldn't deny that society often judged too harshly, driving some individuals toward darkness. Izuku's willingness to help Himiko reintegrate into society showed his commitment to redemption and rehabilitation. Since then, there had been no further incidents involving her, and she was now seen as an innocent, albeit quirky, member of the community. Netsu felt a swell of pride for Izuku. It recognized the potential for heroism in both Izuku and Himiko, despite their pasts. With the right guidance, they could become respected figures in society. "This will be my last question for now, young Midoriya," Tsukachi said, emphasizing the finality of his words. "I will have more questions later, if that's all right with you. Now, why did your father, the former #1 vigilante Exodius, the Grim Reaper, retire?" Izuku's simple answer surprised the adults. "Because of me." He took a moment, nostalgia washing over him. "He shared his past with me, revealing who he was before meeting my mother. They both promised that once I was born, his era as a vigilante would end. Exodius retired to become the best father he could be, to live a normal life with his family. Everything I know comes from them, and their loss still weighs heavily on my heart. There is no day I do not miss them, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. I won't protect my father. I know he did many things during his vigilante days. I even have his weapon, which bears the marks of many battles. To the world, he was the fearsome Exodius, the Grim Reaper, but to me he was Hisashi Midoriya, my dear father who filled my days with light. I would wait impatiently every day for him to return home, a man who was my greatest friend and the only one I truly trusted. His smile made my life worth living. Exodius represents the past for me, a path I will not follow now that he is gone. But when he was alive, every moment was a gift I cherished deeply. I shared this message with Himiko when she became my foster sister, someone who might one day see him as a role model or even a partner. The love in my words was palpable, and the adults around us could sense it from a distance. It explained the actions of Exodius. Every father who loves their children strives for their happiness, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. Hisashi was proof of that. He retired from being a vigilante to be the father I needed, a figure I respected and loved until the end of his days. It was a sign of respect, showing he sought a better life for his family, unlike others who continued down a darker path. All Might had never known love, always focused on the dangers posed by All for One. But hearing about a fellow hero who sought happiness for his child earned him an inner respect for Exodius. Although they never met when he was alive, it was perhaps for the best. Confronting him would have been unprofessional, and it might have led me to resent heroes instead of developing the complicated respect I had for them. Detective Tsukachi had no doubt now. Exodius redeemed himself through me, and the results were positive. He acknowledged that Urizen was a vigilante to be respected, not hated. "Was that all?" I asked, my serious gaze returning as impatience crept in. Himiko was a rough sleeper, and if I wasn't there for more than an hour, she would come looking for me. "For now, yes, but I'll check in a few days," Tsukachi replied, noticing my urgency. "This will be enough for you to be included in UA's grounds, but you'll need to choose your hero name. I assume you don't want us to decide for you?" I gave him a blank stare. "I'll take that as a yes. See you around, Toshi, Netsu." "Young Midoriya." "Just Izuku." "I'm not used to my surname anymore," I admitted, discomfort creeping in. The Midoriya name was considered dead now, and saying it out loud felt strange. With that, the detective left, and the atmosphere grew quiet among the three of us. "Izuku, did you clean Dagoba Beach while we weren't watching?" Himiko asked. My father and I did during my physical training years ago. It was also part of learning how to smith and repair machinery. Why do you think Devil's Cove is considered the best smith around Hosu? I replied. All Might looked shocked at my revelation, while Nedza laughed, knowing that Vermilion was quick to act. With so much debris in Dagobah, it was a perfect place for physical training, especially for smithing. No wonder the local news mentioned a clean Dagobah beach. UA Academy, front grounds, main entrance. This is such a bad idea. Both Himiko and I thought, wearing our hero training outfits, which drew the attention of many students arriving for the exams. Himiko's costume highlighted her youthful beauty while maintaining her skill in knife tactics, complemented by a mouth mask that gave her a less intimidating, yet still striking, appearance. As for me, I was dressed in an outfit that was far from my usual style, inspired by All Might but in green. My mask resembled a rabbit, and I felt out of place. I couldn't shake the frustration of how I looked. While others might find it cool, I felt it was just wrong. I held the tip of my nose in annoyance, feeling completely uncomfortable in this outfit. Like Himiko, I was the center of attention among the other students, who looked at us with curiosity and confusion. A couple of weeks passed after that intense entrance exam, and both Himiko and I agreed that Galleon's actual body was programmed with a dangerous mindset to create such formidable robots for the tests. I couldn't deny that being a hero was tough. But that incident almost cost a girl her life if it hadn't been for her intervention. The two beings she summoned, along with her own presence, made it clear that she was a descendant of Sparda. More specifically, she was Nero's descendant, the grandson of the legendary figure, and it was evident that his wife was Kairi. However, this revelation only raised more questions about whether he was alive or dead. Her powers were weaker compared to a typical hybrid, likely due to the significant amount of human DNA in her blood. Yet, with enough training, she could become a formidable demon hunter like her grandfather and great-grandfather if she successfully unlocked a devil trigger. You might wonder how I know about the devil trigger. Well, during my training with my dad, he often told me stories of Tony Redgrave, also known as Dante, and how he and his brother Virgil managed to unlock their incredible demonic powers. They unleashed their inner demons with the astonishing Sin Devil trigger, becoming as fearsome as a newly born demon lord. They were already powerful enough to challenge Mundus and more. Nero had also unlocked his devil trigger after both his uncle and father vanished into the underworld, but there were no records of him awakening his own Sin DT. Demons had become less common after the events in Redgrave centuries ago. I knew that demons had longer lifespans than humans, but Nero was a quarter demon, meaning he wouldn't have lived as long as a full-fledged demon. Kairi, being human, was the first to leave the living realm. Returning to the main point, after the exam concluded, Galleon allowed me and Himiko to leave the school to continue our work at Devil's Cove. Before we left, we overheard that Midnight would be joining us for dinner, despite knowing our vigilante status. It was a relief to know we weren't being bothered by certain individuals anymore, but as good things often go, new challenges arose. We had to contend with swarms of demons every night during patrols, and many of these demons were not the easy, lesser types like the Queen Impusa. Our growing reputation seemed to attract higher-tier professionals to our path. One of these professionals was Mirko, and she was not someone to take lightly. As the 6th-ranked hero in Japan and one of the strongest heroines in the country, her quirk, Bunny, appeared cute but was anything but harmless. A single kick from her powerful legs could end a career. I learned this the hard way when a block from my weapon sent me crashing into a wall, leaving me sore for weeks. Getting rid of her was no simple task. Top heroes had an admirable persistence that made it difficult to shake them off. We often found ourselves resorting to cartoonish hiding spots, holding our breath until she moved on, which was a challenge given her training and heightened senses. I learned from Edgeshot that in critical situations, silence is your best ally. Mirko was indeed a challenge, but the real thorn in our side was none other than the number 2 hero of Japan, Endeavor. His prideful demeanor and disregard for society made him a formidable opponent, and now he was on our tails. Thanks to my demon heritage, I was immune to all kinds of flames, including his. However, that wasn't the case for Himiko. There were many moments when I felt infuriated with Endeavor, especially when he nearly scorched her with his flames. She was always grateful to dodge his strikes, as the burns would have been severe. It was clear that he didn't hesitate to use his power to apprehend us, showing a blatant abuse of authority. His so-called hero work allowed him to act without consequence in his pursuit of villains. One day, I would confront him, regardless of Galleon's warnings. I was fed up with the times I had to check on Himiko after his reckless actions. But setting aside all my previous thoughts, I was now in the present, invited by Power Loader to visit the development studio at UA. I couldn't decline the invitation, and my curiosity was piqued. I had left Himiko in charge of the Devil's Cove and decided to go in civilian clothes, carrying a special gate card to avoid causing any commotion while entering the school. As I stood at the entrance of UA Academy in Yuzutafu City, I took a moment to appreciate the quietness of the halls during the vacation PRD. I knew that Katsuki had excelled in the entrance exam, with scores that surpassed all other participants. The girl, too, had performed well, earning some rescue points for her heroic actions, which made me proud. It was refreshing to see that Galleon valued heroism over mere competition, unlike many others who were solely focused on being the best. After a few minutes of walking through the still halls, I finally reached the large door labeled Development Studio. With a blank expression, I knocked lightly and stepped back to wait for a response. A moment later, the door slid open, revealing Power Loader, the digging hero. He greeted me with a serious yet kind tone. "Seems you've heard my call." "A polite invitation cannot be denied after such a kind request, Loader." "I may bend the rules, but I still respect everyone," I replied, maintaining a mature tone. "I can see that," he said, stepping aside. "Come in. I want to discuss this matter as soon as possible." I entered the room, bowing slightly as he closed the door behind me. Inside, I was greeted by a tidy space filled with tables covered in gadgets, tools, and materials used for constructing support items. "This is tidier than I expected," I remarked, genuinely surprised by the neatness of the room. "Well, right now there aren't any students due to the vacation PRD, but once it starts, I assure you this tidy room will be a thing of the past," he replied with a chuckle. I understood that a school like UA would have its share of tidy students and those who could be quite the handful. As a smith, I was intrigued by the high-tech environment, but I knew better than to touch anything without understanding its purpose. I preferred to wait until our conversation was over before preparing for the responsibilities of being a teacher, a role I could relate to Eraserhead. "Now you may be asking, why did I call you here?" Loader began, drawing my attention as we faced each other with serious expressions. I nodded, genuinely curious about the reason for my presence. "The thing is, I've been wondering about your skills as a smith. I won't deny that the work you did on your guns and that shotgun are impressive masterpieces. Now that you're going to be part of the UA staff like your partner, I want to see what you're capable of in various scenarios," he explained, making it clear that he meant no offense to my work. I understood that gaining the trust of the staff was essential for effective communication with both students and teachers. "What kind of scenarios are you implying, Loader?" I asked, eager to learn about the challenge. "Thanks for asking," Power Loader said, smiling as he moved to one of the tables. He handed me blueprints for 5 different gadgets, organized for clarity. "What I have for you are the blueprints for 5 items I want you to build. I will evaluate your work and see your technique." I studied the blueprints, noting the plans for the following items. Capture strings of carbonite polymer. High-resistant H&D CFFS with automatic wrist pressure. Hydraulic jack with automatic movement. Combat bow staff made of carbonite steel alloy, with retractable pistons on each side. Advanced flying gear made with titanium alloy for comfort. I was visibly surprised. This was indeed a challenge. The last 2 items were meant for combat, an area where I had some experience, but I knew it would still be demanding. "Ready to begin?" Loader asked, his tone a mix of kindness and seriousness as I considered the task ahead. A competitive smile crossed Izuku's face as he looked at the pro, who already knew the answer. "You don't have to tell me twice," he replied. With that, the building of the 5 gadgets began. The pro allowed Izuku to gather anything he wanted to create the required items, knowing that his gadgets were anything but ordinary, especially due to their unique alloy composition. After 30 minutes, Izuku completed the capture strings and eagerly tested them on a dummy provided by the pro. He was shocked and thrilled to see the newly built gadget successfully restrain the fake villain, earning him his first score. He took a 5-minute break before moving on to the next project. An hour later, the HNDCFFS were finished, and the pro looked impressed. The HNDCFFS appeared robust enough to hold a strong opponent, and they did just that. Loader found himself handcuffed for 5 minutes as Izuku playfully held the special key he had made. Though Loader didn't appreciate the prank, he recognized the humor behind it and allowed Izuku to continue working on the third gadget. After another hour, the hydraulic jack came to life. Loader tested it with various weights while Izuku skillfully manipulated the jack with a controller. To Loader's surprise, the jack successfully held up to 2 tons of weight, leaving him awestruck. The teen was exceeding all expectations, and Loader felt reassured that he had made the right choice in mentoring him. The fourth gadget took a little over 2 hours to complete, but the result intrigued Loader. The bow staff looked advanced, and he watched in amazement as Izuku manipulated it like a seasoned combatant. With a series of stabs, swings, and powerful combos against the dummy, the staff proved to be a durable weapon. Loader was left bewildered, sparkles of excitement in his eyes as he scored the gadget. Izuku mentally noted the design for a new addition, a more formidable upgrade for Toga's devil arms. The final gadget was the most challenging, taking a considerable 4 hours to complete. It was a piece of art, clearly inspired by Izuku's creativity. The jetpack featured EXO attachments that could conceal the wings beneath the armored alloy, designed to fit snugly with harnesses to keep everything in place. Loader appreciated the hero-like appearance, knowing the kind of vigilante both Exodius and Izuku, also known as Urizen, represented. Their demonic-themed equipment and attitudes were far from traditional heroism. Loader admired Izuku's ingenuity. In all his years, he had never encountered a teenager with such talent and experience, especially without a quirk. If Izuku were a student, he would not only be accepted into the hero course but would also excel in the support department. However, Loader felt a twinge of sadness knowing that Izuku's past and unique circumstances prevented him from living a normal student life, forcing him to mature quickly in a world filled with challenges. Shaking off those thoughts, Loader reviewed the scores and prepared to give his final verdict. "To be honest with you, kid, I'm jealous that your talent isn't being utilized properly," he said, presenting the score. Izuku was surprised to see he had earned an A+. But what can I say? A great artist can come from anywhere, and we might not find them unless we search for a needle in a haystack. "I'm flattered by your analysis, Power Loader," Izuku replied, glancing at the clock. "But I should get back to my job. Himiko tends to get impatient if I'm gone for more than 10 hours. Loader checked his watch and realized it was nearly 7 p.m. "Then I won't take up any more of your time, young Midoriya." From what Loader had heard from the principal, Aizawa's schedule was filled with customers since the late evening. He guided Aizawa to the entrance of the development studio, staying back as Aizawa stepped outside. "Remember, the new students will start next week, so don't be late." Aizawa-kun isn't a patient guy. Aizawa sighed, knowing that all too well from his vigilante shifts. "I know that way too well, Loader. But until then, later." He waved goodbye and sprinted toward the UA gate, realizing he was running late. "Size, Himiko is definitely going to be upset with me for being late. I'm the owner of the bar restaurant. This is going to be tough." Time skip. UA Academy. Start of classes, near 1A lounge. "Oh no. This place is a maze," a feminine voice thought in despair as she wandered through the long halls of UA. Dressed in the UA uniform, it was clear she was a new student. With brown hair and a few strands of albino tips, she looked a bit rebellious. Her attire was less polished than that of a typical UA student, lacking a necktie and with her jacket open. She wore knee-high socks and blue sneakers, with skin-tight sports shorts beneath her skirt, likely anticipating the usual distractions in a classroom. One noticeable item was a necklace that had belonged to her grandmother, along with a tattoo on her neck representing a specific order of knights her grandfather had been part of in his youth. She was of average height and had a standard appearance, which some students misjudged as delinquent, but she didn't seem to care. After running through the halls, she finally spotted the door she had been searching for. She skidded to a halt and leaped in front of it, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Was it necessary for this door to be so big? Oh well, maybe a big guy will be in my class, she thought, sliding the door open and stepping inside. But put your feet off the desk. A tall, blue-haired teen with glasses scolded a hot-headed ash blonde sitting casually on the desk, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him. What do you want, for eyes? Who are you and what school do you come from to be such an annoyance? The blonde replied with a smirk. I'm Ida Tenya, from the prestigious Sumi Junior High. The blue-haired boy introduced himself, clearly proud of his background. Huh. Sumi? So you're one of those elite students? Good, because I have a reason to take you down, Bakugo warned, grinning mischievously. Wait, crush me? Do you even hear yourself? Do you really want to be a hero with that attitude? Ida questioned, confused by Bakugo's aggressive demeanor. Just then, the new girl caught their attention as she stood in the doorway, feeling a bit uncomfortable with all the eyes on her. Great, already dealing with annoying guys, she thought, not convinced that a peaceful class environment was in her future. Hey, aren't you? Ida started, but his words drew the attention of the rest of the class, making her flinch. Thanks for exposing me, idiot, she wanted to say, but instead, she decided to keep her composure to avoid making a bad impression. Ida approached her, extending a hand. Hi, I'm Ida Tenya and I... Please stop right there. I've already heard enough, so no need to introduce yourself again, she interrupted, holding up her palm to signal him to stop. My bad then. Ida replied, bowing slightly. Would you please stop it, Ida? She said, feeling her patience wearing thin. Yep, another delinquent, she thought, sensing the vibes from the rest of the class, except for Bakugo and a bicolored-haired student who seemed to share her status. From behind her, someone called out, Hey! It's you, the girl with the weird beasts. Oh, for crying out loud, she thought, on the verge of frustration. Turning around, her expression softened as she recognized the brunette girl she had saved during the entrance exams. The teacher was right. You did pass the exam, and not only that, but you ranked second, the girl exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she gestured animatedly. Oh yeah, I forgot she was second, another student chimed in. Really? This is interesting, one student exclaimed. No way, her? Another replied, eyes wide with surprise. At least it's impressive to have the girl at the top, a third chimed in. The girl in question, with an annoyed expression, thought to herself, and now more attention. Thanks, bubbly girl. She hadn't planned to stand out so soon, but it seemed inevitable, and she had to accept that. Katsuki, overhearing the conversation, felt a spark of interest. So this girl is tough? He thought with a grin. Then I must show who is the strongest here. Hey, do you know how our classes are going to be? Or rather, who will be our homeroom teacher? I'm so nervous, the brunette said excitedly, oblivious to the girl's growing annoyance. But the girl sensed something familiar in the air. Don't tell me that. Would you cut it out with your rambling? A tired voice came from behind the door, causing the students to flinch. The brunette turned around in surprise, and the rest of the class followed suit, some with curiosity, others with indifference. What they saw was unexpected. A man in a bright yellow sleeping bag, looking at them with wide eyes that suggested he hadn't slept in days. It took you all around 8 seconds to look at me after hearing me. With such low response time, you'd already be liabilities in the job, he said, his tone flat. What is that? Some students wondered, their faces reflecting confusion and fear, while the girl thought, since when did this school admit someone like him? Welcome to you kids, the man said, pulling a juice box from the bag and slurping it. The teens were even more bewildered. Since when is a laid-back man in a sleeping bag a formal greeting? The girl thought, eager to escape the class and find a teacher to remove this hobo from their presence. The man stood up and unzipped the bag. revealing dark clothes and a peculiar scarf around his neck. For those asking, I'm Aizawa Shoda, and I'm your homeroom teacher. Most of the students thought in disbelief, but the girl finally found the courage to raise her hand, her expression unreadable. Yes. Aizawa acknowledged her. Can I protest this? Because my teacher is a hobo, she stated bluntly, causing the students to gasp at her boldness. Katsuki had to stifle a laugh. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. Straight to the point, huh? He decided to ignore the comment and pulled out PE uniforms from his bag. Take these PE uniforms and meet me at the PE grounds in 20 minutes, or else. Hi sensei. Hi. The students responded quickly, grabbing their uniforms and heading to the changing rooms, while Aizawa made his way to the PE grounds, expecting someone to appear. At the PE grounds of UA Academy, Aizawa stood with a tired yet tense expression as he addressed the teen who had arrived late. Took you long enough, he remarked. I thought you would have something more interesting planned than just a meeting at the auditorium, the teen replied, his demeanor stoic as he stood in his hero suit, aware of Aizawa's indifference to formalities. If you don't show up on time again, I won't be so lenient with you, Urizen, Aizawa warned coldly, taking his position and ignoring the teen, who was used to the reprimands. As they stood together, the teen sensed multiple figures approaching from the other side of the grounds, his new class. He recognized some familiar faces in the crowd, including the girl he had noticed earlier, who was now in her PE uniform, walking with an air of indifference despite being alongside the excited brunette. Their eyes met, and the girl seemed cautious, sensing his presence and the aura he carried. The rest of the class also noticed him, intrigued by the sight of someone their age in a hero suit. Aizawa sighed, sensing the curiosity in the air. I know you have questions about this man besides me, he began, pointing at Izuku. This is Jadius, a hero who recently joined us, and he will be my assistant and your guide. The students gazed at Izuku, their expressions a mix of curiosity and admiration. Wow, he does look kind of heroic and young, many thought as they observed him. 3 students, however, had different thoughts. He seems almost our age, the bicolored teen mused, noting Izuku's youthful appearance. Why does he feel familiar? Katsuki wondered, a sense of recognition stirring within him. Not only does he look young, another student thought suspiciously, but I can clearly sense a demonic aura from him. One that was calming both Basil and Glady down at this moment. The girl clearly had her suspicions as she sensed the teen's demonic nature, feeling a hint of danger but not one to worry excessively. I can sense both her gladius and her basilisk getting restless, Izuku thought, aware of the girl's inner aura and her struggle to keep her summons in check. A physical test? The brunette exclaimed, displeased with what she heard from Aizawa, who wanted to conduct a mock physical test on the students. But that's unfair. Life is unfair, Aizawa replied nonchalantly. Criticizing it won't change anything. He was prepared for this reaction and had no intention of scolding them further. Not to mention the demons that could appear out of nowhere and the potential threats beyond your imagination waking from their slumber, Izuku mused, knowing that Mundus was on the way. The real question was when. But what about the school presentation? Aren't we attending that? Another student protested, clearly unhappy about the situation. This is UA, a hero school. Don't expect a carefree life here, Izuku responded, cutting in before Aizawa could speak. Aizawa chose not to argue, as it was precisely what he intended to convey, though the students seemed less than pleased. These kinds of tests were common in your younger days, so you know what activities we'll be doing. The laws may seem unfair, and the use of our quirks was previously neglected in these tests. It's foolish, as we cannot properly assess your skills otherwise. Here, we will test that, Aizawa explained, then turned to Bakugu, pulling a baseball from his pocket. Bakugu, you had the highest score in the entrance exams. What was your best score in throwing the ball? 72 meters, Bakugu replied, sounding uninterested. Izuku felt a sense of satisfaction that his younger brother hadn't slacked off on his skills, nodding subtly. Aizawa tossed the ball to Bakugu, who caught it effortlessly. Then do it again, this time using your quirk. Go to the circle and throw the ball as you like, just don't step outside of it, Aizawa instructed without a hint of concern. Bakugo moved to the circle and began stretching to prepare himself. I'll just blast it off with my quirk, Katsuki thought calmly as he took his position. Shine! He shouted, launching the ball with a powerful explosion that sent it soaring into the distance, leaving most of the other students in shock. The girl, however, had her doubts. Shine? Seriously, Kaken? Shine is the best word you could think of? Izuku thought, feeling a bit disappointed in his brother's choice of words. Yet I can't deny you've become powerful enough to be a dangerous opponent for lesser demons. With the results from this test, we will calculate your scores to understand your capabilities better, Aizawa said, showing a device in his hand that displayed a distance calculator, marking 705.80 meters for Bakugo's throw. The other students were now astonished, except for two. Wow, that's amazing! 705.80. How is that even possible? No way that. Is that really surprising? Both Izuku and the girl thought, unfazed by the display, as such feats were just part of their everyday lives. Wow, this is going to be so much fun, a certain pink-skinned girl exclaimed with glee, prompting Izuku to observe with a poker face. It was at this moment that she realized she had made a mistake. Fun, huh? Then let's make it even more interesting, Aizawa said with a hint of a smile beneath his scarf, causing the students to hold their breaths. The one who scores the lowest on these tests will be deemed useless and expelled. Eesh, several students exclaimed, disheartened and shocked by the announcement. Izuku turned to the pink-skinned girl with a poker face. Thanks for nothing, alien girl. I didn't mean to, she stammered. Seems this day is going to bring a lot of surprises, Izuku thought, anticipating the challenges ahead and the opportunity to learn more about his classmates' quirks. But that is a story for another day. UA Academy PE Grounds. Izuku's POV. Well, what do you know? This day is full of new experiences, especially as I have to endure Eraserhead's morning routine of, don't mess with me, or, leave me alone. Despite that, things are going well. I now have a clearer understanding of what Class 1A is capable of and how I can assist Mr. Hobo Man here in improving. First up was the 50-meter run. Quite simple, really. I noticed some students were in their element, like Tenya Ida, who zipped through in just 3.06 seconds. Fast, but not impressive compared to what his brother Ingenium is capable of. Next was a girl who resembled a frog, completing the run in 5.29 seconds, average but nothing extraordinary. Mashireo Ojiro, another student with a tail, managed 5.54 seconds, which was normal. Yurako Chako, with her zero-gravity quirk, took 7.24 seconds, indicating she had room for improvement. Then came the pink girl who had sparked this whole mess, along with a flamboyant student who barely finished in 8.09 seconds because he stopped midway. The girl was agile but not impressive enough to stand out. Still, her optimistic demeanor was evident. If I could call her that. More than 2 seconds and you get a stomach ache. Sometimes, you just have to question your own intelligence. Now, it came down to something more interesting. Kaken and Sparda's great-granddaughter. Thanks to this paper, I discovered her name is Kairi Sparda, just like her mother. I blinked twice. Of course, she would go for the flying technique, you little Kaken. A score of 4.86 is acceptable if you fly. But I was impressed with her. She managed to achieve a time of 3.65 seconds using her own physical capabilities. Guess you weren't expecting that, huh, Kaken? The rest were average in their own ways, but nothing out of the ordinary, so I shifted my focus to the next task, grip strength. As expected, being part of a demon family, she had superhuman strength, managing around 578 kilograms of grip strength. But guess what, Kairi? For your misfortune, there will always be someone stronger in certain feats, and this time, a guy named Shoji surpassed her thanks to his 6 muscular arms. Well, you could improve if you train better. Distance jump. Average. Some use their quirks to propel themselves over 50 meters, but Kairi surprised me by executing an air dash that propelled her to 45 meters. Nothing too special. Sideways jumps. I won't deny that it was clever for that smaller student to use his quirk that way, but I found it rather slow. Other than that, the rest were average. Now that we were nearing the ball throw, and ignoring the fact that Uraraka had sent her ball far beyond expectations, I was eager to see what Kairi would do. "Alright, Sparda Kairi, your turn," Aizawa said with his usual tone as he tossed the ball toward her. She caught it and stepped into the circle where the test was being conducted, while the other students began to chatter. "I wonder what kind of score Sparda-chan will get," Uraraka said, standing next to Tenya and Bakugu, both of whom were also watching her closely. "In all honesty, I haven't seen her use her quirk yet, but so far, her scores have been acceptable. Not to mention, her strength is quite unusual for a summoning-type quirk," Tenya explained, observing as Kairi began to stretch for the ball throw, while Katsuki's gaze remained fixed on her. "A summoning quirk? With that kind of strength and speed? That's hard to believe. I want to see it for myself," Katsuki thought, feeling a bit annoyed. It wasn't normal for someone with a summoning quirk to possess such impressive physical abilities. Kairi thought to herself, "She's holding back on purpose because of me, isn't she?" She noticed Aizawa watching her closely. "Here goes," Kairi exclaimed as she threw the ball with all her might. The ball flew surprisingly far, and the students behind her could see it soaring through the air before it began to descend. 465 meters, a red-haired boy exclaimed in surprise as Kairi returned to her normal stance. "Well, that," Kairi started, but was interrupted by Aizawa. "That makes it?" Kairi paused, noticing Aizawa's hair beginning to levitate, along with the scarf around his neck. Kairi felt a chill run down her spine as she instinctively took a step back, not wanting to be caught in his quirk. "I did throw the ball, though," Kairi protested, confused by Aizawa's tone. Suddenly, she was yanked toward him by the scarf he used as a lash, leaving her alert and shocked, just like the rest of the class. "I saw your development at the entrance exam, Sparda, and I know you're hiding your potential on purpose. Those creatures are your summons, aren't they? Then show them." Sensei?" Kairi began, but Aizawa cut her off. "No excuses, Sparda. This test is meant to analyze the limits of your quirk, and you're not showing it. Dare to hold back again, and you'll be expelled. Do it again, this time with your quirk." Aizawa finished his lecture and released her, leaving Kairi frustrated and in a tricky situation. She wanted to show her classmates her abilities, but the presence of the teen was making her summons restless. If she summoned them, they might attack him, putting her in a dilemma. As she returned to the circle with another ball, the rest of the class was filled with worry and intrigue. It was true she hadn't shown her quirk yet, but the threat of expulsion for not demonstrating it felt unfair. However, arguing against their teacher would only cause more trouble. "Those two won't obey until I show them they are safe, will they?" "Well, this is complicated," Kairi thought. "Eraser," the teen called out, capturing Aizawa's attention as well as the rest of the class, especially Kairi's. "Allow me to handle this and don't interfere. I know you're eager to step in." "What are you planning?" Aizawa glared. "Trust me. I won't do anything to hurt her or her summons," Izuku replied, as Aizawa remained poised to intervene. But as a teacher, he had to reluctantly agree to his idea, as Izuku now stood meters in front of Kairi. "Is he serious?" Kairi thought to herself in shock, unable to believe what she had just heard. She looked at Izuku, visibly surprised. "Sparda-san, am I right?" Izuku asked, capturing her attention. "I know why you won't use your quirk, and you know what you need to do, so don't hold back." He gazed directly into her eyes, the sincerity of his words evident. Kairi was clearly astonished by his confidence. "He is serious," she thought, grappling with her internal conflict. "I can barely trust this guy. My instincts tell me he's dangerous, just like Basil and Glades, who would go wild against him. But can I trust him? He must have noticed that they will attack him. Sighs, but right now, this guy is watching me, and if I don't act, he'll send me back to where I belong, and I don't want that." "So she does lack some control over them, huh?" Izuku mused, observing her visible insecurity. Sighs, "Guess I'll have to teach her a lesson." "All right," Kairi said, taking a deep breath. "Just don't blame me if they attack you." "No worries. Just do it," Izuku reassured her, getting into position, ready for her to release her summons, her demonic partners. What are they talking about? Both the teacher and students wondered, confused by the exchange. Kairi took a deep breath, raising both her arms. A bluish aura surrounded her, and a magic circle appeared on the ground, causing the students to tense, while Aizawa remained calm. Izuku showed no signs of intimidation, clearly unfazed by the display. As the lights faded, two figures emerged beside her, capturing the class's attention. Izuku recognized them immediately. For him, they were not surprising at all. He had faced far worse than just a basilisk and a gladius. What are those? Most of the students thought, initially curious about the summoning. But as the figures appeared, they were taken aback, Aizawa included, as both creatures entered a defensive stance. Basil growled loudly, and the gladius hissed in warning. Whoa, calm down both of you, Kairi said, alarmed as she tried to soothe them, visibly worried about their behavior. Despite her efforts, they became more anxious and aggressive. As I thought. She has no total control over them, Izuku observed, noting their defensive behavior. Recognized it as normal for someone inexperienced in taming such creatures. Basil, Glady, calm down, Kairi urged, her worry growing as her partners seemed eager to attack, with Basil barking defensively. Let them, Izuku said suddenly, without a hint of doubt or fear, shocking some of the onlookers. Are you nuts? They're dangerous, Kairi exclaimed, struggling to understand his nonchalant attitude. I'm aware. And I insist, Izuku replied, standing firm. Kairi was torn between lecturing him and losing her temper at his unbelievable calmness. But she remembered that he was a teacher, experienced in handling situations like this. She sensed a demonic presence within him, which gave her a slight sense of trust that he might know how to deal with demons. So, with a reluctant nod, she released her partners. The moment she did, Basil and Glady charged at Izuku, clearly intending to attack. Is he not scared at all? Most of the students thought, their worry palpable as the intimidating beasts approached, except for the bicolored-haired teen and Katsuki, who watched closely. Glady spun rapidly, transforming into its blade form just a few meters away from him, while Basil prepared to attack with its fiery fangs. But before Aizawa or Kairi could intervene, Izuku whispered to himself, "It seems I need to teach you quite a few lessons, Sparda-san," remaining unfazed as he anticipated their moves. In a matter of seconds, the classroom was stunned. As Glady attempted to slash Izuku, he leaned aside to dodge the attack, grabbing its neck with one hand while using his other hand to catch Basil's head. With a swift motion, he slammed Glady onto Basil, pinning them both to the ground without causing serious injury. Glaring at the demons, Izuku said in an intimidating tone, "Steady." He released a hint of bloodlust, causing both creatures to flinch and calm down. He's asserting Demps. Through fear. Kairi thought, realizing her partners were visibly afraid. He responded with the same answer they had given, asserting Demps through respect. Lowering his guard, he showed them that he was in authority. Let them be, Jadius. They've already learned their lesson, Eraserhead mentioned in his usual tone. The teen agreed, releasing his grip on them as they both stood, or rather floated, gently again, now relaxed and passive. Go back to your familiar, she requires your aid, Izuku ordered. The two demons bowed in respect and headed toward Kairi, who was both amused and astonished, trying to comprehend the situation that had just unfolded. The rest of the class shared her surprise, all wondering what kind of trick he had used to tame such dangerous and fascinating creatures so easily. Now that your main issue is secured, proceed with the task. We don't have all day, Aizawa said, regaining his calculating device. This was a sign for Kairi to continue, and she caught another softball that Izuku had thrown her, focusing intently on her target. Well, that sure helped, but I seriously need to know who this guy is, she thought as she made eye contact with Basil, the basilisk, who understood her command and took aim. Kairi also prepared to throw. Here she comes again, the pink-skinned girl exclaimed excitedly, while most of the enthusiastic students anticipated the upcoming throw, others observing more calmly. Go Basil! Kairi shouted, throwing the ball farther than before. The class was surprised by her inhuman strength. The shock came when her familiar, now known to them as Basil, aimed at the flying object and blasted its head like a cannonball. The projectile caught up with the ball just in time, propelling it even farther until it disappeared from sight, exploding after a few seconds while Basil restored another head, allowing Kyrie a moment to rest. 1.08 kilometers, a voice announced. What the? That far? A yellow-haired teen with a black streak exclaimed, astonished. The class was equally shocked by that distance, surpassing Katsuki, who looked visibly taken aback. Now that's what I'm talking about, Izuku thought, grinning. What is this guy grinning about? He wondered, slightly annoyed by Aizawa's unexpected smile, something entirely alien to him. Sensei. Both teachers turned their attention to Kyrie, who looked at them with determination. Basil sat loyally beside her while Glady floated nearby, also watching them. You wanted my best. Here you have it, she declared with a hint of pride, clearly excited and ready to continue. Your call, Eraser, Aizawa said, smirking beneath his mask. Don't get too confident yet, Urizen, he whispered, glaring slightly. What a boomer, the vigilante muttered, backing off from the teacher. Their relationship was clearly complicated, but Aizawa moved on, continuing with the rest of the activities while Izuku analyzed the situation as the test progressed. Time skip. After the remaining activities, sit-ups, bent downs, and lap runs, everyone gathered again at the main PE field, skeptical as they awaited the results from Aizawa. Izuku relaxed at the back, mentally counting the class and registering their names. According to the tests, your results will be shown now, Aizawa said tiredly, activating a hologram. The first place is at the top, followed by second and third until we reach the last number. You know what that means. He displayed the score tables, revealing the students' first limits to one another. Shoto Todoroki, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kairi Sparda, Katsuki Bakugu, Minoru Mineta. No! I had such a wonderful future ahead. The small student cried out in defeat, lamenting his missed chance to become a hero. Izuku thought, I wonder what kind of future you were planning, considering how you looked at the girls with no shame at all. He felt slightly annoyed by Mineta's behavior, while Kairi relaxed a bit, chatting with Uraraka and Ida. The pink-skinned girl was also ignoring the situation, clearly aware of Mineta's inappropriate gaze, which annoyed her. About the expulsion. I was lying, Aizawa announced. Most of the class, relieved to be at UA unlike Mineta, exclaimed in shock at this revelation. I knew it was a lie from the beginning. I thought you all caught on, an onyx-haired girl said, slightly confused. It was clear that not everyone had realized it, as some wore expressions that said, you could have told us earlier. A technical lie, huh? That's something only a hobo would do, Kairi thought, sensing Aizawa's annoyance as he picked up on her comment. That wasn't exactly a lie, she mused, glancing at Aizawa. I know Eraser is always honest in his words. So, you do see them as having potential, huh, Eraser? Izuku never expected the cold man who seemed indifferent to normalcy to have a soft spot. As he observed Aizawa dismiss the class, the students filed back to the changing rooms to retrieve their uniforms and prepare to head home, leaving Izuku and Aizawa in a heavy silence. Tomorrow morning at the time specified in the schedule. Be late and you will face the consequences, Urizen. Aizawa shot a glare at Izuku. You may be my assistant, but my trust in you is as fragile as ever. Don't provoke me. With that, Aizawa departed, leaving Izuku to ponder the pro-hero's words as he made his way to the teacher's lounge to record the class's test scores. Izuku sighed. I understand your frustration, Eraser, but I made a promise to Galleon, and I intend to keep it. You might see me as your enemy, and that's fair, but let's not drag our students into our conflicts. Those issues belong outside of school. As he headed toward the facilities, he prepared to wait for Himiko to finish, knowing their schedule was tight. A girl lingered behind, her mind racing. Urizen? I think I've heard that name before. I suspected those two didn't get along, but this guy seems suspicious, especially since Jadius doesn't exist on the hero chart. I'll find out who you are, Urizen. You seem just like me. Tomorrow promised to bring new challenges. Himiko sighed, boredom washing over her. This is so dull. I don't know how Izuku-en puts up with these annoying kids, especially Nito Monoma. This meeting in the auditorium feels just like the ones from my school days, but here, it's filled with so many pro-heroes that it's honestly intimidating. I know Izuku-en and Mr. Mouse are here to protect us, but I can feel the tension directed at me, especially from the teacher I assisted. Later that night, Izuku reflected on the day. Well, what a day that was. He and Himiko were back at Devil's Cove after their time at UA. Compared to their usual work, the day hadn't been stressful. Just like there were various types of students, there were also different kinds of customers. Hey girl, bring me another drink, a drunken patron called out. Coming. Himiko replied, grabbing some beers and heading to the table filled with men enjoying a raucous party after what was likely a long shift. Izuku knew Himiko could handle herself, but he couldn't help but worry about the attention she attracted from the rowdy crowd. He had to keep his thoughts in check, especially since Himiko had made it clear in her letters that she considered him hers. He recalled reading in one of her diaries that she had a soft spot for cute girls, but that was her personal business. As the attractive bartender, Izuku prepared a mojito and other drinks, then grabbed a tray to head to one of the private rooms they had at the cove, reserved for customers seeking a more exclusive experience. He knocked on the door to announce his presence. After a moment, it opened to reveal Power Loader, who let him in. Inside were several pro-heroes, including Galleon, in his Netsu form, along with Tashinori, Lunch Rush, Ectoplasm, Present Mike, and Midnight. Took you quite some time, Mr. Midoriya, Galleon remarked. My apologies, Netsu. With just me and Himiko, it's challenging to manage all the customers, as you can imagine. No need to worry, Izuku. The demands of a job like this are strict, and I have no complaints, Galleon reassured him, gesturing toward Lunch Rush. He understands. I'm aware, Lunch Rush replied, setting down the tray. Feeding an entire school of over 500 students daily is much harder than serving 50 to 100 customers. Nevertheless, I'm impressed by your skills. Your cooking and drink preparation are exceptional, Galleon praised. I enjoyed your food immensely. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed. Thanks. Although I know I could improve on food presentation compared to some top restaurants. Are you kidding? Even something as simple as the Devil Angelo burger is a masterpiece. It's like indulging in temptation or experiencing pure bliss with every bite. And your Limbo's mojito is incredibly refreshing, Lunch Rush added, taking a sip. You clearly have my respect, young Izuku, Galleon said, his tone serious yet encouraging. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, embarrassed by the praise. He wasn't accustomed to receiving compliments, especially about his cooking. He knew his dishes were well received. Every time someone tasted his food or drink, they devoured it quickly, leaving nothing but an empty plate behind. As he focused on the conversation, he sent a message to Himiko, asking her to handle a task while he addressed the main reason for their gathering. The atmosphere shifted as everyone took their seats, their expressions turning serious. Now, to what we came for, young Izuku, Galleon began, gesturing for him to sit and listen. From what I've heard from both Vlad and Aizawa, your development in class has been commendable. You made the situation easier for them without causing any interruptions. However, I noticed you seem to have a particular interest in young Sparda, specifically Kairi Sparda. Can you share your thoughts on that? Izuku understood the implications behind Galleon's words, but he knew the others wouldn't believe the truth. It seemed Galleon intended to redirect their attention away from him. With all due respect, Netsu, and to all of you, he leaned forward, I've seen many quirks and powers, and what I observe in Kairi is unique. Her summoning quirk is something to admire. However, from what I witnessed during the recent test, she has some flaws that I believe I can help her improve. It may seem selfish, but I truly believe she possesses a power that many would seek and fear. If harnessed for the right reasons, it could bring hope in dire situations. A few of them looked surprised by his answer, but Izuku noticed a glimmer of understanding in some eyes, including Galleon's. They recognized the deeper meaning behind his words, especially considering the sacrifices Kairi's grandfather made for the greater good. As I expected from you, young Midoriya, Galleon said, standing up. I knew you would see what I saw. However, my main concern isn't just about them. He pointed at Izuku and Himiko. It's about you too. Us too? Himiko and I? Izuku asked, curious. Correct, young Midoriya, Galleon replied, his gaze serious. As you know, we are trained enough for academic purposes. He pointed at Toshinori, though he is just beginning. You two are also our responsibility. It's part of our role as staff to help you and your friend in developing teaching skills, which is why we asked you to assist Aizawa and Vlad in this new generation of hero courses. Even though our relationship isn't the best due to our vigilante background? Izuku stated honestly, knowing that Aizawa had a clear disdain for him. Yes, despite that, Galleon confirmed, not helping the situation. Izuku noticed Midnight's discomfort at the mention of Aizawa's attitude, as if she wanted to change the narrative. We know you don't have the best relationship with Aizawa-kun. But don't worry. In time, he will learn to trust you, Present Mike chimed in, attempting to lighten the mood. Izuku sighed, feeling uncertain but willing to follow along. He could sense that Aizawa had seen potential in their students, which was surprising given his reputation for expelling entire classes deemed unworthy. But anyway, young Midoriya, Galleon continued, standing up again, as you can see in the schedule, I will have my debut class with your class tomorrow, and I have something planned. Will you help me? This matter is important. The rest of the group was taken aback, especially when Toshinori mentioned the importance of the details. Izuku felt intrigued, wondering what Galleon had in mind. I'm listening, he said, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. He had no idea that this plan would not sit well with Aizawa, who would surely find out, leading to potential trouble for him. The next day at UA Academy, the formal classes began for Class 1A. Izuku found himself in the classroom, just another student, but ready to assist the teacher if needed. All right, in which sentence is the personal pronoun misplaced? Present Mike asked, writing 4 sentences on the blackboard and awaiting a response from the students. Izuku thought to himself, the personal pronoun is misplaced in the 3rd one. Seriously, is this what we call studies? My father had to teach me Italian and even devil speech, which were quite the challenges. I thought to myself, bored, as I was already aware that this was far from easy for me. My father, Hisashi, was determined to ensure I received a perfect education, even though I wasn't attending classes like other students. At least I wasn't the only one in this class who knew the material. I noticed Kaken raising his hand, ready to answer the question posed by the teacher. It was clear he was eager to show off his knowledge. Lunchtime was no different. I observed Lunch Rush as he presented himself to some students from Class 1A, including Uraraka, Ida, and surprisingly, Kairi, who seemed unfazed by the pro-hero's presence and was focused on her lunch. I was sitting at a table out of sight with Himiko, who was devouring her meal with enthusiasm, while I took my time. Some attentive students from both Class 1A and 1B noticed us, particularly Katsuki and Kendo, who found it curious to see us together. However, their interest didn't seem to provide any comfort. The moment we had all been waiting for arrived, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as classes resumed, especially with the subject everyone anticipated the most, heroic class. I am. The class buzzed with excitement as a familiar, imposing voice echoed through the room. I had been taking a nap before the interruption, but I quickly woke up, walking through the door like a normal person. A well-known bulky blonde man exclaimed as he entered in a rather unconventional manner, leaving me puzzled. When in the world was that a normal way to enter a room? I had no comments, not even a clue about why the pro would choose to make such an entrance. Wait, it's All Might. So it wasn't just a rumor? The real thing is here. Just his presence gives me chills. That suit is from the Silver Era, right? I couldn't help but think, why is no one questioning this? It's just because it's the almighty All Might. What a bunch of airheads, unable to see the absurdity of it all. But I wasn't the only one thinking that. Kairi blinked in disbelief, also questioning the logic behind All Might's entrance. Was he really the famous #1 hero? Did he not understand what normality meant? Good morning to all of you young students. As you can see, I'm the teacher in charge of heroic classes, and for today, I have something you might be eagerly awaiting. He pulled out a card and revealed, Combat Training. Both Kairi and Katsuki grinned with excitement, Katsuki's enthusiasm more apparent, but it was clear Kairi was also looking forward to it, her body language eager for a challenge. Combat training out of the blue? That's interesting. But why would All Might need my help? I pondered, wondering what role I would play in this physical test. It was clear I hadn't been informed about my responsibilities, and the question lingered in my mind. For this class, we are going to ground beta, but unlike with Aizawa, you will use these. All Might pressed a button on a controller, directing it toward one of the walls in the room. Suddenly, racks emerged, displaying gray, hard cases with numbers corresponding to each student. Watch what you're doing, meathead, I exclaimed, surprising the class, who hadn't expected such a reaction from someone considered a hero. Oh, sorry, young Jadius. I should have warned you beforehand, All Might replied, slightly taken aback. Just continue with your business, I said, walking past him toward the door, visibly annoyed by the near mishap. I ignored the curious gazes of my classmates. Wow. I never knew someone could insult All Might so openly, one student whispered. Well, considering the situation, it's fair he would be upset if he didn't know about those racks, another replied. But he just insulted the #1 hero. Did you hear what he said? Someone else chimed in. If I were him, I'd be angry too. Thank goodness he had good reflexes, or he could have gotten hurt, a student added. The chatter continued until All Might cleared his throat to regain their attention. I apologize for that little show, but please take your cases. They are the suits made based on your notes and data previously provided to the school. Go, and we will meet back at ground beta in 20 minutes. All Might commanded. The students shrugged off the previous situation and grabbed their cases before leaving the classroom. A few of them glanced at Izuku, who met their gazes with a hint of intimidation, prompting them to continue with their assigned tasks. You better tell me what you're planning with this class, All Might, and I'll take that as your apology. Even if I've faced stronger things, this is still a nuisance to my day. Izuku said, glaring at All Might. I already said sorry, young Jadius. There's no need to be unnecessarily angry right now, All Might replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Tell that to yourself until you believe it. Izuku shot back, turning away as he headed toward the location for the class, an embarrassed All Might trailing behind him. It was not the best start to their communication. As the class prepared to begin, they arrived at ground beta. Whoa. Let me reread that so I can understand. You're telling me I'm going to work as an outsider threat in this task? Aizawa warned me that I'm forbidden from hurting any of the students. Are you trying to get me in trouble with the Eraserhead? Izuku exclaimed, clearly upset as he learned about his role in today's class. In simple terms, he was to act as the unwanted danger during the activities, demonstrating a vigilante assault scenario for the students. While it was a clever tactic to help them develop their reflexes, Izuku found it ridiculous, especially since he was just being told the basics of the task. I'm deeply sorry, young Midoriya, but this isn't exactly my idea. I'm just following orders. All Might stammered, raising his hands defensively. From who? Because I doubt Eraserhead would allow that to happen. Izuku replied sarcastically, knowing he would face consequences if he caused real harm. The principal, young Midoriya. All Might said, looking nervous. Izuku was torn between wanting to have a serious discussion with Nizu or asking for a clear certificate of protection, knowing Aizawa would likely give him a stern lecture if he was pursued as Urizen. You better not make me do something crazy, Izuku said in defeat, turning his attention to the main gate of ground beta, while All Might tried to regain his imposing posture. After a few moments, footsteps echoed, and All Might straightened up, while Izuku waited with his arms crossed. Thanks to his keen eyesight, he could make out details of the approaching figures. Not going to lie, some of them have interesting ideas for hero suits. But others are clearly generic. Ida and that other student look like they're wearing diapers. Izuku thought, amusement mixed with confusion. From now on, make this your omen, kids. The costume makes the hero. And right now, you are heroes. All Might announced as the students became visible. Katsuki stood at the front in an imposing suit that Izuku found suitable, even if it didn't match the fashion sense of someone like Best Jeanist. Izuku raised an eyebrow at All Might's comment, clearly questioning it, but the pro shrugged it off, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Is everyone here already? So we can? Izuku began. Hold on, sensei. Sparda-san's missing. Uraraka interrupted, drawing attention to the absence. Huh? Who's missing? All Might asked, his tone suddenly aggressive. Uraraka flinched slightly, and the students turned to the dark tunnel they had just passed through. A feminine presence began to emerge, stylish boots being the first thing visible. As more of her came into view, the students' surprise grew, and All Might's curiosity was evident. She wore a stunning outfit that accentuated her figure, but what caught everyone's attention was the weapon on her back. Izuku recognized the suit, reminiscent of the old Order of the Sword, a tale from Nero. It seems she did copy your style, huh, Nero? Like father, like son, Izuku thought to himself, admiring her appearance. And it looks like she has a personalized Durandal, just like you. Despite being similar to Red Queen, it has her own unique touch. Sorry for the delay. I just wanted to make sure this bad girl was perfect. Kairi said, holding her blade elegantly. The students watched her with a mix of awe and curiosity. Holy cow! That's a huge sword, one thought. How in the world did they allow a sword as her equipment? Another wondered. She looks incredible. She seems a bit naive. Is that sword safe at all? Honestly, she looks amazing. More thoughts were exchanged among the group as they observed her, and she could feel their gazes. What? I'm not a show, you know. Oh, you definitely are. Huh? Want to say that again, Pikachu? The teen flinched at Kairi's warning, stepping back to avoid becoming a target for her sword. One of the girls watched with amusement at the boy's misfortune. Wow, Sparda-san. You look amazing. Uraraka exclaimed as she approached Kairi with excitement. Of course I do. But what are you wearing? Kairi asked, noticing Uraraka's outfit. I kind of made a mistake while ordering my suit. I didn't clarify the measurements, so it ended up being skin tight. I should have checked that first, Uraraka admitted, embarrassed. Yeah, you should have. I love you, eh? The teen struggled to hold back laughter as Kairi smacked Mineta, who had clearly heard her sarcasm. Most of the boys flinched, except for Katsuki, who was laughing heartily at the scene. Try anything, and you'll be in big trouble. Kairi warned. Is he all right? Uraraka asked nervously as she watched the scene unfold. He's not dead. So he's fine. Kairi replied. What part of that is fine? Most of the girls and others exclaimed, while Izuku tried to suppress his laughter, contrasting with All Might, who was sweating at the antics. Okay, enough drama. Mr. Number 1 has class to conduct. Izuku said, drawing the attention of the class. Kairi sheathed her sword, focusing on him, while All Might returned to the moment. Thanks for that, Jadius. All right, students, today we have a special way to start this class. All Might announced, prompting a flurry of questions from the class. Is it going to be like Aizawa-sensei, where the lowest will be expelled? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Are we fighting robots like in the entrance exam? Can we take out our classmates? Isn't this cap-dazzling? Silence. Izuku interrupted, clearly exasperated. I know you're excited, but let the teacher speak. He hasn't even finished explaining yet. Most students, especially the girls, fell silent, feeling a bit ashamed of their behavior. Kairi, however, remained quiet, observing the situation with a hint of respect for the teacher, though she still had a rebellious streak. Thanks again, Ja. For the love of... Get to the point already. Izuku exclaimed, desperate for All Might to continue. The pro-hero fell silent, checking his notes, while everyone stared in shock. It wasn't every day someone spoke up to the number 1 hero. Kairi chuckled at the antics. Okay, the villains have hidden a bomb in their hideout, and the heroes must stop them before it's too late. In this lesson, there will be 2 villains and 2 heroes. The villains must work together to prevent the heroes from retrieving the bomb or capturing them, either by wasting time or incapacitating them. The hero's job is to retrieve the bomb safely or capture the villains. You will have limited time, and if time runs out, the bomb will explode. Beware, this activity will involve physical confrontations. With Aizawa, you learned your limits, now you'll test your strength against each other. Use your strength wisely, or you might seriously injure your classmates. Izuku glanced at Katsuki. So no, Bakug, you cannot kill your opponent. Katsuki scowled, annoyed at being called out, while the others absorbed the information, realizing this time it would be serious. But here's the exciting part of this activity. All Might continued, regaining their attention. First, as you heard, this will be in pairs, and each pair will fight another. The pairings will be decided by drawing lots. He held up a box. You will draw a paper, and then your pairings will be chosen. Some students had questions about the process but chose to keep them to themselves, sensing it was standard procedure in hero work. I will do my best to work with you, Sparda-san, said the onyx-haired girl in a revealing costume, bowing respectfully to Kairi, her partner. Are you not concerned about your outfit? Kairi asked, raising an eyebrow. It's because of my quirk, not because I want to. I'm actually shy about dressing like this. Please forgive me if I disappoint you, the girl replied, blushing. No worries, you've said enough. Kairi reassured her. Uraraka thought nervously to herself, why did I end up with him of all people? She glanced at Mineta, who was still dazed from Kairi's earlier smack but wore a perverted grin at his luck. Now, All Might said, taking 2 boxes, one marked for hero and the other for villain. Let us decide which teams will face off first. He drew 2 spheres, and the class watched with intrigue. Team A and F. Chapter 8. A will be heroes and F villains. The excitement in the classroom was palpable. Perfect. Now I have to show that sword gal who's boss, one student exclaimed with a grin. Another, maintaining a serious demeanor, added, Great, I've got to fight the first opponent. Suddenly, All Might's voice broke through the chatter, catching everyone off guard. But I haven't told you everything yet, I just explained one of the 2 things. The pro-hero wore a grin of excitement, knowing he had a surprise in store for the class. I did mention heroes and villains, but there's something else that sometimes happens in our line of work. The students turned their full attention to him, intrigued. As you may have heard, there are times when an uninvited ally or foe appears during missions. These individuals often break the law of illegal quirk usage, without permission and for uncertain purposes. I hope some of you understand what I mean. Confusion spread across the room, but 4 students seemed to grasp the concept, their reactions ranging from surprise to thrill. One of them, a bi-haired teen partially covered in ice, raised his hand. Sensei, are you talking about vigilantes? Because I'm aware of what this guy Urizen has been doing recently. Izuku stiffened, surprised that his alias was mentioned so casually. All Might, too, was taken aback by the students' knowledge on the topic. Many students exchanged glances, some shivering at the mention of the name while others appeared intrigued. I'm surprised you know about that, young Todoroki, but yes, that's exactly what I mean. Izuku felt a surge of annoyance at hearing the surname. Todoroki, which reminded him of the fiery rival pursuing him and Himiko. But sensei, why are you implying this? Tenya asked, clearly intrigued. This time, All Might wasn't the one to respond. Allow me that honor, young Ida, another voice chimed in, drawing the class's attention. As Mr. Muscles of Justice mentioned, vigilantes often get involved between heroes and villains. Sometimes they are allies and other times they are enemies. But let me clarify, vigilantes are neither heroes nor villains. They act according to their ideals. Some aim to help people, while others seek fame or power. This Urizen is no different. The speaker paused, gauging the students' reactions. Now, why am I sharing this? Well, All Might has an idea that might sound a bit crazy, but consider it like the entrance exam's 0-pointer. The room fell silent, anticipation building. I'm going to act as a vigilante during your activities. The class erupted in shock. Are you serious? There's no way we can fight you, some students protested, clearly alarmed. Trust me, I was against this plan as much as you are, another student chimed in. Why are you so eager now? The others argued back. Because, honestly, I want to test you guys. Think of it like the zero-pointer. An enemy is best avoided because, like any pro, I won't be merciful if I face you. The students gulped at the thought. Fighting among themselves was already risky, but facing a professional was an entirely different challenge. Even Katsuki, who was eager for a challenge, sensed the intimidating aura from the teen, realizing that engaging him would be a bad idea. All Might silently thanked Izuku for clarifying the situation, though Izuku felt a thrill at the prospect ahead. He knew Aizawa would have something to say about this later, but he was ready to enjoy every moment, especially since he was testing them, particularly Kairi. The excitement was building. And Chapter 8. UA Academy, Ground Beta. Izuku's POV. Deep sigh. Great. Absolutely great. After what I just told the students, they all seemed wary of me. Thanks for nothing, you big doofus. Sighs. Aizawa was right, you kind of SCK at teaching. Even if I admire your talent, making me, a professional, fight newbies was clearly the worst idea. I could sense that most of the students were scared. And I say most because 3 of them were thinking differently. First of all, little Kaken. He looked inspired by this challenge, eager to start, especially when Kairi was mentioned as his opponent. I won't deny that Katsuki is strong, but Kairi won't be easy to move, especially since she's carrying a Red Queen copy that could definitely pack a punch. Of course, I've noticed it was dull. I know Power Loader wouldn't allow a fully sharpened blade during training to avoid bloodstains on the walls. But honestly, I wouldn't want to face her if I were human, because I can tell she's strong enough to wield it just like her father did in his younger days. Speaking of her, I can sense that she became cautious the moment I became an obstacle in this test. I can feel both her Gladius and Basilisk eager to participate against me. They definitely wanted to take a shot at me, but I won't be an easy target. After all, those 2 are nothing compared to a Queen Empusa or something similar. And then there's that kid, Todoroki. Taking a deep breath, I couldn't help but feel frustrated. Did I seriously have to teach that kid? Please tell me he doesn't share the same ideals as that guy, or I might lose my cool. But no, I'm a teacher at UA, and trying to harm a student is strictly forbidden. So now I have to control myself and resist the urge to ask for tips on how to reach his father. Looking at him, though, I can tell he's much more relaxed, so I'm thankful for that. After a brief conversation with the top hero, we entered a room filled with monitors and cameras. Honestly, it made me think this place wasn't entirely safe for secret meetings, which I didn't have, but it was good to know. After some more discussion, it was time for me to leave, as All Might called me to my designated spot. I figured I'd have a better view of my surroundings from there. This was going to be interesting indeed. Kairi's POV. Well, this is going to be interesting indeed. After the muscle man talked about the test, I was told to wait here with Ponytail. I watched as Sonic's cousin and the Pomeranian left first after Sensei Jadius departed. This was going to be tough. I know how strong he is. I can feel it with my demonic aura. He's definitely going to be a challenge to defeat, so I'd prefer not to confront him too soon. I'd rather take on the Muslim first. He seems more manageable. But I'm more worried about Miss Fancy Ponytail. I know she has a powerful quirk, but I can tell she has little to no combat experience. She can create things to aid herself, but I doubt she has the knowledge for close combat like I do. I need to do something about that. I can tell that guy, Tenya Ida, is an amateur when it comes to kicking and running, so engaging him in close combat would be tricky. But I definitely don't want this girl to face the Muslim. He seems intent on hurting anyone in his way, even a delicate girl. I can sense his obsession with power. After walking for a few minutes toward our assigned building, I noticed it was a classic multi-story structure, reminiscent of those grand towers in Castlevania. The muscle man must be obsessed with American culture to have designed this. Not to mention, the blueprints are quite annoying. Why do I have to do this again? Oh right, to be the hero in this activity. More like getting ourselves into a gang fight for territory. Sparda-san. Ponytail's voice pulled me from my thoughts as she looked at me, waiting for a response. Anything wrong, Ponytail? Asked her back. I honestly didn't know why they trusted me so easily. I could tell she was innocent. Well, how do you plan on getting to the bomb with both Bakugo and Idakuin in our way? Good question. Well, your quirk allows you to create anything, right? I asked her, and she nodded. First things first, the RoboCop guy seems to have some sort of torque in his calves, so he operates like a motor. If his motors are blocked, frozen, or overheated, he won't move as easily as he did in the speed test. HM? That's actually accurate, she said, catching on to my explanation. I like to analyze my opponents before tackling them. It's a recommendation my old man gave me. How about I make some sort of freeze bomb of low intensity? Good thinking, but you have good aim, right? I wanted to confirm. She took more than 5 seconds to answer, so I added, You don't have that much, do you? I thought so. She nodded, slightly embarrassed. Size, let's do this. Use smoke bombs to distract him and get behind him. Aim for the back of his neck or the main joint of his leg. Trust me, you don't want to take a kick head-on. I agree with you, Sparda-san. Idakuin seems like the type to have a powerful kick, she said, confirming my assessment. What about you, Sparda-san? It's simple, I said, gripping the handle of my blade. I'll distract the Pomeranian long enough for you to get there. Eh? Isn't that dangerous? What does she see in me? Gal, not to be cocky, but I can handle that Muslim without a problem. But Sparda-san. I shushed her with my index finger. I know that idiot won't hold back, and I know how powerful his quirk can be. But he's just a dog that barks and bites midway. Not to mention, he's the least of our concerns. Ponytail instantly understood, her nervousness growing. Sparda-san. Kairi, I interrupted, and she looked at me, confused. I prefer if you call me Kairi. I don't want to sound like my great-grandfather. Okay then, Kairi, she replied, learning quickly. But aren't you scared? You know. We will encounter a pro-hero soon, and he doesn't seem to be like Aizawa-sensei, Kairi said with a sigh. I won't deny that Jadia-sensei seems formidable, but it's best if we avoid a fight with him. He's too much for both of us. She knew he was far more experienced in combat, not to mention more skilled. To pin down Glady and Basil in an instant spoke volumes, almost reminiscent of her father. Intercom, heroes, you only have 30 seconds left. Oh, that's our cue. You ready? Kairi asked, hesitating slightly. Momo, Yairosa Momo, nice to meet you, Kairi-sen, Momo introduced herself. Kairi smiled back at her just as the horn signaling the start of the activity sounded. Both girls entered the building as soon as it began. I hope you don't appear too soon, sensei. As the scene shifted, Izuku observed calmly through the infrared goggles he had crafted to be hidden as contact lenses. He watched as both girls entered the building, and he noticed Katsuki rushing to a concealed spot, clearly planning an ambush. Ambush, huh? You've developed some confidence, Katsuki, Izuku mused, shifting his gaze to the 4th floor where Ito was hiding, waiting patiently to guard the bomb. Each test lasts around 20 minutes, and judging by Katsuki's style, things could heat up any moment now. Boom. His analysis was interrupted by an explosion from inside. The lenses allowed him to see Kairi and Katsuki engaging in combat, with the Sparda descendant ordering the creation quirk user to move toward the bomb. Just as I thought, Izuku sighed. Let's make this quick then. He stood from his spot and jumped gracefully to the ceiling, making his way toward the emergency stairs. Let's see how much you've improved, Katsuki, and how strong your descendant is, Nero. In the observation room, a red-haired student expressed disappointment. Wow, an ambush? Not very manly. The rest of the class watched the battle unfold on the 2nd floor, noting how Kairi entered a battle stance, her sword poised slightly in the ground as she held her free hand in a claw-like position, a smirk on her face. She looks intimidating, a plain-faced student remarked nervously. She's not going to use that against Bakugo, right? A pink-haired girl asked with concern, worried about Kairi's eagerness to use her blade. I wouldn't say she wouldn't if she's smirking like that, Uraraka added, sharing the concern. T-sensei, that blade isn't sharp, right? Mineta stammered, watching the two still poised for action. Don't worry, young Mineta. The school grounds ensured that blade is dulled, but even so, a good hit could cause serious damage. All Might reassured his students, though he thought to himself that he hadn't expected things to get difficult so quickly. Everyone turned back to the cameras, witnessing how Bakugo was dodging Kairi's swift slashes with surprising speed and strength. She wielded her sword with one hand, while her winged partner assisted her, turning into a blade that aimed to strike Katsuki, who countered with explosions, indicating the seriousness of their fight. DDMN. She knows how to wield that. A student with a tail exclaimed, gulping as he observed her expert slashes, which left deep marks on the walls. And look, it seems she let the fire dog accompany Yairozue-san, a purple-haired girl pointed out, showing Momo hiding with Basil, both making their way toward the 4th floor where Ida was. Yeah. Wait. Sensei, he's on the move, an invisible girl exclaimed, causing everyone to sweat as they saw Izuku walking slowly toward the 4th floor, his eyes scanning the area. That early? The fight just began, a yellow-haired boy exclaimed, wishing for their classmate to avoid encountering the vigilante so soon, knowing the chances of them crossing paths were high. Serious? You want to test those too, don't you, young Midoriya? All Might thought, aware of Izuku's intentions and ready to call for an emergency. Attention! The vigilante is on the move. Repeat, the vigilante is on the move. Kairi felt a rush of anxiety upon hearing the announcement echo through the building. Katsuki and she paused their fight, and Tenya became more alert. This soon? All right, meathead, let's make this quick. Kairi declared, not wanting to waste any more time. She charged at Katsuki, who understood her intent and dashed toward her with explosions. Fweck. Katsuki received a powerful elbow strike from Kairi, forcing him to retreat just as her gladius nearly cut his chest. He launched a strong explosion at her sword, stunning it and causing it to impale itself into a wall. You saw that, sword girl? Even your pet is no match for me. Katsuki exclaimed confidently, not realizing Kairi had taken the opportunity to dash past him toward the bomb, with Glady returning to her side, knowing it was time to act. Enraged, come back here. Himiko shouted, frustration evident in his voice as his opponent fled. Kairi sprinted toward the 4th floor, her priority clear, her partner's safety. She knew he was powerful enough to handle the situation, but she had to reach him quickly. Ignoring the calls of battle from Katsuki, who was close behind, she thought, I have to get there fast. Meanwhile, Momo found herself in the room where Ida was stationed, the same room that housed the bomb. She spotted the figure guarding it and thought, if I can just distract him long enough to get to the bomb. Time was of the essence, their teacher could arrive at any moment. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the room. Who's there? Ida exclaimed, going on high alert. Momo quickly concealed herself, covering her mouth to minimize any sound. She wasn't responsible for the noise, but she had to stay hidden. A third voice broke the tension. So, you're the one trying to disrupt this appealing city. Ida's eyes narrowed as he recognized the voice of the vigilante. Show yourself, he demanded, trying to sound intimidating. The sound of footsteps filled the room, heightening the tension. Momo remained frozen, paralyzed by fear. Very well, the vigilante replied, chuckling. In an instant, Ida barely dodged an incoming hand that nearly caught him off guard. He turned to see none other than his teacher, who had just attacked him. Good reflexes. Your style resembles Ingenium's. Are you brothers? The mention of his brother shocked Ida, who now faced his teacher's intense gaze, the neon glow in his eyes unmistakable. How do? Ida began, but before he could finish, he found himself pinned to the ground. Shock and fear washed over him. He hadn't seen it coming. The other students in the observatory watched in horror as their teacher effortlessly subdued the fastest student in class. Rule number 1 of combat: don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. This is a battle. You can't think like that in the middle of a fight. Izuku said, tossing Ida away toward a pillar. Ida crashed into it, gasping for breath as he fell to his knees. Remember this, train harder, and you'll be a hero worth my effort. Don't take it personally, this was unfair from the start. Just how life is, Izuku remarked, inching closer to the bomb. Get your hands off that. Ida shouted, using his quirk to charge at Izuku with a kick, but it was easily blocked. Kid, I've faced tougher challenges than this. It'll take more than a kick. Izuku replied, using his palm to send Ida crashing against the wall, leaving him breathless. Just as Izuku reached for the bomb, he felt a sudden sting in his neck. He glanced back to see a small dart, courtesy of Momo, who had crafted a dart thrower from her quirk. You could have told me you weren't alone, Izuku said, tossing the dart aside. I suspect you're a hero, right? His tone softened as he regarded Momo, who had created a metal baton and assumed a defensive stance. I apologize in advance, but I'm deactivating that bomb first, she declared, determination in her eyes. Izuku smiled at her resolve. That's the spirit, he replied, joining his hands as if holding a handle. The students watched in shock as he created a pointy ice baton, taking a combat stance. Ready, petite beaut? Momo felt her cheeks flush at the compliment, but she quickly shook it off and charged at him, baton in hand. Izuku blocked her attacks effortlessly, pushing her back gently when she stumbled. Sorry, but I won't be an easy target, he teased as she rushed him again, trying to land jabs and strikes. Each time, he dodged or blocked her moves, causing her to stumble. Whoa, she exclaimed as she nearly lost her balance. Whoops, got you, Izuku said, catching her around the waist. The moment resembled an elegant dance, and Momo's face turned crimson from the unexpected closeness. The students watched, some boys feeling a pang of jealousy, while a few girls gushed at the sight. Others focused intently on the fight, aware that the battle was far from over. But it was no problem, as for some reason, the students often thought of their teacher as a peer, mainly due to his size, which was almost similar to that of one of the girls. Suddenly, there was an unexpected moment of contact, and the girl reacted instinctively, slapping him on the face. Startled, he lost his grip, and she quickly backed away, her cheeks flushed. It was the first time a boy who wasn't her father had been so close to her. I didn't mean anything inappropriate, he exclaimed, rubbing his cheek. But I won't judge anyone here. He tried to lighten the mood, but the girl was already trying to dodge and block his playful advances. However, he managed to pin her against a pillar, playfully warning her with his baton. Izuku's POV. Well, that was it. After a long day of being a vigilante, again, the hero class had wrapped up, and all the students decided to take a break after their battles as we continued our lessons. Katsuki was a bit upset about losing so easily to me, so I took him aside to reassure him that it was his own decision to challenge me, despite knowing our different levels of power. This clearly frustrated him, and he thought I was looking down on him, which was typical for him. I explained that this was just the beginning of his journey, and he was meant to grow stronger over time. Right now, he was just getting used to UA's rigorous schedule, which was a lot to handle if he wanted to compete against pro heroes. After all the teachers at UA are pro heroes. They may not be the strongest, but earning that title isn't easy. After our conversation, Katsuki scoffed in agreement and left the school, promising that he would crush me and reach All Might as soon as possible, as was his destiny, to become the next #1 hero. I could only sigh with a nostalgic smile beneath my mask, knowing his ego wouldn't fade easily. I hoped his sister, Katsumi, wouldn't follow in his footsteps, or we'd have two energetic personalities to manage. Returning to the matter at hand, I reunited with Himiko after Class 1B finished their lessons. Their class had been much more relaxed than ours, which made me think that Vlad followed protocol more closely than Aizawa, who was known for his unorthodox methods. I appreciated Vlad's approach, otherwise, the young heroes in training might have been traumatized by Aizawa's intense demeanor. Speaking of intense reactions, Himiko quickly noticed the scent of two girls on me, and her demeanor shifted. She demanded an explanation for why I smelled like other females. I recalled that I had interacted the most with Yaoyorozu and Kairi. Yaoyorozu had become shy around me after our earlier encounter, while Kairi had been more open, often asking for tips and engaging in casual conversation, which helped the other students feel more comfortable around me. However, this did not sit well with Himiko. She insisted that I write an essay about the two girls I had interacted with, and I found myself with a few scratches when I tried to deny her request. I had to explain multiple times that her assumptions were far-fetched. I was simply being a teacher. Eventually, she seemed satisfied but then made a comment that left me puzzled. "Just don't flirt with the girls without me knowing. I want to meet them first," she declared before returning to her work, leaving me in confusion. I made it clear that I was not flirting with anyone, fully aware of what she meant by that. As expected, Aizawa confronted me angrily, wrapping me in his scarves. All Might had to step in and explain why I had interacted with his students, as Aizawa was eager to confront me right there in the teacher's lounge. The other teachers watched as I endured his scolding without interference. I knew we didn't get along, but this felt humiliating. After All Might's explanation, Aizawa was not pleased with him for allowing me such freedom. Galleon had to intervene, which finally prompted Aizawa to move on to his own business. I decided to leave for the day, feeling frustrated by his overprotective behavior. I understood that I wasn't exactly the most approachable person, especially with the demons I dealt with. But to confront me in front of the others, knowing they saw me as the enemy? That felt like bullying. Now, I found myself at the Devil's Cove, serving drinks to customers while contemplating the events of the day. I couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous was looming near the school. Perhaps a scout, a spy, or something worse, villains or demons. This thought kept me on edge for the rest of the night, and I knew it would linger into the next day. I hoped it was just a figment of my imagination, but deep down, I sensed a powerful demon aura nearby, and I knew something bad was about to happen. So better get my equipment from my pocket dimension, even though I know I'll face consequences if Galleon or the teachers catch me with it. But I can't take the risk if my class ends up on a demon hunt, especially with Redgrave's sentient weapons. They clearly aren't ready for what could happen if that occurs. If it does happen, the first demon I see interrupting will not survive. End Izuku's POV. U Academy, Muzudafu City. I just need a moment of your time. Can you tell me how All Might is as a teacher at UA? A new day began at UA Academy, and the news of All Might, Japan's #1 hero, teaching at the most prestigious school in the country had created a frenzy among the media. A crowd of reporters surrounded the academy gates, bombarding every student they could find with questions. Kairi was clearly at her limit, annoyance etched on her face as multiple reporters tried to interrogate her about All Might. "For the love of, can I have my class without you bothering me so early?" She glared at the media, causing them to flinch slightly, but they didn't back down. With an exasperated sigh, she pushed through the crowd, ignoring their questions as she made her way to her classroom. "How is All Might at you? Edo. Iso. Muscly?" Uraraka Ochako stammered, overwhelmed by the swarm of reporters. "Can you please explain how All Might works?" Well, despite his lack of explanation and some curious actions, All Might Sensei has certainly proven his experience by giving us a chance to learn valuable lessons for the future, as expected from the #1 hero, Ida explained, trying to provide enough information to satisfy the media. But the persistent female reporter wasn't satisfied and continued to press for more opinions. "Hey, aren't you the kid from the sludge villain incident that happened 9 months ago?" Bakugu, recognized for his past encounter with the sludge villain, felt his frustration rising. He quickened his pace, trying to avoid the questions that were sure to ignite his temper. "Can you please? What the hell? You look like someone who just woke up from a bridge. I demand all of you to step away from UA's grounds. You're preventing the students from attending their classes." Aizawa's voice cut through the chaos as he approached, clearly annoyed by the media's presence. "Oh, come on. We just want answers," the reporter protested. "That's what you always say, and you never know when to stop," Aizawa replied, walking toward the school, ignoring the crowd behind him. "Hey, get back here. I'm not done yet," the reporter called after him, determination in her voice as she rushed toward the gate. Suddenly, alarms blared, and the gate closed with a loud thud, blocking her path. "Eek!" The reporter gasped, startled. That was dangerous. That's why we didn't enter. The media calls it UA security. If you're not registered with a special ID, the gates will close and won't let anyone in, another student explained. Dimin, why is it so difficult to just get an answer about All Might? The reporter fumed, throwing a tantrum as the media was forced to wait until the gates opened. Unbeknownst to them, a lone figure stood in the shadows, silently observing the scene, his expression one of concern as he contemplated his own intentions. Class 1A's lounge. Man, all that media down there really tired me out. Mina exclaimed, relief washing over her as she and the rest of Class 1A finally escaped the media frenzy, waiting for class to begin. No sweat. I know All Might is a celebrity, but that was just crazy, Kirishima added, while the others settled into their routine. In the midst of it all, one student felt overwhelmed. I didn't sleep until 4 a.m. because of some loud partygoers. After just 30 minutes of sleep, I had to wake up Himiko and deal with the media. I had to find a way to enter without drawing attention from the staff, and now I'm stuck with this ridiculous collar that makes me feel like a punished dog. Just great. Our teen was feeling indifferent about life as he sat in the corner of the classroom, wearing a collar that read, "Sorry for being a bad teacher." Drowsy and slightly stumbling, he decided to take a nap, not caring whether the students noticed him or not. A couple of students did notice, but recognizing his condition, they chose to go to their seats and wait for their teacher to wake up, knowing it was best not to interrupt his rest. Among them were Momo Yaoyorozu and Kairi Sparda, the first students to interact with him in a positive way. Momo felt a bit embarrassed to start a conversation, her mind lingering on the memory of his kind grip around her waist. It made her shy and nervous, so she focused on her notes to distract herself, finding it absurd to think she might be infatuated with an older man, unaware that they were only a year and a half apart in age. Kairi, on the other hand, had her own concerns. She had spent time on her hair that morning, braiding her half-white, half-brown locks, feeling slightly embarrassed about wanting to look more appealing despite her rebellious style. She was eager to ask him a few questions, including one about her hair, but seeing him asleep made her hesitate. She knew how unpredictable emotions could be, especially for someone like her. After a few minutes, Aizawa finally entered the classroom, prompting everyone to quickly take their seats. He moved to his desk, indifferent to whether his partner was awake or not. "You still took some time to settle down, but that will change," Aizawa remarked, capturing the class's full attention. "I've come to assess your progress through All Might's class. Bakugu, you have immense potential, but you need to control your emotions," he said, glancing at Katsuki, who scoffed in acknowledgement. "Yaoyorozu, your determination was commendable, but your will needs strengthening," he continued, and Momo nodded, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze but relieved to see their teacher still asleep. "And you, Sparda, your impulsive actions nearly put you in danger. You are strong, but strength alone won't always guide you correctly. Work on that," he added, and Kairi frowned, not enjoying being the center of attention. "Well, enough of this." Aizawa's gaze fell on their sleeping teacher, irritation evident on his face. The students, who had previously overlooked him, now turned their attention to his sleeping form. "Jadius, I need your assistance right now. You have a class to teach," Aizawa called out, and the teen stirred awake, aware of the pro's glare. "Took you long enough." "What do you mean by that?" he replied, now fully alert. "You know what I mean. Be quick, some students are waiting," Aizawa said, retreating into his sleeping bag, leaving the teen to address the class. "Ignoring that act of hypocrisy you just witnessed," he said, looking at the class. "Does anyone have a question before Aizawa here decides to choke me with his scarf?" "Don't tempt me," Aizawa muttered, eliciting a few chuckles from the students. Tenya Ida raised his hand. "Sensei, why are you and Aizawa-sensei working together?" "That's a question for the principal, but I was offered this position by him," the teen explained, pointing at Aizawa. "And if your next question is about why we don't get along, let's just say our history as partners isn't the best." Tenya nodded, sensing the tension and deciding to let it go. Mina Ishido raised her hand eagerly. "Sensei, I already acknowledged you, Ishido." "What's your question?" he asked. I know this might be a bit forward, but are you single?" she asked, catching him off guard. Aizawa shot a glare at her, and Mina flinched. "That was a bit too bold, Ashido. To answer your question, no, I'm not. But please refrain from asking such things if you don't want your teacher here to get upset with me," he replied, regaining his composure. "Sorry," Mina said, her face turning red as she apologized. "All right then, I'll take one more question before we get started," the teen announced, and the students were eager to ask more, though they hesitated, not wanting to provoke Aizawa. Finally, one student spoke up, and the teen recognized him immediately. "Yes, Todoroki," he called out, ready to engage with the class. "In what can I answer your doubts?" Izuku asked, curious about the question that had just been posed to him. At the activity with all might, Todoroki had observed Izuku using an ice-type quirk, expertly forging an ice baton and a blade from his own hands. Intrigued, he wondered if Izuku was aware of his own quirk and if he could offer tips for improvement. The question surprised Izuku and the rest of the class, as it was clear that Todoroki was seeking mentorship. This sparked a competitive spirit in Kairi, who wanted to be the first to receive that honor. "Well, it's actually more interesting than it seems," Izuku replied, lifting his hands to his sides, eager to demonstrate something. "You say my quirk is ice-based, but it's more than just that." As he spoke, heat radiated from his right hand, summoning his characteristic emerald flames, capturing the full attention of his classmates, especially Todoroki, who was visibly shocked. "I can control both fire," he said, and then his left hand suddenly froze part of his glove. Curious emerald winds circled above his palm, creating a frosty aura that chilled the air around it. "And ice with my quirk. I'm not limited to just one side of my body like you are." Izuku showcased his mastery by alternating between flames and ice, the students watching in awe as he seamlessly switched between the two elements. "If you want to improve yourself, I can help you with both sides of your power. But if you only want to focus on ice, I can assist with that too. The choice is yours." Todoroki was left speechless, regaining his composure as the class turned their full attention to Izuku. "But as promised," he continued, grabbing a board marker, "shall we start this?" And so, the day began. Izuku conducted a full class dedicated to the nature of quirks, a topic that caught the students off guard. Some struggled to comprehend the material, while others, like Momo and Ida, grasped it quickly, their curiosity evident as Izuku explained the concepts clearly. Aizawa, observing from the sidelines, acknowledged Izuku's teaching skills, even if he appeared to be sleeping. After a couple of hours, the bell rang, signaling the end of Izuku's class. The next teacher, Midnight, entered for history, surprising Izuku with her knowledge despite her reputation as an 18-plus heroine. Following her was Present Mike with English, which Izuku found rather dull since he was already fluent in multiple languages. Then came the moment Izuku had been anticipating, Aizawa's class. He knew Aizawa preferred to engage the students with activities rather than lectures, and today would be no different. "All right, after all the chaos, I have an announcement," Aizawa said, his usual glare silencing the room. Izuku watched, amused, as he played with a Rubik's Cube, thinking about how predictable the students were. "Are they worried about a surprise test?" he mused. "We will select a class representative," Aizawa stated. "That's a normal thing to do," someone shouted. "Try not to shout, okay?" Izuku interjected, his patience wearing thin as Aizawa glared at the class. The students began to protest, each one eager to be chosen. "Select me as president, guys." "I'm more than prepared," one student exclaimed. "No. Me," another shouted. "I promise to make this classroom as entertaining as possible," someone else chimed in. "Wait, if I'm selected, I'll ask for the girls' skirts to be." A loud thud interrupted him as Kairi kicked Mineta away, clearly annoyed by his comment. Izuku felt tick marks forming on his forehead, trying to remain calm amidst the chaos. "Silence, everyone!" Tenya Ida shouted, finally capturing their attention. Izuku silently thanked him, using a stress ball to ease his tension. "We need to think of something better than this," Ida continued, trying to restore order. "But Ida..." Your hand is clearly raised the highest, Kairi pointed out, noting Ida's arm held straight up. Embarrassed, Ida stammered, I won't deny that I want to, but we need to come up with a proper plan. I suggest we vote to select the class president. Izuku couldn't help but think about the irony of the situation. They had only known each other for a day, yet here they were, debating leadership. Do you have a better idea? Kairi asked, frustration evident in her tone. I agree with Sparda-chan, Momo chimed in. We've barely known each other, so most of us would just end up voting for ourselves instead of someone specific. But at least it's a proper way to think about it. Kairi took a deep breath. Let's do this. The one with the most votes will become class president. If we're not content with the results, we can have the rest of the class think about it. Do we agree? Izuku thought to himself, relieved that someone was thinking logically instead of emotionally. The students, though not entirely convinced, decided to go along with the plan. Momo volunteered to collect the votes, and everyone grabbed a piece of paper from their notebooks to write down their choices. Momo used a box she had created to collect the votes, while Izuku took a nap as they waited for the results. After a few minutes, the results were announced. Huh? Why wasn't I voted for? Katsuki exclaimed, glaring at the class. And who voted for that girl? Excuse me, Mr. Pomeranian, but I'm not responsible for this, so quiet down. Kairi shot back, crossing her arms. What do you mean by that? Say it to my face. Katsuki challenged, his anger palpable. What you just heard, you know. Kairi retorted, glaring back. The tension in the room was thick as the class watched the two exchange heated words. The whiteboard displayed the results clearly. Kairi had received the most votes. Sparda Kairi, 6 votes. Yaoyorozu Momo, 3 votes. The rest received either 1 or 0. Izuku observed the situation with interest. Interesting. But this decision seems based on superficial factors, he thought as the class began discussing the results positively, especially among the girls. 0 votes. Ida exclaimed, looking defeated. His classmates sighed, reminding him that it was his plan, so he should have anticipated the outcome. Aizawa stood up, instructing both girls to come to the front of the class. Momo looked embarrassed yet relieved, while Kairi appeared annoyed and slightly uncomfortable. So, the class president will be Sparda and the vice president will be Yaoyorozu, Aizawa announced, glancing at the class. That makes the decision, but you have the option to change it during the break. Now go, I need some sleep. Kairi thought to herself, that's what you've been doing the entire class, hobo man. She and her classmates shared a sweat drop as the bell for break rang. Well, Kairi-san, Momo said, bowing slightly, I hope to meet your expectations. Dianbi, you're much better than I am. Kairi replied, a bit embarrassed. As the rest of the class began to leave, the two girls turned to Izuku, who stood up from his spot, yawning slightly. Sensei, what do you think of this option? Kairi asked, hoping for a more professional perspective. Momo fidgeted nervously, shy to be near him. From my point of view, this decision seems somewhat superficial, Izuku replied honestly. But it will be up to you two to decide if you want to continue with it. You should discuss this thoroughly with your classmates, as it was made quite suddenly. I know you both can handle it if you're willing, but you can also take some time to think it over. Both girls exchanged glances, contemplating his words. But I think it's best if you take your break now. You must be hungry after all that time in here, Izuku suggested. Well, we are, but Kairi began, unconsciously running a hand through her hair, trying to maintain eye contact. I was wondering if you could eat with us, Sensei? You know, to have a brief healthy talk, she asked, surprising both Izuku and Momo. I don't mind. But are you okay with it? It might look a bit unusual if I join you in the cafeteria, Izuku replied. Not at all, Teach. I honestly prefer a more mature perspective instead of all these guys with their youthful views. Kairi smiled reassuringly. You know you're also talking about yourself, right? Izuku chuckled. Kind of, Kairi admitted, both of them sharing a laugh while Momo stayed slightly behind, still shy. Noticing Momo's behavior, Izuku said, I know we didn't have a good start, but I promise I won't bite. Yaoyorozu. That was mainly due to the activity from All Might. Startled, Momo replied, Ichai. I know since. But you see, I was raised in tutoring, so I never had proper interactions with boys at all, and… Don't worry, Izuku reassured her with a sigh. I understand how some guys can act around someone as attractive as you, but remember, my job is to help you improve, especially since it's important for your future. So there's no need to be scared. You can ask me anything if it helps ease your nerves. I'm all ears. Momo nodded, her smile becoming calmer as the three of them left the classroom, aware of Aizawa's glare demanding silence. As they walked through the corridors, a sudden shout interrupted them. Jadius! Izuku stumbled as he was unexpectedly hugged from behind, the culprit being Himiko, also known as Vampress, followed by 4 of her friends. The sudden action shocked both Kairi and Momo. Vampress! What did I tell you about the hugs? Izuku exclaimed, trying to regain his composure. Pouting, she replied, Mo. But I'm bored. Himiko exclaimed, her pout evident. I know you are, but this is a professional setting, so please behave. Himiko sighed in defeat as our teen stood up again, now facing the 4 new arrivals in front of him. His students watched the situation with clear intrigue. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Allow me to introduce you all. Girls, this is Vampress, my partner and co-tutor for the first years in Class 1B. He gestured toward her before turning to the newcomers. And I am Jadius, a recently graduated hero and tutor for 1A. I assume you 4 are from 1B. The 4 girls nodded, all of them ironically being classmates like his students. Well, Kendo Itsuka began, pointing at herself. I'm Kendo Itsuka, Class 1B President. Beside me are Yui Kodai, Setsuna Tokage and Reiko Yanagi. As you mentioned, we are being tutored by your partner, Vampress. I assume you 2 are a couple, given how you acted just now. Jadius choked at the suggestion, while Himiko's mask concealed her blush and mischievous grin. Kairi and Momo felt a pang of discomfort at the comment. Wait, Vampress and I are step-siblings, nothing more. She just gets a bit clingy when she's comfortable with someone. Please don't misunderstand. Momo and Kairi internally sighed in relief upon hearing this. Really? I thought you 2 were already together, considering how close you are. Kendo remarked, surprised. Why? We've been told that before, Jadius replied, flustered. But anyway, Tokage interjected with a bright smile. My president here already introduced us to you 3, but now we want to know the names of your classmates and students, sensei. Jadius pointed at Momo. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, vice president of 1A, and this is Kairi Sparda, our recently nominated class president, although that's still under discussion. Still? I thought that was already settled since the first day. Kendo remarked. And not exactly. Our homeroom teacher is quite unique, Momo explained, feeling a bit nervous under the attention. Yeah, not to mention he looks a bit disheveled. Kendo added, trying to stifle a laugh. Nice one. You have my approval. Tokage replied with a grin. We're not even in the same class, Croc girl. Jadius shot back, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. I know, right? Tokage laughed, already forming a playful rapport with Kairi, who was trying to keep her composure. Jadius noticed that the other 2 girls, Reiko and Yui, were quiet and somewhat stoic. Are they just shy or do they prefer to keep to themselves? No offense intended, he asked. No offense taken, sensei, Yui replied in a calm, stoic manner, her expression unchanged. Reiko flinched slightly at being addressed, which caught Jadius's attention. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I promise I won't bite, he assured her. It's not that, sensei, Reiko began, her shyness evident as the others looked at her expectantly. But to be honest, you and Sparda-san have an interesting aura around you too. Us too. Jadius and Kairi exchanged confused glances, intrigued by her comment. Fidgeting with her hands, Reiko hesitated. How do I explain it? You don't need to overthink it, just tell us. Kairi encouraged, trying to ease her nerves. Reiko held her hands in front of her, reminiscent of classic ghost portrayals, her expression giving off an emo vibe. Mizudafu City, UA Academy. Morning. Izuku's POV. What a day yesterday was. I never imagined that Gilgamesh and some lesser demons would raid UA to target Kairi and me. It seems we've caught the attention of a villain intent on causing chaos. I suspect this villain has a connection to All for One, the nemesis of All Might and one of the most dangerous villains on Earth. My father and I believe he survived their last encounter. Tsubasa, the medic who studied my quirkless behavior, is also a member of his cult. This only confirms my fears. All for One is still alive, and now that All Might is back and weakened, he sees the perfect opportunity to weave his web of control. From what I observed of the ash-blue-haired man who infiltrated UA, he appears to be the new pawn of evil for All for One. I just hope he doesn't dare to target my students. If he does, he will face the full wrath of Urizen. But setting that aside, today promises to be busy. Nedza contacted me with an announcement regarding today's activities for both me and Himiko, activities that took us by surprise. The USJ, or Unforeseen Simulation Jolt, is a large facility located a few miles from UA, designed to simulate various city disasters like storms, fires, and earthquakes. I can't fathom how Galleon managed to construct such a facility, but given that UA has produced many of Japan's most powerful pro-heroes, I suppose he deserves some credit. And even so, I think of it as exaggerated. But putting that aside, it seems we are invited to go into the installations as safety measures. It was clear to Galleon, just as it was to me, that the villain didn't provoke that break-in for fun. So both Himiko and I agreed to assist if necessary. However, there was one thing that both Himiko and I weren't exactly happy about. The pros coming with our respective classes would have a special activity there, rescue missions. In all honesty, this was fair, as all heroes need to know how to save lives when the opportunity arises. But it seemed to us that connecting both classes into one activity was too much work for just 4 pros. I knew that some of the younger students could be quite energetic in these situations, and with Katsuki in this class, it would likely be chaotic. But there was something else I was concerned about: demons. It wasn't odd for me to know that Gilgamesh didn't appear at UA just to ambush me and Kairi. That last message he sent me was clear. He and the other devil arms of Redgrave were free and ready to assault us, just like Mundus. In other words, Mundus was after us, and he had started his movements. There was no doubt about that, and I felt no hesitation in recognizing the message. I was now the next target of Mundus, which clearly meant he might have captured Dante and Virgil in hell that day. The same went for Kairi, as she was the only direct descendant of Sparda found so far. Nero's location remained a mystery, even to them. But oh well. It's not like I'm exactly bothered by demons in my position, since I'm basically one myself, partly. My main worry was if those dangerous beings ever dared to appear in front of my students, humans who had no knowledge of their existence and thought they were just myths. Their appearance would cause chaos, especially if one of the Redgrave heralds showed up, which was quite possible with Gilgamesh. Putting that aside, I just hoped my day as Urizen wouldn't end in chaos and that none of my students would get hurt. If they did, I would have to leave UA and run away with Himiko, knowing that if my alter ego was discovered, it would be obvious what I was hiding. Well, a long day was ahead. Hosu City, Devil's Cove. It was nighttime in the Pacific city of Hosu as another day at UA had come to an end. This time, however, it wasn't the usual routine. The break-in at UA had been made public across Japan, revealing that the mythic UA barrier was nothing but a bluff to create unnecessary safety for everyone, while the real cause remained private among UA members. Returning to our home and headquarters, Devil's Cove, another day of service had concluded. The last group of satisfied customers left after paying their bills, allowing Himiko to finally clean the place. I started to stretch my limbs after a long day of work. Good work, Himiko. With this, we can finally pay the rent and bills for the month, I said. Himiko giggled at my words as she continued cleaning the floor, which was sticky from spilled drinks. I helped her by wiping down the tables and putting items back in their proper places. After an hour of hard work, The entire establishment was clean and ready for the next day. We both took a seat on some available chairs, finally able to rest, especially Himiko, who wasn't as physically resilient as I was. "Mo, you can say that thanks to your stamina. I can't even do this without getting a little tired," she exclaimed, trying to refresh herself. "Yet you don't complain when it comes to hunting demons or escaping heroes during our pursuits," I replied, walking toward my room with Himiko following closely behind. "Because they are fun to deal with," she whined, more accustomed to excitement than the normal work of a waitress. I chuckled at her antics, knowing how she was. If it weren't for Devil's Cove being our main source of income, she would have likely pursued something more thrilling with her abilities. "Well, enough chit-chat, Himiko. Clean yourself up. We won't be hunting tonight," I said. Why not?" she exclaimed, shocked. I paused for a moment, looking at her seriously. "Himiko, I have a hunch tomorrow will be wild. I need you to have as much energy as possible. I have a feeling tomorrow's activity at UA might not be as peaceful as a simple rescue mission." Those words silenced her complaints, and she looked at me with a mix of awe and understanding, having never seen me this serious before. That only happened when Toga asked, "Is it thanks to that demon from today?" Izuku nodded silently in response, which made her a little nervous. She wasn't exactly powerful enough to deal with one of Redgrave's devil arms, and she could barely handle a fury. With a tired sigh, he said, "Have a good night, Himiko. Make sure to rest well." He kissed her forehead gently, catching her off guard and leaving her cheeks flushed. As he entered his room to rest, Himiko was left with a deep concern. Izuku rarely showed such care unless he felt his safety was at risk, and the mention of Redgrave's devil arms only heightened her worries. "I just hope you don't go overboard with this, Aizu. I don't want to lose someone important again," she thought, deciding to leave him for the night. Her worries made it difficult to tease him, especially when the topic of Redgrave's demons always made Izuku serious and focused. After all, one of them was responsible for the deaths of his parents, and she knew she wouldn't be able to defeat such high-ranking enemies without more training. Little did she know that the next day would be more eventful than either of them anticipated. The next day at UA Academy, a new day dawned for Japan. Izuku hoped it would end peacefully, but a dreadful feeling of danger crept up his spine since he woke up. Even with Himiko playfully clinging to him, he couldn't shake the unease. Himiko noticed his tension but couldn't show it to their classmates, who were as lively as ever. Class 1A buzzed with energy, but Kairi found herself frustrated by the noise. She was particularly annoyed by a certain pink-haired girl and her friend Kiri, who had been disruptive throughout the class, prompting Aizawa and other teachers to intervene multiple times. Kairi realized this day was not going to be one of her favorites. Despite the chaos, she couldn't concentrate. The events of the previous day lingered in her mind. Demons at UA? Real demons? She had heard stories from her family and done some research on her father's old job, but she never expected to encounter them in broad daylight at such a crowded place filled with powerful individuals. She glanced at Izuku, who was quietly napping beside the whiteboard. "So it seems our sensei is a demon hunter as well," she thought. His calm demeanor since the class began was unusual, and it was clear to everyone that he wasn't in the mood for friendly conversation today. Even the teachers were surprised by his sudden seriousness. Kairi understood that the events from yesterday were behind his behavior, but she couldn't ask him about it in front of the others. The topic of demons was still considered taboo among the students, as they were thought to be mere myths. Just then, the classroom door opened, and everyone quickly took their seats. Aizawa entered, his usual indifferent expression in place. "Good, you have learned well," he said, glancing at Izuku and noticing the calm seriousness that had been the talk of the day among his hero comrades. Aizawa's internal curiosity piqued as he approached his desk, capturing the full attention of the class. Even Kairi focused on him this time, ignoring how she had thrown Mineta away after he tried to peek at her. "Now that I have your attention, I have an announcement for our next activity," Aizawa stated, and the class fell into a tense silence, a tension that Izuku had been feeling since the day began. And for some reason, the atmosphere shifted at that moment. Aizawa noticed the raised hand. "Go on," he prompted, directing his attention to Tenya Ida, who had lifted his hand to ask a question. The curiosity of the other students grew as they wondered what Tenya might inquire about. Standing up, Tenya addressed the teacher. "I'm sorry for my sudden interruption, Sensei, but I have a couple of questions regarding today's activity." The rest of the class leaned in, eager to hear what he had to say. Aizawa and Izuku exchanged knowing glances, aware that Tenya's questions were bound to pique everyone's interest. Sighing, Aizawa replied, "I was about to explain that, so please return to your seat." Tenya complied, and the class settled down, remembering that speaking out of turn in Aizawa's presence could lead to consequences, much like getting caught in a spider's web. To put it simply, during your first activity, you learned the limits of your abilities and powers. With all might, you learned to control them to avoid hurting anyone, Aizawa continued, casting a slight glare at Izuku. You also experienced the power of a professional firsthand. Izuku averted his gaze, feeling weary of Aizawa's comments. He had already explained that the incident was primarily All Might's fault, but Aizawa's disapproval seemed unwavering. Kairi, Momo, Todoroki, and Katsuki sensed the tension and were curious about Izuku's situation, but they knew better than to ask questions that didn't concern them. Returning to the topic at hand, Aizawa stated, "Today, we will discuss a very specific topic that all certified heroes must know, our primary rule." He pulled out a small metallic card with the word, "Rescue," printed in green, a word that resonated with Izuku. From natural disasters to the aftermath of battles, rescuing citizens is at the core of what we heroes are, Aizawa concluded. Most students looked intrigued and inspired by his words, excitement bubbling within them. Izuku thought to himself, "That's true, but many heroes have distorted that word into something trivial." He reflected on the heroes he had encountered, particularly the newer ones like MT Lady and Kamui Woods, who often seemed more interested in fame than true heroism. Kairi suddenly interrupted, gaining everyone's attention. "Teach, may I comment on something, please?" She received a nod from Aizawa. Pulling something from near her seat, she pointed at Mineta, who looked apprehensive. "Just to be clear, I am absolutely not rescuing this little troublemaker if it comes to that," she declared, gripping Mineta by the head. The class erupted into laughter, while Mineta looked around nervously, receiving glares from the girls and disappointed looks from some of the boys. Aizawa maintained a neutral expression, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Sighing, Aizawa conceded, "Unfortunately, you may have to, but this won't last long." Kairi groaned and tossed Mineta aside, returning her focus to the class. Izuku contemplated the conversation he would have with Mineta after the activity, hoping to set him straight. "Now, back to the task at hand," Aizawa said, pressing a few buttons on a small controller. The compartments of the students' suits opened once more, allowing them to access their gear. "For this activity, we will be moving to a different location. You can choose to use your suits or not, as you prefer. Meet me in 10 minutes at the main gate. Don't be late." Aizawa's voice echoed in the classroom as the students quickly gathered their suitcases and headed toward the dressing rooms. Among them, a young vigilante named Urizen stood up, catching Aizawa's attention. "Urizen," Aizawa called, ensuring no students were nearby. He leaned in slightly, his expression serious. "Whatever happens at the USJ, be warned. If anything happens to my or Vlad's students while you and Fallen are responsible for them, you will face the consequences. Do I make myself clear?" Urizen met Aizawa's gaze, his expression stoic as he nodded in understanding. Aizawa noted the young man's silence throughout the class, which only heightened his intrigue and suspicion. As Urizen left the classroom, he thought, "I hope Aizawa is right. This won't just be a rescue mission." Aizawa sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. At UA's main gate, Urizen sat in a lotus position a few meters in front of two large buses, lost in thought about the day's possibilities. "There's a good chance we will be ambushed by villains. That ash cyan-haired guy with the hand was definitely suspicious, especially after the media's outrage yesterday. And I need to ensure that Himiko and I stay vigilant against any demons inside the USJ. This place could easily hide an entire battalion. If one of our students gets hurt, we're in serious trouble. More than we already are." Aizawa and Vlad won't be able to protect us forever, and with All Might teaching here, I can't shake the feeling that All for One is somehow involved. I need to find that little pipsqueak to interrogate him, but I doubt I can hold my own against that man with the Emperor complex. Urizen's thoughts were interrupted as he sensed Himiko approaching. He opened his eyes to see her a few meters away, her expression filled with concern. "Are you sure you're all right, Aizu? You're starting to scare me," she said softly. He sighed, knowing he couldn't lie to her. "I would be lying if I said I am Himiko. Yesterday opened up too many possibilities for chaos, and those two Furious wouldn't be here if it weren't for that Gilgamesh night." Himiko's worry deepened. "I know what you mean, and I'm aware of what that implies. But if any of those scenarios unfold, we'll become targets for the pros at UA, especially if there are demons involved. I just don't want any of those innocent kids to be in danger." Urizen was taken aback by her concern for the students. "I'm glad to see you care about their safety more than our own. But we knew our time at UA would eventually come to an end. Even with Galleon's help, we would be seen as prisoners by Eraserhead, Vlad King, and anyone else accompanying us to the USJ. Himiko sighed, sadness evident in her eyes. She understood the truth in his words. The moment they revealed their true identities, they would be under scrutiny from the pro-heroes. "I just hope nothing happens to them. I've had enough of my past mistakes. If it weren't for my parents' selfishness and fear, I could have had a normal life. With normal classes and schedules. Let's just make sure none of them get hurt, all right, Aizu?" Her expression conveyed a depth of sadness and regret that Urizen recognized. He understood that their experiences at UA had opened her eyes to a peaceful life they could have had if circumstances had been different. It was a thought he had shared with her long ago, after losing his parents to Gilgamesh. But they both knew it was too late for amends. "You've said it yourself," Urizen declared, standing up as he noticed students from classes 1A and 1B approaching, all dressed in their hero suits. They observed the interaction between him and Himiko, some with curiosity and others with amusement, especially as Katsuki and a young blonde boy began to argue. "All right, listen up, everyone," Kairi called out to the group from 1A, her tone firm as she stood near the entrance of their designated bus. Kendo did the same for her class, but with a more polite approach, eliciting mixed reactions from the students, particularly Momo, who shyly hid her face from Kairi's bluntness. "Etch," one of the boys exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "Who are you calling meathead, punk girl? Don't interrupt me, Bomberman." "What do you mean, Bomberman?" "You've heard me, jackass." Kairi shot back at him with a fierce tone, causing some of the students to shiver, especially the boys from Class 1B, who never expected their class president to be so aggressive. The argument between the two was escalating quickly. "Are they always like this?" one student whispered. "Not entirely. It's mainly because Kairi-san is tough, but she's not usually this disrespectful. Blame Bakugo-san and his temper. My sincere apologies if he causes any trouble for your class," Momo explained to Kendo, who took the warning to heart. She had met Kairi the day before and knew she was kind yet tough. She would heed the warning about Katsuki's behavior, especially since their classes had already had a preview of it at the main gate. Kendo thought to herself, "I guess Monoma isn't the only one with a temper in our classes." She glanced at one of her classmates, who was chuckling at the situation while the others watched the argument with sweat drops on their foreheads. Katsuki and Kairi glared at each other, ready to escalate their confrontation, but then, "All right, enough with the bickering. Sparda-san, continue, and Bakugo, tone it down." "I'm not Eraserhead, but I'm not in the mood for your antics," Izuku interrupted, knocking their heads lightly with his fists. The two paused briefly, and while Bakugo wanted to argue back, a single glare from Izuku silenced him. "My apologies, sensei," Kairi said, slightly embarrassed, as Izuku nodded for her to continue. "Well, moving on. Today we will be participating in whatever activities our teachers have planned, so be ready. I have a feeling some of us might get a little injured, depending on the activity. To put it simply, if anything happens, it will either be my fault or sensei's, so let's avoid provoking anything bad. I don't want to know what kind of punishment Aizawa-sensei will give us," she said, almost slipping up. Many students from both classes thought in unison, she has no filter when it comes to insulting her teacher. Now, let's get inside the bus. I doubt Sensei wants to wait any longer for us, Kairi declared, turning around and heading toward the bus. The rest of her classmates exchanged glances, knowing she was right. I was about to say the same, so let's get inside as well, Izuku said, looking at Himiko. No worries. I know. Himiko replied cheerfully as she followed Kairi into the bus. Izuku waited for his classmates to board, casting one last glance at Yue, hiding his serious expression behind his mask. I hope this hunch of ours is just a fluke. I'd rather not let my bloodline be discovered by AFO or Mundus, he thought before boarding the bus. From the principal's office, Nedzu, who held the spirit of the former demon general, also watched Izuku with a similar sense of foreboding. A few minutes later, the bus carrying Class 1B was filled with the usual noise and excitement of teenagers. Vlad King and Himiko kept an eye on the students as they chatted animatedly. This is going to be so exciting. I can't wait to see what this class will be about, exclaimed Tetsu, a silver-haired teenager in a sleeveless hero suit. His quirk allowed him to transform his body into pure steel. Do you really think so? To me, this seems more like a delicate yet educational topic, another boy replied, looking a bit nervous. This boy, Juroda Shishida, was covered in fur and had prominent fangs, giving him a fierce appearance. However, Himiko knew him to be gentle and kind, preferring naps over conflict. No need to be so formal, just call me Tetsu, he said with a toothy smile. That's basically your name and surname, sir, Juroda pointed out. Oh. Tetsu realized, chuckling at his own oversight. As the students gathered, one of the boys chuckled and remarked, I wonder what kind of things we will do with Class A. Honestly, I doubt Bakugo would be very cooperative. He looked nervous at the thought of interacting with the fiery student from Class A, recalling their earlier encounter on the bus. This boy, Nairenjiki Shoda, was slightly chubby with cyan hair and a perpetually anxious expression, which made him appear innocent compared to his classmates. Dressed in his hero costume, a black high-collared suit with pale white trim, he wore plain black breeches and white knee-high boots. A blue device covered his left eye, and a radar was attached to the back of one gloved hand. Himiko, standing nearby, couldn't help but agree with Shoda. She found Katsuki's attitude annoying enough that she would gladly silence him if she could. However, as Izuku's childhood friend, she knew better than to provoke him, especially considering the reactions it would elicit from Vlad and Aizawa. A boy with an intimidating appearance chimed in, a cocky grin on his face. That hot-headed Pomeranian scares you, Shoda? He's just a dog that barks but never bites. His features resembled a mantis, with two hook-like horns on the sides of his head. His dark green hood and black trousers gave him a somewhat criminal or goth hero look. Shoda responded nervously, I don't know, Kamakuri-san. He seemed a bit too aggressive to talk to. Then don't. I doubt that Pomeranian could land a bite if we ever engaged in combat. Kamakiri laughed, though Himiko thought to herself, I highly doubt that. She knew Katsuki was far from a coward and wouldn't hesitate to attack if provoked. Suddenly, she felt a poke at her side and turned to see Setsuna Tokage, one of the few girls who had spoken with her and Izuku the day before. Dressed in her hero costume, which featured a dark blue-purple scaled eye mask and a matching full bodysuit, she wore black knee boots and fingerless gloves adorned with orange wrist guards. A belt with a jewel embedded in the center completed her look. Yes, Tokage-san? Himiko asked, curious. With a toothy grin, Setsuna replied, Sorry for asking, Vampire-sensei, but do you know what kind of activities we are going to do? I'm really curious. The question posed by the girl prompted many of those nearby to glance at Himiko, all sharing the same curiosity. The young huntress felt their skeptical gazes, causing her to break into a nervous sweat. I'm sorry, Tokage-san, she replied, but I can't reveal anything until we arrive at the location. All I know is that this class will have. The teacher announced that they would be cooperating with Class 1A for the day's activities. Shoda shivered slightly at the thought. We really have to? He exclaimed, clearly unconvinced. The teacher reassured him, "No need to worry, young Ninjariki. I doubt my partner, Jadius, would allow anything to happen to any of you. I've been informed of his high temper, so you can feel safe." Another boy chimed in, "No sweat about that." The students of Class 1B nodded in agreement, recognizing that Katsuki didn't always represent them well. However, the words of their young heroine resonated with many present, as she had shown an impressive ability to keep Katsuki in check. One of the girls, a young brunette with a cap-cut hairstyle and a hero costume adorned with a whimsical mushroom pattern, spoke up with curiosity. "Sensei, could you tell us more about yourself? We don't know much about you since our classes began, and we're really intrigued about what kind of heroine you are." Himiko was taken aback by the unexpected question from her students. Feeling a bit nervous, she replied, How should I start?" Himiko stood before her students, feeling the weight of their expectant gazes. She thought to herself, "How can I answer that without raising any suspicions about my true identity?" Vlad, sensing her hesitation, stepped in to speak for her. "Vampress hasn't received much formal recognition yet," he announced, capturing the attention of the class. He continued, "She hasn't been in the spotlight often because most of her missions have focused on supporting other heroes. For now, she's primarily a helper. We don't know when her debut will happen, but rest assured, her work is just as honorable as that of the pro heroes." Himiko sighed in relief, grateful for Vlad's support. She signaled him with a subtle gesture, silently thanking him for his assistance. Vlad responded with a dismissive scoff, but the students could see that their young teacher was still a heroine in the making, even if she was currently working behind the scenes. Some of the students felt a twinge of disappointment. They had hoped for something more exciting. One of them, Tokij, spoke up with enthusiasm, "That's too bad. I was really curious about what she could do. Can we at least know what your quirk is? Please?" Himiko looked at Tokij, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. She understood the eagerness in her eyes, but her quirk wasn't exactly the easiest to explain. Most of the students were a bit confused by her words, particularly some of the girls, as the topic piqued their curiosity. "Why?" a girl with raven hair and a red costume asked, her typically quiet demeanor making her question stand out. The class knew that she only reacted when something truly interested her. "Let's just say my quirk is somewhat similar to your teacher's here, but it's not something you'd want to hear easily," Himiko replied, rubbing the back of her head nervously. "But I'm sure your quirk is amazing no matter how you look at it," another student chimed in, their intrigue evident. Himiko felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Trust me, you wouldn't exactly like to hear it. Mainly how it works." Her honesty only heightened the students' curiosity, especially among the girls, who were eager to learn more about their teacher's abilities. Just then Vlad King intervened. "All right kids, enough questions about Vampress. We're about to reach our destination." Himiko sighed in relief, grateful for the distraction. The students were left hanging, some annoyed at not getting the answers they craved, while others, like a certain blonde boy, seemed indifferent, preparing to disembark the bus and begin their activities. However, just a mile away, someone on the 1A bus sensed something unsettling. As Izuku woke from his nap, he felt a surge of energy that sent a chill down his spine. Aizawa had just given the same advice to his class, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Katsuki was visibly irritated, but not enough to escalate the situation. Kairi, who had been napping beside Momo, suddenly awoke, trembling slightly from the cold energy that filled the air. "Are you okay, Kairi-san?" Momo asked, noticing her friend's discomfort. "I'm fine, just had some chills from this morning," Kairi replied, forcing a smile despite her unease. Momo wasn't entirely convinced but chose to let it go, sensing that something was off. Izuku, aware of Kairi's heritage as a Sparda, understood that she could feel the demonic energy surrounding them. The presence of demons nearby, especially two of high rank, was the source of his anxiety. A few minutes later, they arrived at the UA external training grounds. "We're here," Vlad announced, gathering his class, while Aizawa remained focused on his own students. Izuku and Himiko lingered near their classes, exchanging worried glances. Himiko, Stay alert and be ready for anything, Izuku whispered, handing her the Sero swarms. We're not alone here. Himiko's heart raced at his words. But why today? She quickly concealed her main weapon, ensuring that neither Aizawa nor Vlad noticed. Izuku did the same with his gear, his expression turning serious as he sensed the powerful presences within the complex. I know you're here. Gilgamesh, he thought, gritting his teeth. Hello there, UA students, and welcome to this place, a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention to the main gate, where two figures awaited them, one of whom was the rescue heroine, 13, eliciting excitement from the crowd. Oh, it's 13, the rescue heroine. Uraraka exclaimed, her fangirl enthusiasm palpable. 13, a professional heroine who prioritized rescue over battle, wore a hero costume resembling an astronaut suit, complete with finger caps that could open wide to utilize her quirk. It was fortunate for the students that 13 wasn't an active pro-heroine at the moment. Oh great! Both 13 and Midnight muttered under their breath, their annoyance unnoticed by the students. Midnight stood beside 13, drawing the attention of many boys, who were captivated by her appearance. Izuku face-bombed while Kairi frowned at Mineta and Kaminari, who were clearly distracted. With a smile, 13 addressed the group. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. But not that one, if you catch my drift. The students maintained a poker face, recognizing the potential confusion with a certain entertainment venue. Why wouldn't they confuse it with Universal Studios Japan if you gave the exact same initials? Izuku, Himiko, and Kairi thought collectively, finding the situation amusing. What you see behind me is where our activities will take place. But first, I want to hear a couple of questions from you all to get to know you better. Many students raised their hands, eager to participate. 13 scanned the crowd and selected one after a moment. Young Kodai. Yui Kodai from Class 1B was chosen first. What exactly is this place, 13-sensei? She asked, her curiosity evident. In this place, we will conduct various rescue activities tailored to different scenarios and disasters that heroes might face, 13 explained. These simulations will be designed to prepare you for real-life situations. Kodai nodded, satisfied with the answer, while the rest of the students buzzed with excitement at the possibilities. In other words, fires, floods, earthquakes, and more. Not bad, Kodai thought, lifting her shoulders in agreement. Any other questions? 13 prompted. Another wave of hands shot up, and Midnight noticed one that piqued her interest. Well, Koda-kun? The shy boy communicated through sign language, which left many confused since not everyone understood it. Izuku stepped in to translate. He asks about the risks of this place and what kind of situations you're talking about, especially since his quirk involves summoning animals. Koda thanked Izuku, and Midnight appreciated the translation. To answer that, Koda, there are indeed some animals around here you can interact with, like birds and small creatures. However, be cautious, as the simulations will involve challenging environments. We recommend staying alert for anything that might occur during our activities. Koda felt relieved that he wouldn't have to put innocent animals in danger, but he and the other students were intrigued by what the pro-heroine meant, eager to discover more. Anything else to ask? 13 inquired, noticing another group of hands raised. Young Sparda, she called out, selecting a student. Jadius, attempting to appear calm, spoke up. Miss Armstrong, I understand this is a rescue mission, but how does this relate to using our quirks? Some of us have quirks that can be quite dangerous. He gestured to himself and then pointed at Katsuki, who was known for his explosive abilities. Huh. Say that, Katsuki began, but Jadius's stern tone cut him off. Bakugu Katsuki. Jadius reprimanded, causing the room to fall silent. The sudden outburst shocked many, including Katsuki, who quickly quieted down. Wow. Never saw him reprimanding before, the students of Class 1A thought in unison. Katsuki, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration, wondered why he reacted so strongly. Wait a moment, why did I react like that? This guy can't be someone I know. The only ones who could control me like that are my mom and Deku. My apologies, 13. I'm still working on tempering his demeanor, Jadius said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. We would appreciate that, 13 replied, noting the dynamic with interest. To answer your question, Sparda-san, we are aware that some quirks can be dangerous. That's precisely why this class exists. We aim to teach you how to use your quirks and intellect to find solutions without causing more harm than good when these situations arise. As 13 explained, the students began to grasp the importance of the lessons ahead, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. If their quirks were used incorrectly, they could harm someone instead of helping him, so it was fair for them to know how to solve any kind of problems without escalating conflicts. Some of them contemplated this as they looked at their hands in anticipation, aware that their quirks weren't as gentle as they might wish. Himiko understood this better than most. Using her quirk often required her to hurt someone, which was the main reason she chose to distance herself from the real world and society, embracing her villainous nature. As memories of her troubled past surfaced, Izuku approached her and gently patted her head, hoping to calm her. Himiko relaxed at his touch, glancing at the only family she had left. The gentle look in Izuku's eyes comforted her, and she responded with a soft purr, clinging to him innocently. With her anxiety eased, they both sensed the palpable energy within the installation. Well, if that was everyone's question, we should get going now, 13 said, leaning closer to Aizawa. Where is he? Has he forgotten his job here? Not exactly, Aizawa whispered back, but let's just say he had some appointments and couldn't arrive on time. Izuku and Himiko exchanged knowing glances. They understood Aizawa was referring to All Might, who was also supposed to be part of their activities. The sign of 3 fingers from 13 confirmed their suspicions. Izuku felt a surge of frustration. Just when they needed All Might to ensure the students' safety, he had wasted his energy elsewhere. Thanks to his father's stories, Izuku was aware that All Might's tardiness stemmed not from fatigue, but from the limits of his power. It frustrated him to see All Might weaker than he had once been. He remembered how close AFO had come to defeating All Might in the past, and he knew that the injuries from that battle still haunted him. Izuku couldn't help but think about the future and the possibility of finding a worthy successor for All Might's power, though he worried about the burden it would place on them. All right, kids, let's get started. Midnight announced, her words igniting excitement among the students. Izuku and Himiko followed closely behind, while Aizawa and Vlad joined them as they entered the US. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of scarlet eyes watched from the shadows, tracking Izuku and Kairi. Inside the USJ, students gasped in amazement at the size and design of the facility. Even Himiko was taken aback by the spectacle. However, Izuku couldn't shake his unease. This place could easily serve as a hiding spot for an entire army if planned correctly. He surveyed the area, noting the 6 different zones, each representing various disaster scenarios that heroes might face. I should ask Galleon if I can install some protective measures here, he thought, analyzing the layout while Himiko took in the surroundings. This place is enormous, and it could lead to many unfortunate situations, she mused. Vlad addressed the students, capturing their attention. Before we proceed, let me explain the purpose of these areas. Each dome represents a different type of disaster or chaotic situation that heroes might encounter. He pointed to the first dome. This is the downpour storm zone, designed to simulate the challenges of navigating through powerful storms that can disorient civilians and make the ground slippery. Some students took notes while others listened intently. Meanwhile, Izuku and Himiko continued to scout potential hiding spots for a demon within the various zones. Next, we have the flood zone, Vlad continued. Though it looks like a simple artificial lake, it's specifically designed to challenge even the most skilled heroes in rescuing civilians from danger. Having a water-related quirk won't necessarily guarantee success here. Izuku raised an eyebrow, thinking, they're joking, right? This is definitely the easiest scenario when it comes to that. Izuku glanced around at his classmates, noting that many of them were not particularly strong swimmers. He spotted Mineta, Siro, Kyuka, Hagakure, and Kaminari among those who seemed less prepared physically. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he recognized that both Ishido and Kirishima were in good shape, especially Ishido, who had shown off her athletic skills in breakdancing. Kirishima, while more of a brute, also appeared ready for swimming if necessary. Great, just great. One big pool that could easily be filled with all kinds of demons. How creative, but it seems you didn't think this through, Galleon, Izuku muttered, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Vlad continued his explanation. Next up is the conflagration zone, where fires burn continuously, putting citizens at constant risk of being burned or crushed by collapsing structures. Some of you might find this one challenging, so we won't tackle it just yet, nor the storm zone. Izuku studied the map of the conflagration zone. Fires, huh? I can understand how humans might struggle in that environment, but demons thrive in extremes. This could be advantageous for me and my powers. He smirked, excitement bubbling within him. Definitely my favorite place so far. Vlad moved on. To the left of this red dome is the mountain zone, one of the easier areas to navigate, but still dangerous. Many hikers must be well prepared to tackle the mountains, as one misstep can lead to a fall. Midnight tried to lighten the mood with a joke, making some students nervous while others took it to heart, recalling their own experiences. Izuku knew this area was also a prime spot for demons to conquer, as they were well equipped to navigate treacherous terrains. Next to it is the landslide zone, where various challenging tasks await. One careless move can lead to a dangerous fall, and many could get buried here. But that's the easy part, Vlad smirked. Taking them out is the real challenge. Some students flinched at Midnight's tone, realizing this zone was the most difficult of all. They understood how easy it was to get trapped in tons of dirt and debris, and the thought of being stuck in such a scenario was daunting. This place is perfect for ground-dwelling demons and ambushes. This will require skill to conquer or a quick escape if they get targeted, Izuku thought, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. And finally, we have the ruins zone, where the aftermath of various disasters is evident. This area can be chaotic, with crumbling structures, broken glass, and lost items. For us heroes, it's crucial to be prepared for anything, whether it's rescuing civilians or confronting hidden villains. Think of it as the ultimate game of hide and seek, but with high stakes. Izuku and Himiko exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. It was clear that not only humans could be caught in this game, demons enjoyed it too, always on the hunt for their next prey. All right then. Any questions before we begin? Aizawa asked, looking at the eager students. He was relieved to see their excitement, ready to move on from the lengthy explanations. Well, now let's. Suddenly, the lights around the USJ began to flicker, causing confusion among the students. The pros and the teens quickly became alert, scanning for the source of the disturbance. Aizawa, over there! Vlad shouted, pointing toward the central fountain. A dark, purplish mist began to swirl, forming a portal. What's happening, sensei? Kendo asked, worry evident in her voice as Himiko stepped in front of her classmates, while Izuku did the same for Kirishima and his group, all on high alert. Without needing an answer, they watched as a pale, adult male with ash cyan hair emerged from the mist, dressed in black and covered in synthetic hands. He was followed by a group of adults in tattered costumes that looked far from friendly, sending a wave of anxiety through the students. Among them was a massive figure that resembled the being that had attacked UA the previous day. Izuku squinted, recognizing that this creature was definitely not human anymore. He realized that whatever had happened to this poor soul was the result of a horrific experiment, a thought that resonated with Himiko as well, given the lifeless eyes of the creature. Not even aware of where they were or what was happening, the students felt a wave of fear wash over them. Please tell me this is part of the test, one of them stammered, echoing the anxiety that gripped the group. The teachers, now on high alert, confirmed their worst fears. They were not safe. No, this is no test, kid, one teacher growled, cracking his wrist slightly. Now is the time for you to leave before something worse occurs. Izuku and Himiko's words were confusing to most, but a few students, Kairi, Momo, Katsuki, and Todoroki, understood the gravity of the situation. They were in danger. Are we really trapped here? I thought we had heroes like Midnight, Number 13, Vlad King, and Eraserhead to protect us, One student wondered aloud. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here too? The realization hit them hard. This was a setup. Kairi Sparda, Momo Yaoyorozu, take your classmates out of here now, the teacher commanded, his stern tone cutting through the panic. The two students hesitated, frozen in fear as the unfolding events sank in. Didn't you hear? Get out of here now, he urged, glaring at them. Weiss, they replied, shivering at the urgency in his voice. Well, you heard the teacher. Let's get out of here. Kairi's command resonated with her classmates. Though questions filled their minds, the seriousness of their teacher's tone compelled them to run toward the exit. We've heard Jadius-sensei. Let's go. Kendo added, rallying her class as they too dashed for safety. But just as they reached the exit, an unexpected barrier appeared. Whoa! Tenya exclaimed as he skidded to a halt, crashing into a wall now covered in a strange red energy webbing that ensnared the entire area. What's happening? Another student cried out, panic rising. We're trapped. The teachers quickly assessed the situation, realizing they were also caught in the webbing. Did they even trap us inside? One of the teachers thought, alarmed. Can any of you do that? A lesser villain asked, confusion evident among them. Doesn't matter who did it. If we can eliminate the future heroes, that's what counts, another villain sneered. Only Izuku and Himiko understood the true danger of the webbing, and it wasn't just the villains they faced. Change of plans. 13. Himiko, Midnight, stay close to the students. Vlad, Jadius, we need to buy time until help arrives. Aizawa instructed, his voice firm. Himiko nodded in agreement, though concern filled her eyes. Izuku sent her a telepathic message that made her heart race with fear. Himiko, if demons appear, keep the students safe and don't engage. It's best if I handle this alone. She wanted to protest, but before she could voice her objections, the three teachers sprang into action, leaving her and the pro-heroines to protect the students. Calm down, Himiko. You've trained for this, she reminded herself, taking a deep breath. Everyone stay near me, and under no circumstances should anyone try to be a hero. This is not a game. Most students understood and took her warning seriously, though Katsuki and Kamakiri were itching for action. But before they could act, chaos erupted. Meanwhile, Aizawa, Vlad, and Izuku found themselves in the thick of battle against the villains in the main plaza. They fought valiantly, knocking out several adversaries, while the leader and a looming creature observed from the back, along with a mist that concealed another villain with sharp yellow eyes. We need to reach the leader quickly. That's our best chance to end this. Aizawa shouted, knocking down another villain. Easier said than done with all these lesser villains in the way. Vlad replied, blocking hits and countering with swift strikes. Save your energy, we don't know what they're capable of, Izuku cautioned, his instincts on high alert as he noticed the leader studying their every move. Get them, Kurogyri, the leader commanded, his voice cold and calculating. Izuku's thoughts raced as he reflected on the day's events. What began as a typical school day had spiraled into chaos, with villains and demons attacking UA directly. He and Himiko had hoped for a peaceful coexistence between their classes, but now they faced a dire situation. His demons would soon be revealed to everyone, including Katsuki and Kairi. They had hoped to keep their identities hidden, but it seemed their time as free individuals was coming to an end. Today, he vowed to ensure that Gilgamesh would meet his end, and he would do everything in his power to protect his students, even if it meant sacrificing his own freedom. This was not the experience he wanted for them, but it appeared their journey as teacher and students was about to take a drastic turn. I'll ensure all of you live to fight another day, for your families who care for you. Today, I will seek my vengeance and free myself from the demons that have haunted me for so long, especially with Himiko by my side. May your futures be bright, for after today, we will embrace our true selves, vigilantes and heroes, demons and humans, enemies of one another. The scene shifts to UA Academy's Unforeseen Simulation Joint, USJ. Class 1A and Class 1B were gathered for a crucial rescue class, but fate had other plans. Villains suddenly appeared in the main plaza, threatening the students with danger they were not prepared to face. Vlad and Aizawa managed to distract some of the villains while Himiko kept Kurogyri at bay, providing the students with a momentary sense of safety. However, a new threat loomed closer, one that was not a mere villain but the formidable Gilgamesh Knight, a high-ranking demon responsible for the Midoriya family's tragedy, except for Izuku. The demon stood just meters away from the frightened students, who awaited its next move with trepidation. Kairi Sparda felt fear for the first time in her life. After the chaos of the previous day and the unexpected visit from Gilgamesh and the Furis, she realized that the demon was not merely seeking food, it was hunting her. She was the prey, and Gilgamesh was the predator, closing in on her. She understood that her classmates, Glady and Basil, were no match for this demon general. It would take time for her to harness her demonic powers fully, especially since her father, a retired demon hunter, was sealed away by those who feared his strength. In that moment, she felt trapped, especially since she had left her weapon, Blue Queen, behind for the day's activities. Even if she had it, she doubted she could land a blow on such a powerful foe. But fate intervened as Kurogyri appeared behind Gilgamesh, drawing its attention. I don't know who you are, but let me make this clear. This is the target of the League of Villains, and you won't stop our plans, Kurogyri declared, attempting to sound intimidating. However, his bravado failed as Gilgamesh turned its full attention toward him, a look that seemed to say, "You're next." Kairi thought to herself, that was a risky move. Now you've put yourself in danger. Gilgamesh began to glow with power, its forearms transforming into large, drill-like protrusions. It released a powerful roar that sent shockwaves through the area, stunning some of the students. In an instant, Gilgamesh vanished, aiming to strike Kurogyri. The sound of impact echoed as Gilgamesh pierced through the Nomu with ease, causing shock and horror among the onlookers. Kurogyri, who had initially felt relief at the sight of Nomu, now watched in fear as Gilgamesh overpowered the creature, tossing it aside with a ferocity that left everyone stunned. As Gilgamesh roared, eager for battle, it leaped toward Nomu, leaving Kurogyri to face the heroes alone. Kurogyri looked around, expecting to see the heroes, but was met with an empty space where they had been moments before. "Where in the heavens?" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden absence. The creaking of a door caught his attention, revealing the group making their escape through the main gate, taking advantage of Gilgamesh's distraction. "You won't get away!" Kurogyri shouted, attempting to block their path. But 13 stepped forward, determined to protect the students. "Not on my watch," she declared, ready to confront the villain. "Black hole." 13's finger transformed into a small black hole, drawing in fragments of Kurogyri as the students seized the opportunity to escape. Himiko, Kairi, Momo, Kendo, Tetsutetsu, and surprisingly Kyuka, Kodai, Katsuki, Todoroki, Tokuchi, Kirishima, and Kamakiri helped the others flee. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air. The students turned to see their teacher, 13, unconscious on the ground, a large rift in the back of her suit, leaving Kurogyri free to attack. "Get out now!" Midnight shouted from across the area, urging the last 11 students to hurry. While Himiko managed to reach them in time, Kurogyri acted swiftly, trapping them in a warping dome and sealing the entrance just as Midnight tried to break through, her frustration mounting. "Young Kaminari, Tenya, get in contact with UA now," Midnight commanded, knowing it was their only chance. Both students sprang into action, with Ninjariki assisting Kaminari in connecting to UA's intercom while Tenya and a 1B student, Shirhai Kuwaro, dashed off to get help. "Kids, no matter what happens, stay back here and do not enter. I'll get your classmates as soon as I can," Midnight instructed, her tone firm. The students understood her message, their spirits dampened by the gravity of the situation. "Sensei." A young girl with vine-like hair threw a silver crucifix at Midnight, her expression filled with fear. "Take it with you, allow God to help you in this," she urged, her faith shining through her words. Midnight hesitated but felt a surge of hope from her student. "I'll do my best," she replied before rushing back inside the installations, closing the door behind her, leaving a group of anxious students waiting outside the USJ. "Do you think they're going to be all right?" Are they going to be all right? One student asked, worry etched on their face. We don't know, but we hope they are, another replied, the group exchanging anxious glances. Meanwhile, Kyrie's Basil and Glady, remaining outside with the students, decided to keep watch over the area, drawing admiration from some of the 1B students. Please be okay down there. Lachako, Tsu, Kinoko, and Ibra thought, the last one praying continuously for their safety as they waited anxiously. Inside the US main plaza, a loud thud echoed as Izuku, Aizawa, and Vlad arrived at the center of the plaza, where Kurogiri had transported the remaining students. Midnight caught up with her partners, knocking down several villains and forcing Shigaraki to retreat a few steps. Kurogiri appeared beside him moments later as Izuku rushed to his classmates, who had landed roughly but quickly regained their composure, guarded by Himiko and Izuku. Great work, Kurogiri. Now you've brought these kids into danger. Izuku exclaimed, his voice filled with frustration. Momo, Kyuka, Kendo, and Kodai looked scared, while the boys prepared for a fight. Izuku and Himiko stayed close, ready to protect their classmates as their attention shifted to Shigaraki and his partner. Yeah, congratulations, you fool. I've warned you about touching my students. Himiko shouted, her anger rising. Kurogiri smirked, I'm well aware of your students' presence, so acting recklessly would be unheroic. Especially since I recognize your face now. Himiko froze at his words, while Izuku took a defensive stance. The students exchanged curious glances, wondering why a villain would recognize their teacher, especially since 1B had been informed that their sensei wasn't an active pro yet. What you plan to do with her or my students concerns me as well, Kurogiri. It would be wise not to try anything, Izuku warned, glaring at Shigaraki. Shigaraki remained unfazed, and the three pros prepared to strike simultaneously, causing Kurogiri and Shigaraki to sweat with concern. Suddenly, a loud hissing filled the air as Kurogiri acted quickly, warping away a large figure that threatened to fall on them, catching everyone off guard. What the? Look out! Izuku shouted, pushing Momo and Kyuka away just in time. Kairi was yanked off the ground in a swift motion, trying to pull her classmates out of harm's way. Eek! Ow! Let go! What in the world? Kirishima exclaimed in fear as flying creatures resembling bats, partially engulfed in flames, swooped down, taking away several of their classmates. The monstrous creatures surrounded by fire looked like nightmares come to life. Guys! Kairi called out, her voice filled with worry as chaos erupted around them. Hey, Himiko! Izuku called out, urgency in his voice. Without hesitation, Himiko sprang into action, pursuing the pyrobats and hellbats to rescue their students. Vlad joined her, equally concerned for their safety, sensing that the villains were distracted by something significant. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Kurogiri stumbled back as Shigaraki narrowly dodged a massive blade that nearly cut him in half. The source of the attack soon became clear. What are those things? Knights! Kyuka exclaimed, her heart racing as a group of 7 Scudo-Angelos and 1 Proto-Angelo appeared, blocking their path in a menacing formation. More villains? Kaminari gasped, fear evident in his voice. The situation had escalated, and now both Shigaraki and Kurogiri found themselves in a precarious position, held hostage by these new enemies. Damn it! Just when I need Nomu here! Shigaraki muttered, frustration creeping into his tone as he began to call for his ally. Then, a loud thud resonated nearby. Finally! Shigaraki thought, relief washing over him as. He and the others heard the sound, but their relief quickly turned to horror. A chilling sight greeted them. Gilgamesh had landed a few meters away, feasting on the remains of a defeated Nomu, blood splattering everywhere. The gruesome scene was enough to traumatize the students, while the pro-heroes found it utterly revolting. Midnight nearly turned green at the sight. Gilgamesh tossed aside the empty head of the Nomu, snarling ominously. The presence of this powerful being cornered everyone, forcing the pros to prioritize the safety of the young students. Izuku stood frozen, his gaze locked on Gilgamesh as the creature approached them with heavy, deliberate steps. Kurogyri. Take me out now. Izuku urged, his voice tense. Without a moment's hesitation, Kurogyri warped them away from danger, narrowly avoiding the lethal strikes from the Scudos. Jadius! Eraser shouted, but Izuku remained focused. Not now, Eraser. Just keep our students safe, he insisted, his eyes still on Gilgamesh, who was now dangerously close. Aizawa and Kayama managed to usher the students to safety as the Scudos began to sense something amiss. Several villains lay unconscious on the ground, while others stirred awake, all eyes drawn to the formidable figure of Gilgamesh. Eraser! Take our students away from here now, Izuku commanded, his tone serious. The lesser demons turned their attention to the waking villains, and Gilgamesh paused, fixating on Izuku, who realized he had become the target. Kill them all, leave Bourghdent to me, Gilgamesh growled, his voice low and threatening. Now! Izuku shouted, urgency filling his voice. He quickly drew both Wyvern and Ivory, firing at the Scudos that threatened Aizawa and Midnight. The bullets struck true, forcing the Scudos to block and allowing the heroes to retreat. But for the villains, a nightmare unfolded as the demons ruthlessly eliminated every lesser foe in their path, blood and chaos erupting around them. Gilgamesh had his sights set on one target, Izuku, who was fending off the Scudos while trying to buy time for the others to escape. Dodge and block. Izuku thought frantically, desperate to protect his friends. He knew he was in Gilgamesh's crosshairs, and he needed to create an opening for everyone to get away. Suddenly, Gilgamesh lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent Izuku crashing into the main fountain, shattering it upon impact. Drenched and covered in debris, Izuku felt the pain radiate through his body, his arms barely able to move from the force of the blow. If not for his demonic blood, he would have been incapacitated. Gilgamesh let out a menacing growl, and Izuku could feel the tension in the air shift. As his arms began to regenerate, he cracked his neck, determination igniting within him. Oh, it's on, he muttered, green flames enveloping him in a swirling vortex, capturing everyone's attention. With a fierce resolve, Izuku reloaded his guns, ready to face the impending battle. Let's end this here. Gilgamesh Knight. With a powerful roar, Gilgamesh charged at the teen, who narrowly dodged the attack. In response, the teen fired another round at the hierarch demon, managing to inflict some damage with Wyvern's bullets, while Ivory's shots bounced harmlessly off its impenetrable metal skin. Meanwhile, a couple of Scudos seized the opportunity to target the students and teachers, while the others continued their relentless assault on the lesser villains attempting to escape. They're coming for us! Momo exclaimed, her fear palpable. Aizawa and Midnight quickly moved into a defensive stance, ready to confront the Scudos, eager to protect their students, even if they mistook the demons for ordinary villains. Young Yairose, take your classmates and go now. Midnight commanded, urgency in her voice. The girls in the group, along with Kirishima, obeyed the order. However, Katsuki and Todoroki remained vigilant, fully aware that their escape would not be easy, given the villains attacking them. Take cover! Todoroki shouted, summoning a large wall of ice that halted Kyuka, Momo, and Kirishima in their tracks. His quick thinking saved them from a surprise attack by reptilian creatures that leaped toward them, clearly not resembling ordinary villains. There's more of those things? One of the girls gasped, fear evident in her voice. Katsuki, fueled by anger, shouted, now I have something to unleash my rage on. You ruined my fun. He unleashed a powerful explosion at the lesser demons, sending several flying and crashing down the stairs, while others managed to land gracefully despite being hit. Don't get too careless, Bakugu, Todoroki warned, his voice more emotional than usual as he felt the danger from the demons. He summoned ice spikes to aid Bakugu, some demons dodging while others were wounded and continued their assault, undeterred by their injuries. Frustration and fear gripped Kyuka as she realized they couldn't escape without a fight. She activated her quirk, using speakers in her boots to emit a powerful sound wave that disoriented the demons, making them easier targets for Katsuki and Todoroki. With Kyuka's help, they began to gain ground. However, the demons quickly identified a weakness in their defense. Momo Yaoyorozu, who was frozen in fear and vulnerable. Seeing this, Todoroki made a desperate move to protect her as riots closed in from behind. Momo retreated between Katsuki, Todoroki, and Kyuka, trying to avoid injury. Kirishima stayed close to her, ready to defend her if necessary. He was not afraid, but he recognized the danger of engaging in close combat with the creatures that could easily overpower him. Damn it! They're in danger, Aizawa thought, realizing the peril his students faced. He and Midnight attempted to return to help, but the Scudos and Proto-Angelo were closing in on them, cornering them and preventing their retreat. "We're getting nowhere," Midnight exclaimed, her worry growing as the villains showed a clear intent to harm. "Use your quirk then. Mine isn't working on them," Aizawa replied, frustrated after discovering that his quirk had no effect on the demons. "This better work," Midnight declared, tearing a piece from her sleeve to release a pinkish smoke that wafted toward the demons, hoping to incapacitate them. As the smoke spread, her expression shifted from mild relief to concern, knowing that the outcome of their struggle hung in the balance. The atmosphere shifted from shock to fear as the demons approached, seemingly unfazed by the aroma that had been intended to incapacitate them. Instead of feeling drowsy, the scent seemed to invigorate them, pushing them into a frenzied state. The heroes, Aizawa and Midnight, found themselves in a dire situation. They were facing real demons for the first time, and their students were also caught in peril against other monstrous creatures. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, and two of the Scudos howled in pain, struck by powerful shots from Midoriya. He had managed to distract Gilgamesh momentarily, allowing him to rush toward the demons. "Sorry, but those pro-heroes are my business, not yours," he shouted defiantly at the Proto-Angelo, who seemed puzzled by the term Demon Knight. As Midoriya faced the Proto-Angelo, he dodged a powerful swing of the demon's large blade and found an opening to retaliate. He fired 2 shots, hitting the demon in the knee and side, causing it to drop its weapon. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya grabbed the blade and, with a fierce cry, slashed at the demon's neck and collarbone. The blade pierced through the armor, and blood splattered onto the ground. The Proto-Angelo attempted to fight back, but Midoriya was quicker. He withdrew the blade, now coated in the demon's blood, and struck again, this time cleaving the demon in 2. The remaining Scudos, sensing their leader's defeat, charged at Midoriya. However, he made quick work of them, using the same blade to parry and slash, taking them down one by one. The last Scudo fell just a few meters away from Aizawa and Midnight, who watched in shock as Midoriya displayed such ferocity against the demons. "Duck down," he commanded, and Midnight instinctively complied, while Aizawa stepped aside. Midoriya took aim and fired at some riots and assaults, injuring them enough to draw their attention and alert the students. "Hey, you want me?" "Not them," he shouted, anger fueling his resolve. He unleashed a barrage of bullets, taking down the riots while the assaults, realizing the danger, used their armor as shields and retreated strategically into the trees. This brief respite allowed Midoriya to catch his breath, preparing for whatever came next.